analytics. They know who we are. We are block style analysts. And what are we gonna do? We're gonna analyze the fuck out of some shit. Now, before I play the track, this music track, right? And we start rolling up and everything. Can I go ahead and get this one in before everybody start popping up? And I'm gonna get it in all night, all tonight, and early into the morning. I told y'all fucking so. I told y'all them folk killed Nolan. I told y'all they dumped the body right before they got to the harbor. In between leaving Horn Island and going back to the harbor. This is what I told y'all. Now we got the full dispatch from WLOX news station. Yeah, Tracestin, he took another interview. He took another interview with Dick Ryan Tatum. Through all four of these interviews that Warren had with Dick Ryan Tatum, not now time did he cry. Tracestin was recalling the situation and said Rolling Stone made his shit sound real horrible, cut parts of the interview out and all of that shit. Yeah, they cut parts of the interview out, but they didn't have to make your shit sound horrible. Your interview already sounded horrible. They just cut significant horrible pieces out of your interview and aired them first. Yeah, it's beautiful how you went on Tatum and said that they didn't air your full interview, and right after that, they aired the full interview. Yeah, Tracy. It's crazy how you say on Tatum, Rolling Stone didn't air the whole interview, and when I heard it back, it sounded horrible. Now the interview been sounded horrible, my guy. They just cut out a couple of horrible pieces, the most horrible pieces, and aired them first. And it's crazy how you can say, Tatum, they aired all the horrible parts and made it sound real horrible, my interview. No, your whole interview was real horrible. And they just chose certain horrible parts to take out of your interview and air them first. And it's crazy how you said that and then they aired the whole interview to show they ain't got nothing to hide. Thank you for that, Rolling Stone. WLOX news station in Mississippi, thank you for airing the full dispatch call. Yeah, whoever you got at the sheriff's office that leaked that full dispatch call to you, we appreciate that, because the sheriff wasn't going to give us that full dispatch call. Yeah, the sheriff department, they weren't going to give us that full dispatch call. Yeah, the sheriffs had that full dispatch call on the evening of the 4th when Nolan first went missing. Yeah, they been had that. So I wonder, why did the sheriff get on there and say, right now we're not gonna say that it's been any foul play. We can't see that it's been any foul play done. Nigga, y'all been had this full interview in evidence. When this mom called y'all, y'all can't tell me y'all didn't re-listen to that full interview and try to hide that motherfucker. That goes for you too, Mississippi feds. Yeah, y'all had something to do with this too. It's crazy. And this is how I know y'all had something to do with it. Because why did the feds have to come from Washington, D.C., from the Fed headquarters 2 days ago to help y'all out on the case? Because they weren't coming to help y'all out. Yeah. I told y'all, Chad, I said, I need to get on this because something going on real fishy. Internal Revenues. How you doing, TLK? Oh, you new here? If you new here, TLK, go ahead and hit that like button for me and make sure you subscribe to the channel. How you doing, Strawwoods? Um, how you doing, Soccer Ed? I love soccer, man. What's up? What's up? Bob Laser. What it do? What it do? You are crazy. Bob Laser said, "Hello, cutie." Crazy, man. Yeah, y'all. But we finna get into it. We're gonna let some more people come in before I play this dispatch call. And we're gonna go into Tracestin Shepard's interview after we play the dispatch call. I got 3 different recordings of the dispatch call, right? I got WLOX. We got the news station. We got the dispatch call that they aired first. Then we got the hype. The hype channel from YouTube. They aired the dispatch call afterwards. They got a real lab over there. They got a real studio lab, and they real scientists over there at the hype, because they was able to take the music from the operator's line. You know, when you call the operator and you be on hold. I mean, when you call 911 and the operator station is busy and it kind of puts you on hold and plays the music was playing, right? So they didn't know, as kids and drunks and dummies, while they drunk, they didn't know that even though the dispatch line is playing the hold music or the holding music track, that is still recording. So I hear a couple of people saying Nolan, right? I hear a young lady saying Nolan, right? And then I hear her saying, after she say Nolan, yell Nolan, oh my God, right? Now they say that also through that you can hear someone saying, after she says Nolan, somebody else yelling Nolan. And while she's saying, oh my God, someone is saying, is he dead? Right? I'm still trying, that's why we're going to listen to it multiple times. I'm still trying to hear that part, is he dead? Because you can't really hear what the younger guys are saying. The young female, the white girl, she's, and I don't think this is Katie, right? I think this is another young white girl that they had with them, right? We thinking there's 4 people on the boat. On this boat, they had 8 people. They say 7. Nolan was the 8th person, because those 7 made it back, right? Now, I've been telling y'all this the whole time. I said, maybe they were on the way back to Mississippi, got to fighting, and somebody choked Nolan out, right? And then they didn't want anybody to get in trouble. And the people that was there that really had nothing to do with it, that whatever led up to Nolan's death, like the young female, I could tell because she was very distraught and she sounded like she was crying. And somebody was saying, calm the fuck down. And I know they was talking to her, because it sounded like she was the only female on the boat. And I tell y'all, our women, we care about them here. We care about our women, whether they black, white, Chinese, whatever ethnicity they are, whatever race they are, we care about them, because women are delicate and emotional. Right? So she couldn't hold her emotions together. And she really loved Nolan. Like, fuck with Nolan. Whether she was a friend or a fan. She was more concerned about Nolan than anybody else on that boat when that dispatch call was coming through. And she didn't give no fuck that dispatch was hearing her. They did, though. And I told y'all, I said, listen to Warren. before we had the full dispatch call, right? And we just had the little small clip where he's like, our boat is taking on water. And she was like, is everyone okay on the boat? I told y'all, he said, yeah, everybody awesome, lady. Like aggressively with an attitude. But when anyone else, including news stations, played this shit back and played the call back, they put captions and subtitles on the call, making out the words that he said, and they said, yeah, everyone. Is everyone okay on board? They said that he said, yeah, everyone's okay on board. He didn't. He was very arrogant and upset. He was agitated by the operator asking him too many questions. He didn't say, yeah, everyone's okay on board. He said, yeah, everyone's okay, lady. We gonna go back and listen to that piece of the call so I can show y'all. Right? He did not say that. He was very arrogant. And see, people wasn't picking this out of the 911 call at first, but we was. I was the first person to say it, and I stuck by those words. I listened to that call very closely, that piece of call very closely, and that nigga said, when she said, is everyone okay on board? He said, yeah, everyone's okay, lady. Everyone's awesome, lady. Like, fuck is you asking, is everyone okay for? Like, you heard everyone's not okay. Right? But then when she didn't respond, like, I thought I heard commotion in the background. He felt like he got away with it. They felt like they got away with it. And then in the interview with Tatum, he said, he told Tatum, he said, yeah, man, we made it back, right? He said we made it back, and then because we were all pretty tired, once we made it back, we went to the crib, and we all kind of ate and fell asleep. When I woke up and we didn't hear from Nolan, I text Tracestin and asked him, has he heard from Nolan? And Tracestin told me no. And I told him that I was finna call the National Guard. Do he got Miss Christina number? Miss Nolan Wells. For those of you who don't know, Nolan Wells' mom name is Christina. That's why I call her Miss Nolan Wells. You know, I don't take the time to say Miss Christina all the time and then say after that Miss Nolan Wells. I usually just call her Miss Nolan Wells so everyone can keep up with what I'm saying, right? So he said we fell asleep, we woke up, I text Tracy and asked him had he seen Nolan. He said no. I said, I'm gonna call the National Guard. Do you have Miss Christina number so I can call her and see, right? Nolan said, Tracestin said that he texted him back Nolan's mom number, right? Maybe he didn't. Maybe he didn't text him back Nolan's mom's number. I don't know how the fuck he got Nolan's mom's number because I'm thinking about it right now. No, he couldn't have texted him Nolan's mom's number because Nolan's mom didn't even know that Tracestin was his friend. And Tracestin took the interview and said that he's been over Nolan's house with a group of friends that picked him up, and he left his car over there in the interview with Tatum, right? And Tatum was like, yeah, man, that's what I'm saying. That's kind of weird. And this is exactly what I did. I commented down below in Tatum's comments. I said, yeah, Tracestin. She said she didn't know you. She said you wasn't his childhood friend or his best friend. And in parents' eyes, you not if they don't know you. If they son didn't take time to introduce you to them. Yeah, you been over their house, but you never been in their house. I said, have you ever went in their house when you came over there? in the front yard to pick up Nolan, and you dropped your car off and you hopped in the car with Warren and Nolan in them. Have you ever came in the house and shook that woman's hand or shook his dad's hand and said, how y'all doing? I'm Tracestin Shepherd. No, you never did it, because you never mentioned that you did, and they never mentioned that you did. That's why the fuck they don't know you. And then she said furthermore in the interview, she said, now, you know, if he's been his friend since now, no, she said, now, if you're talking about high school, he's probably known Nolan since high school. But to say that he's his best friend, that's pretty far. That's pretty far-fetched. You get on the interview talking down on his mom like she just lying on you. Nigga, she told the truth on you. She said exactly what the fuck you said in the interview. That's why at the end of her saying that, no, you're not Nolan's best friend, and why would you say that? Now, then she said, now, maybe he's been Nolan's friend since high school. But to say he's been his childhood friend, no, you're not his childhood friend. And you agree with that. Might have said childhood friend, but no, I didn't grow up with him. But since you moved to Ocean Springs in the 9th grade, you've known Nolan. You know Nolan. So don't for a second try to talk down on Nolan's parents, nigga. Officer Tatum asked you and Warren, if Nolan was here, what would he say? Nigga, if you was his real friend, you would be like, I wouldn't speak on what Nolan would say, because I can't tell you what he would say in a situation or an instant like this. Yeah, Nolan turning over in his grave for sure, because you talking about if Nolan could, he would dig himself up out of his grave, and he would hate what his parents is doing and the way they going about it. No, he wouldn't, nigga. Them his parents. He was the oldest. He got 2 little brothers that was sitting on the front row at the funeral and couldn't lift their fucking heads up because they was crying the whole time. Dad crying the whole time, but he gotta comfort Nolan's mom because, goddamn it, she's not only crying, she can't hold her composure. That woman wiped tears from her face his whole funeral. What it do, everybody coming in. I want y'all to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Yeah, I've been saying this. I've been saying that the folk killed Nolan. Now we got this full 911 interview that Mississippi news station WLOX released. And I appreciate them for having some insiders that could leak this damn full operator call to them. Because, like I said, the sheriff them been heard this motherfucking operation call. They been had this in as evidence when he first went missing. Because this was the first 911 call. And it wasn't about him missing. It was with the group of people that he left with. So while everybody's still coming in, we finna play a little music, y'all. I'm finna get all these audio clips together, and then we're gonna get into it. Nolan Wells is an 18-year-old starting athlete from Ocean Springs, Mississippi, that went out on a boat trip on the 4th of July this month, beginning of this month, with his friends to an island on the outskirts of Ocean Springs, Mississippi, the coast of Mississippi, called Horn Island, right? His friends came back with his phone and his keys, and they didn't come back with him. But we got the full 911 operator call, right? And you can clearly hear I know for a fact you can clearly hear the female, the young girl, saying, Nolan! Oh my God! You hear somebody calling the friend Wyatt that Warren mentions in the interview. You hear somebody say, Wyatt! Also, while Warren's on the operator call, you hear somebody saying, Warren! Like, Warren, get the fuck over here. And then he tells the operator, let me see, because she's asking him for information and registration on the boat, on his granddad's boat. Granddad named Jerry, like mine's. And he's saying he don't know the information, give him a second. But really, he's so dumb he didn't even mute the phone. He went over there talking and allowed us to hear more commotion. And it wasn't about the boat sinking. Those of you coming in, y'all like the video, subscribe to the channel. In here. Yeah. We finna get up in here and we finna bust this shit wide open. Let me roll up a blunt. Everybody, y'all get y'all drinks. Y'all get y'all cigars, y'all cigarettes, y'all blunts and shit. Y'all snacks. Get ready to sit back and relax, because we finna get up into this shit and we finna break it all the way the fuck open. Paul, I know you mad because you done heard this damn 911 call that done came out. And I told y'all, day before yesterday, I said, shit, in about 4-5 days, we'll be waking up news station outside of Warren and Mama Judge them house with the feds that ran up in there and bringing him out in cuffs for Nolan Wells murder. We real close. This phone call done leaked. Now the feds like, why we didn't have this? Oh, they busting it down now. They might come get them tomorrow. Yeah. We finna see this, and I'm glad that y'all are getting to see this. Let me roll up. Let me get my cigars.
I said my slime told me to slime that bitch out. I'ma do it for my bloods, I'ma do it for my crips, I'ma do it for my G's, I'ma do it for my Valos. If a nigga don't know me, you can bet I do. Yeah, I know myself. I'm in the fan in this idol with the motherfucking rifle. I'ma send a nigga higher. Grandma said don't play with fire. I'm a motherfucking lighter, set the flame higher. I burn a bitch nigga down like a meth fire. Make it rain in the bitch, she shake that ass like a glitch. Hurricane in the bitch, fuck some brain in the bitch. I had the bang in the bitch, like I came in my busy nigga lame in the bitch. I put you over in the ditch, now you dead in the bitch. No more laying with your bitch. No more laying with your bitch. Boy, and talk a lot of shit. He don't know I'm selling bricks. I'ma get a nigga hit like a bitch with a pimp. I'm from Memphis, I don't pimp. I sell a lot of dope like a hole on the motherfucking strip, bitch. Jones Pole, watch that motherfucking strip, bitch. I like a hole that's a motherfucking strip, bitch. I'm at the crib, watch your wife when she script, bitch. I tell them give us all the cash and make them script, bitch. You know I make a lot of cash on the strip, bitch. Ask your mama about my pal, watch it deal quick. I'm in the fan in this idol with the motherfucking rifle. I'ma send a nigga high. I don't play with fire, I'm a motherfucker. Set the flame higher. I burn a bitch nigga down like a meth fire. I'm in the fame, my sniper with them hollows hit a nigga, make him dead like he on fire. Nigga say I'm hellfire. I'm a motherfucking lighter, set the flame higher. I burn a bitch nigga down like a meth fire. Yeah, I'ma do that. My bitties and my bitches. Free my nigga leave. He do penitentiary. He just see the money. He don't see it in it. So he can't see it in it. I'm trying to see him spin it. I wanna see the nigga ball, no pass interference. I'm trying to paint the court red if the judge tripping. DD, how you feeling? Selling out when independent. And my pockets down. And so is my business. I just picked up a whole thing from Mississippi. Selling crack, saying hard back. I'm telling Jay no baby, throw that ass back. Show me where to put the Jackson at. Where see faces on a little nigga.
I got some nice big buds. M1L K89 TTV. What it do? What it do? Yeah, y'all. Come on in. Come on in. Yeah, I guess it's not a performance enhancement drug. Even though Michael Phelps was smoking weed the whole time he was swimming. Yeah, and he not black, huh? He white. Yeah. And couldn't nobody swim faster than him. Yeah, he said he smoked a blunt every time he got ready to swim. Huh? Yeah, he did. Yeah, that way. We gonna let Michael Phelps tell us whether it's an enhancement drug. We gonna let NASA, who tested out on military soldiers, we gonna let them tell us if it's an enhancement drug. I never said it was, right? But one thing I do know that it does is it allows you to expand your mind and think in a wide range instead of just thinking in your normal stage of thinking. Yeah, it does do that, huh?
Not a nation, but I roll with them. At the club like a waiter and a bartender. She made a man, she
yeah, I had to do that dance on you, boy.
I like my bitch out like
draft beer, nigga.
I sell hard beginning to end the year, nigga. If the feds watching, I'ma disappear, nigga. I'm in the fan in this idol with the motherfucker.
I'm in the infinity in this idol.
Nigga higher, I said don't play with fire. I'm a motherfucking lighter.
I burn a bitch nigga down like a meth fire.
I'm in the fan, my sniper with them hollows hit a nigga, make him dead like he on fire. Grandma said don't play with fire. I'm a motherfucking lighter.
Appreciate that, Christian. Man, KE on the track made the beat. KE on the track. He from Atlanta, the one who made the Future Magic beat. The Roscoe Dash, Rex on Rex on Rex, Rex on Rex on Rex. He made that giant. He made the Birdman, the Young Thug, Javinci beat. He made he made the Wale and Rick Ross Lotus Flower Bomb beat from Atlanta. Yeah, that's who I buy my beats from. And he sell them to me and he give me 100% copyrights. That's why I can play it on YouTube and not get flagged. All my music and the beats I rapped on, I can play them on YouTube. I can play them on our live. And when you go back and rewatch the live, every song that I played with me on it, that's a KE beat, it still be playing through the live. Now, if I play some Chris Brown or something like that, and you go back and watch the live, you're not gonna hear or see the segments where I played the Chris Brown song because they I allow YouTube to edit the video for me and take it out because they tell me I won't be able to monetize that video once my channel get monetized. I won't be able to monetize that video for any money with Chris Brown stuff in it. But every song that you hear me rap on, like the one you just heard, Methamphetamine Fire, my beats are made by KE and I buy them from him, so I own 100% copyrights. The next one you gonna hear after this is also by me, and it's also a KE beat. It's called China Dolls, and it's for all my Chinese, Japanese, Asian, Thai, all my Korean women, goddamn it, every last one of them. Yeah, cause we forget about them, don't we? Yeah, cause they all small, they got little booties, little chests. Yeah, we forget about them, don't it? Since the media putting out all these big asses and big titties and all of that type shit, got everybody wanting fake bodies and shit. Where them Chinese women, they have pride in their bodies. They definitely don't want no motherfucking fake ones. So we appreciate that. So I made a song for them called China Dolls. It's finna play right after this. I'm almost done rolling up, y'all. We finna start in a minute. Y'all grab y'all bottles, beers, all of that good stuff. You know what I'm saying? I already got my bottle and I got my beer. My favorite beer. Yeah, 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 yeah. Michelob. Michelob, yeah. The best beer in the world. Huh? Let's go.
Set the flame higher. I burn a bitch nigga down like a melt fire. Yeah. Let's go. Hasta ahí mejor. Baby.
What's up, Rusty? Yeah. Shout out Rusty Diggins. I'm seeing him in the chat now. Yeah, Rusty Diggins. Yeah, he one of our regulars. He is a chat analyst coming up in this motherfucker. What it do, Rusty? Full 911 dispatch call. When the boat was catching water, we gonna play that because Nolan was on the boat. You already know it, Rusty. You already know it. Fist pump, my guy. Yeah. And you know what I've been saying, goddamn it, all last week. That Nolan was probably on that boat and they dumped his body on the way back to Mississippi. We know now that that's true. You know what I'm saying? Well, I know. I'm finna put y'all on it so y'all can know and heard. Like I said, we got the actual full 911 call from WLOX, the news station out there in Mississippi. They leaked it because they got some insider people at the sheriff's department that bought the damn recording to them, right? They leaked it, and then the hype YouTube channel, they got it. They put it in their studios, and they actually took the operator music out of it so we could hear the voices better in the beginning. We're gonna listen to the original one first from WLOX, then we're gonna listen to theirs and hear how they let them take the music out for us to see if the things that we heard when the music was playing, we can still hear them, or can we hear them clearly? Yeah, but we finna get into it. I appreciate you for being here, Rusty.
We in Tokyo, yeah.
We in Tokyo. We in Tokyo. Ho, we in Tokyo. Yeah, this for all my China dolls. Yeah, we in Tokyo, fucking with my Chinese bitch. Yeah, my Korean bitch. Fuck the Jap and had a kid. Yeah, I don't see that bitch. You want a dick American? Stop that damn song on summer and order that fried rice with eel. I'm fresh as fuck to the hill in them Japanese New Year's. All my Japanese bitches look like that whole Kill Bill. It's 3 a.m. in Taiwan, still smoking. We not done, she choking. She not done, she slop on my knob. She say she know the song, yeah. I tell her that's 3-6 Mafia, they from where I'm from. We don't get along, yeah, we live in different zones, yeah, but we carry on. Goons in a carry-on, we fucking flight along. All my bitches out in China, baby, you enough, yeah. All my bitches out in China, you know you what's up, baby. All my bitches out in China, baby, you enough, yeah. All my bitches out in China, you know you what's up, yeah. All my bitches out in China, you know you what's up, yeah. All my bitches out in China, you know you what's up, yeah. All my bitches out in China, baby, you enough, yeah. All my bitches out in China, you know you what's up, yeah. Land in Hong Kong, that where her family from. Giant hoe put me on, like they got 34. They all in Waterstone. Yeah, that nigga gang strong. Damn, so I cipher song. Yeah. Then I get back to his daughter, she the tribal one. Yeah, I'ma pipe her up. Yeah, she gon' lighten up. Yeah, baby, hike it up. Yeah, let me see that camera toe when you want it touch. Yeah, baby, throw that ass back, bitch, do it rough. Yeah, drop it down to the floor, but not in a rush. Yeah, bitch, you a hush. Yeah, I'ma drink it up. Yeah, all my bitches out in China, baby, you enough. Yeah, all my bitches out in China, you know
sub, yeah. All my bitches out in China, baby, you enough, yeah. All my bitches out in China, you know you what's up, yeah. All my bitches out in China, you know you what's up, yeah. All my bitches out in China, you know yeah. All my bitches out in China, baby, you enough, yeah. All my bitches out in China, baby, you enough, yeah. All my bitches out in China, you know you what's up, yeah. All my bitches out in China, you know you what's up, yeah. They blast our image hole. What they know? Here I go, here I go, here I go, here I go. Drop that ass to the floor. We in Tokyo, baby. Oh, it blast I am in hole. Baby, yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What's up? What's up, la la? Yes, sir. We got one of our managing moderators in the building. She may have already been in, but I'm just seeing her come in, so I got a shout out. Shout out to my number one, I believe my very first subscriber and live supporter, Lala Go Harder, our top and number one manager, moderator. Yes, this is the supervisor. Yeah. She's over all the moderators. She lead them when we go into war with these races and these trolls. Yeah. She leads them into battle. And somehow, every time they go into battle, she lead them into battle. Every single one of them come back from battle with a victory. No cuts, bruises, scratches, bullet scrapes, gunshots. They don't have nothing when they come back. But the opposition's flag and a big ass victory. So shout out to all my moderators. Let's put our hands together for them. Yeah, that way. Now, we finna get ready to start, y'all. And I'm going to start it off because I got to roll up. I'm going to start it off with a reaction, right? We finna put everybody on the same note. I'm going to start it off with the reaction from the legendary rapper, the legendary American rapper, for those of you who are from overseas and other countries, Plies. Yeah. He's a legendary rapper here in the U.S., here in the States. He actually heard about this case probably around the time it first started, but he just started paying attention to it because he said looking in this shit, and he's still hearing the same thing 3 weeks later. He's still hearing about it. It's still on the front of his phone when he opened it up on the news outlets, apps and shit like that. So he just gave us his point of view. I want everybody to hear his point of view, and then we're gonna go back in to the actual full audio, right? And we're gonna start off with the raw one from WLOX, and then we're gonna get into the one from the Hype channel, where they actually put it in the studio and took out all that extra sound in the beginning, the music and everything, to where we can just hear voices. Now, some of the voices are still staticky, right? But we got a nice, crisp Bluetooth monitor and studio monitor that we're going to listen to it through to get it as clear as possible, right? Let's start off with Plies, what he had to say. Okay.
Just real quick, now I know a lot of y'all been following this whole Nolan Wells thing way longer and more in depth than me. I
Yeah.
ain't took the time to dive in it, but at some point I am and give y'all my honest
Fuck is
opinion
my
on it.
cigars at?
But I was just on the plane and I seen like 2 clips. I guess it just was intended for me to see it. But it was one video they showed. They were just panning, I guess Horn Island, showing y'all the boats and the people and shit who was at Horn Island that day. And I say, shit. You see all the flags and shit on all the boats. I say, shit, man, this is a rally. This is like a rally to me. Shit, I don't know what it looked like to y'all. I said, man, this is like a rally. And I already know what some people gonna say. Oh, them just people who love their country and with the American flag. Listen, I love my country too. But it's just like I tell people about that American flag today means something totally different to me
Love you too,
than
Lala.
it meant when I was in elementary. When I was in elementary, they used to make us stand up, put our hand over our heart, and sing the Pledge of Allegiance. What they told me that flag stood for back then, and how I feel when I see the American flag today, it's two different things. It's like when I just see the Confederate flag hanging off the back of that pickup truck. It told me all I needed to know about that mother pickup truck. I know that.
And see, Plies, he be back and forth from Florida to Texas. He got homes in Texas. So like I told y'all, when I went to damn Texas, Houston, Texas, after Obama got elected, how they all got their Confederate flags on the roofs of their cars and trucks, and they got racist slurs wrapped in the back of their window because they got a freedom of speech law there that allows them to do that. And I don't see how black people even be able to live around that. Yeah, I go to Texas all the time, but I never live in Texas, right? Ply live out there. You heard what he just said? It's just like when I see that Confederate flag on the back of that motherfucker's truck. I don't really know who he is. I know when they pan through them damn boats, he saw the video where they pan through the boats to show all how many boats and how many people was on Horn Island. A couple of them boats didn't have American flags. A couple of them black flags with skulls and 2 swords. He said he don't even know what that stands for. I'm gonna tell y'all what it stands for. It stands for that they are a pirate. And what do pirates do? Pirates rob other boats, other ships. Yeah. They might just pull up on your black ass while you out there on the rob the shit out of you. Give us everything. Phones, all of that shit. Radios, all of that shit. Yeah. Boat radios are worth a lot of money, and they can take yours, kill you, leave you stranded and dead, and sell your radio to somebody else. Yeah, they got a couple of grand off there for sure. Plus whatever else they took from you, credit cards, all that. That's what pirates do. Yeah, they hit motherfucking military ships and rob military ships. Yeah, take whatever they can take. Sneak on that motherfucker while they sleep. Get past the motherfucking guards, the motherfucking Navy SEALs that's on motherfucking night duty, night shift. Get past them, goddammit, and steal whatever they can. Food, everything off that motherfucking ship and get out of there. By the time they find out the next day when they do their inventory count that shit is missing and shit, and they run the motherfucking ship cameras back, they see that they was hit by some pirates. Yeah, pirates still exist. They just robbed the military now. Yeah, they robbed the military ships now because they so big. It's like robbing a mansion. The motherfucker be living in these big ass mansions. A motherfucker might be in their house robbing them. Like 6ix9ine, they had niggas all up in the mansion. On the other side, robbing his mom, got her on the floor, and 6ix9ine was in the mansion and didn't even know his mom. It was robbers in there, came through the garage and had his mama in the other part of the house being robbed. So he came down the motherfucking stairs looking for his mom in the other part of the house and ran into the robbers. That shit crazy, ain't it? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, pirates still exist. But Ply saw that. He like, this look like a rally. And my voice so like, this look like a rally. Then my voice lighted a motherfucker. Shout out to Plies. I appreciate this one, bro.
To me, it did. And then I went a step further. I said, man, let me look at some of the goddamn, let me screenshot some of these flags. Let me see what kind of flags even hanging in there. Look at this flag right now. Shit ain't no motherfucking way. And my skull, I don't know what that even means. And skull head, blind.
That mean they are pirates, bro.
And then TMZ, I see the 911 call they put out. I listened to the 911 call. This fucked me up. Where the
Hey, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, what?
Yeah, what?
Yeah, what? That lady said, can you hear me? Yeah, what? Shit. Well, I know what nice sound like, and I know what not nice sound like too. And then on the same call, he said he's singing, the boat singing. She said, sir, you need us to get the National Coast Guard out there. No, don't send no guard. Huh? Bitch, and you singing? Bitch, if I'm singing, send any guard. Bitch, send a security guard. Bitch, any guard. No way you singing. She asked you, do you want her to send the National Coast Guard? You say, no, don't send. Man, ain't no way.
Reporting live from Myers Club, Fight Plus News.
Reason why he didn't want the Coast Guard is because Nolan dead. You heard on the beginning of the call, reason why. Nolan dead. The operator answered the call and never paid attention to that. She never paid attention to it. All the shit they were saying while she was answering the call, she wasn't paying attention to it. She was just trying to get their attention. So let me see.
I didn't come down here, do anything other but to get the truth. Get you killed.
Okay, that's not the one.
Reporting live from Myers Club, Fight Plus News. I'm Janava.
Now, y'all, I want y'all to listen to this carefully. Those of you who coming in, y'all come on in. I want y'all to listen to this carefully. I'm going to play it all the way through because I'm still trying to find my shit. I'm going to play it all the way through, and then I'm going to play it again, and we're going to break it the fuck down. I'm not listen, if you on the water and you call 911, that operator is gonna ask you, who do you need? And when you tell her that you on the water, she's gonna refer you to the dispatch for the water. Okay? All of them work in the same place. They all work at the police station. If you ever been in a police station, there's a dispatch room with tinted windows where you can barely see in that hole. Right? But if it's nighttime, they got all the lights cut off in there and just their computer screens on. When you walk past that damn door room with the windows, you'll be able to see that everybody got on the headset, everybody at a computer, they answering calls. Right? So the dispatch for 911, all of them work in the same place. When I transfer you, I'm just transferring you to a couple of desks over because they work for dispatch on the water. They're going to be able to contact. They got contact for the Coast Guard and shit in their computer. I got contacts for police, ambulance, and all of that shit in my computer. Right? But they also have like the fire department, because anywhere that there's water, they fire departments not only have fire trucks and paramedics, ambulance, they also have helicopters to where the fire department's paramedics can respond to something on water. Yeah, but any dispatch you talk to is going through 911 unless you call them straight on the walkie-talkie. That's why when you see it on the news, when you see it highlighted, when you see this call, it's highlighted as 911 dispatch. If you didn't know that, any dispatch except for trucking companies, because trucking companies have their own dispatch people inside the trucking company. Any dispatch, it's a 911 call. Unless you calling them straight off your walkie-talkie. You heard it on her, right? So it's like they found out, it's like Nolan died, right? Some kind of way, right? Maybe somebody mickeyed him or dropped something in his drink and it killed him, right? They finding out all of this. Warren seeing this while he's on the phone. That's why he's slick, mad, and irritated while the operator is trying to get information from her. But she's only trying to help you. But then at the same time, you're trying to think of how they finna cover this shit up, right? After he get off the phone with her, she dispatches out to the water service, marine service, right? The rescue team, right? And she lets them know, hey, look, he needs towing. But it sounds like a lot of kids on the boat. They young. And then this is what the towing company said. Oh, well, and she said he don't know in the account number, the membership number, or anything like that. And then he said, okay, this sounds like I just talked to his grandfather. She said, he said like grandfather's name, Jerry such and such. She said, oh yeah, that's who boat it is. He said, I just talked to the grandfather. The grandfather told me that they was all right. They didn't need the National Guard or anything. But if they needed National Guard or towing assistance, that they would give me a call back. So I think that they got it taken care of. This is what the towing folks telling the dispatch woman, right? So she like, all right, okay. But yeah, I told y'all what happened. And I told y'all last week, I said, yeah, in about 3-4 days, sometime next week, we'll be hearing the feds seeing WLOX in front of Warren and Mama Judge house 3, 4, 5 in the morning, busting in that bitch, arresting Warren, bringing him out in cuffs, and everybody else who had something to do with it. Now WLOX got somebody that's they got somebody basically an inside person that's working for the sheriff's office that leaks information to them. And they done got this person to be able to leak the full 911 call. Now, if you the feds and you listened to this, I told y'all another thing. Everybody like, especially the trolls like, why they haven't arrested them yet if they did it? I said, when the feds come after you, they get everything they can. That way, when they get you, it's no way you're going to get out. I said, plus the feds probably allowing them to take these interviews. So when it's time for them to arrest them for the murder, they can treat them hostile in the interview because they done already lied and they done called a lie. Right? They been had the lie. They said the feds is here to analyze all phone calls, text messages, and all of that shit. But see, we hadn't heard the full 911 call yet. And if you listen to this full 911 call, This is a call that has to be analyzed. They have to take out the holding music off of dispatch's line so they can be able to hear every single piece of evidence that's in the background. The young female voice that said, Nolan! Oh my God! Yeah, they need to be able to take that music off top of her voice so they can really, for 100% know that she said Nolan. Because the first thing the district attorney gonna argue is she could have said Poland. She could have said Folding. She could have said anything besides Nolan that rhymes with Nolan. The call was distorted and sound. That's what the DA, the prosecutor, would say. I mean, her legal defense would say against the prosecutor. Those of you coming in, y'all like the video, subscribe to the channel. Let me go and play this for y'all, and then we gonna get into it.
CISO Assistance, Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
Oh my God. Let me rewind that. Turn it up. That music, dun, 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 that's the holding music on the operator line. So don't worry about it. They're going to take it out soon.
Live from Myers Club, Fight Plus News, I'm Janava.
CISO Assistance, Vicky speaking. How can I help you? Of course. How far is the word coming up, sir?
Breaking news coming out of Mississippi. A little over 20 days after Nolan Wells' disappearance and death, there now appears to be a major break in the case that the public is finally hearing. Yesterday, we will release an extended version of the audio call his friends would make to the Cito company when they alleged they were having issues with their boat and was sinking.
Okay, how many adults on board?
There are 0 adults on board.
There's nobody on board the boat?
No. Nobody here is over the age of 21.
You heard
Sir,
Adam
that was
too.
not the question.
Now, this version we shared.
You heard? He said, no, she said, no one's on board. No adults on board. No. No one on here is over 21. See how Warren always volunteer information that's not needed? He did that in the interviews. I said he's incriminating himself. You heard what she said because she heard him getting hostile. She heard the hostility in his voice. No one here over 18. Sir, I didn't ask you that. Sir, that wasn't the question. Like, what are you talking about, my guy? You mad? Are you mad?
Originally obtained by TMZ, would only capture when you first hear the driver of the boat speak with the operator. Now, late Saturday night, local outlet WLOX would go on to release a completely unedited version of the call provided by the Mississippi Department of Maritime Resources. And in the first few seconds appears for some that not only Wells was on the boat with his friends when they left Horn Island, that he also appeared to have passed away amongst them. At the top of the call, while hold music played, you can hear panic from an unidentified young woman who appears to say Nolan, followed by, oh my God. Now, as the driver of the boat tries to explain the situation regarding the boat itself, you would then hear a male voice in the background seemingly yell, wake up, wake the F up.
Oh my God.
CISO Assistance, Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our village pump stopped work.
You see how he trying to talk over everybody? Hey, we're at the... Probably got his mouth all the way up to the phone because he know they loud. And he can't really focus because of what the fuck done conspired. I told y'all, Nolan died on the way back and they dumped his body. Did I not say that, la? Did I not say that day before yesterday? When we was listening to Tracestin Shepard's fucking interview, the 4th interview with Officer Tatum. Officer Dick Riding Tatum. Yeah, I said that. I said, and they didn't go back home like he told Officer Tatum and eat and fall asleep because we were all drunk and tired. I said, no. All of they ass, all 20 to 30, even though it was 7 on the boat, you know what I'm saying? Because he changed it from, it was just them four, Nolan and him and the other 2 white boys that was in the boat, that we all thought it was just them in the group. He changed it in Officer Tatum interview. Officer Tatum. Yeah, he changed it in that interview and said we took 3 boats and it was 20 to 30 of us. I said, so it was a lot of young folks that witnessed this shit. They had to go back to the crib, and for 5 hours they worked on what their story was gonna be. Then, with his guilty conscience, he couldn't call Tracestin. He texted him. And he asked him, have you seen Nolan? This was to cover his ass. We just heard them folks say Nolan on the boat, so on y'all way back, so we know Nolan was there for sure. Now, I already told y'all Nolan was there. I mean, just analyzing the situation. Nobody saw anything at the island. Why nobody saw anything at the island? Because this shit didn't happen to Nolan at the island. Why did Nolan's body wash back up to the island? Because they dumped this body in the water closer to the island than to the Mississippi shore. If they would have dumped it closer to the Mississippi shore, to them docks that they pulled up on, his body would have probably floated up on them docks. And then his body is near their boat. It ain't no way they can get themselves out of the situation. It took his body a day to float back to that island from where they dumped it. Yeah, it took his body a fucking full day. And I told y'all. And I told my Blockstar analyst, my chat analyst, I told him, I said, look, when this shit come out in 3-4 days from now, 4-5 days from now, when the feds come pick up Warren, we gonna have a celebration, and we gonna be able to say to the whole motherfucking YouTube, every media outlet and social media outlet, we gonna be able to tell them, nigga, go back when we first started on this case and analyzed it for the first week. By the end of the first week, we already knew what happened. We already had this on lock. I told people we don't say allegedly here because we really analyze this shit like detectives and the feds would do. We take every fucking situation, every piece of evidence, every phone call. We put all of that shit together, and then we come up, just like they do with the whiteboard, we come up with 5 to 6 different scenarios of what could have happened with the evidence that we already know. And I said, all 5 of them is not true, but guaranteed one of them is going to be true. And that scenario that we came up with, where they dumped his body on the way back and went to the house and deliberated for 4 to 5 hours, because they pulled the boat back up at 5:31, 5:32. Their boat was docked and back on the back of the truck. They went to the house. They didn't eat or fall asleep. Couldn't fall asleep. They had this shit on their conscience. Watch this. Let me show y'all how they didn't fall asleep. The dad said that he went over them 4 house. You know who came out the back? Sleep, acting arrogant and shit. Because he hadn't had no sleep for 3 to 4 hours. He didn't sleep when he came home. If he would have slept, he wouldn't have been asleep the next morning when motherfucking Nolan's dad came over looking for his keys. Remember? Dad said he was offended because he came straight out the room, waking up and shit, talking about I'm one of Nolan's best friends. I would never do anything to hurt Nolan. I said, see, and his dad never even asked him that. But that's the first piece of information he volunteered when the dad asked him for Nolan's keys, that he know is there. So his dad said, Nolan's dad said, I had to step back outside. And he stood outside while the other friend, which is most likely Wyatt, because I heard them call Wyatt on the boat, so we know Wyatt was one of them 7 people. Wyatt. And then later on in the operator call, you hear somebody call Warren while he's on the phone. Warren. Yeah, they need help flipping the body over. Flipping the body over the motherfucking edge of the boat into the water. Yeah, made it back, made that plan, text Tracestin. He said no. He immediately told Tracestin he gonna call the National Guard. Why? Why is that the first thing you think? I thought you left him with Katie, I said. Huh? He asked Tracestin for the main mom number. I don't know how he got it. He said he called a couple of more friends. Probably Javon. Javon probably gave it to him, but he never mentioned that he called Javon, right? He called the mom at 11 p.m. and asked her have she seen Nolan. And she said, no, he was with you guys, right? He told her, no, we left at 3. Then he told her, don't panic, but I'm going to call the National Guard. Why? Why? What makes you think that he didn't make it back? If y'all leaving him was so safe because there was so many people on the island. What makes you think that he didn't make it back is what the FBI and the detectives is gonna. Why do you say that right off the bat? And you stick to it. In Officer Tatum interview, you just fucked yourself off. You stick to it. We got Tracestin Shepard. He the 5th interview because Officer Dick Ryden Tatum, Officer Hatem, interviewed Warren 4 times. So it's a part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4. The part 5, Tracestin come on there to clear his name. Now Tracestin, he might have not had anything to do with it. But he want us to believe that they done made it this far, 3 weeks, and still ain't came up with no answers. The sheriff department, he want us to believe, Tracestin want us to believe that he don't know what happened. Nobody told him. He don't know what happened. Nobody told him. But he do say, yeah, he texted me, and then he said such and such. And then he said that he was gonna call the National Guard, and then he said, I said, why would you call the National Guard? He's probably just with some female. He's probably with some female. He's probably with Katie. The first thing I thought, why didn't you think of that? Right? And then he said, he's like, nah, I'm just going to call the National Guard. Why after he tell you that he's probably with some female or laid up with Katie, you still tell him, nah, I'm just going to call the National Guard? Is it because you know that he wasn't with Katie? Yeah. That's what. But then I commented down below in Officer Hatem's chat when Tracestin said that. I said, Tracestin, did you ask him why was he finna call the National Guard? Because he never asked. Tracestin never asked him. And maybe he was emotional and thinking about his friend. But now, hold on. Then again, he couldn't have been. Because they don't know that he don't know that something is wrong. He don't know that Nolan is dead right now. Right, but he had a whole bunch of holes in this story. He say he don't know the guy he got the fighting with, but he done had words with him before, and he like this is a guy that everybody, like, he's white, right? So that means Warren them know him. And this is what I said in the chat. I said, so you didn't know the dude that you got to fighting with, but he's a familiar face to you because you had some words with him before. But you know Warren and all of those guys, and since you got the fighting on the beach, which the fight was a talk also in the town, besides Nolan's death and disappearance. Having now one of these white kids come to you when you've been around them and told you who the fuck dude name was that you got to fight with. So I'm trying to figure out why you didn't want to mention this name on the Officer Tatum interview. Huh? And why you didn't, you said you seen Nolan and you said something slick to him about Katie, but you never said what you said slick to him about Katie. You got to fighting with the dude because you're an abusive little boy. You was arguing with your girl because she was getting on your ass about something that you did wrong. You got some of her shit wet that fell out the boat with your drunk ass. You start arguing with her and start getting real aggressive. Start getting real aggressive. And this white boy was just coming up to you to tell you, hey man, like calm down. Like it's the 4th of July. Don't talk to her like that. That's your girl. Don't talk to her like that in front of everybody. And you get mad at him and then want to fight him, but you don't know his name. We don't believe that. Let's get back into it, y'all. I want y'all to hear this full dispatch.
We're thinking, can y'all please tell me we have a membership?
All right, of course. How far is the water coming up, sir?
Now, of course, due to the conversations in the background not taking place a part of the actual call, the way some are hearing this could be challenged by those who choose not to see it that way. Now, as an attempt to better make out the background chaos, we will remove the hold music at the beginning in an edited version.
To connect you.
Okay. Oh my God.
Detail assistant, Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our village pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership.
All right, of course. How far is the water coming, sir?
Now, to note, we as well personally can't help but to hear what many are now picking up, as well as potential's final moments, now that this version of the toll call has been released. Now, for some, as the call continued, there appeared to be other questionable moments in the background for listeners, as the boat driver, identified as Wyatt Pyron, continued to speak with the operator. Like at the end of the call, when you would hear the called sea tow captain express that he got a direct call from the grandfather Pyron, who would tell him that a tow was no longer needed. This for some would be the beginning of a cover-up to minimize witnesses.
Hi, Captain Seth. This is Vicky from International. How you doing today?
Doing good. How are you?
Good, good. I apologize ahead of time. I really do. You're going to have a fee for service come up under Jerry.
Okay.
It sounds like a bunch of kids on board on Horn Island. He's letting me know that his father's a member, but he can't give me any information. And he's saying the boat is sinking, and he's on Horn Island. It's just unfortunate. He's just a kid. There's a lot going on. So
right.
He said there's about a lot of people on board. He says he thinks about 7. I'm guessing they're all under 18.
Okay.
And I'm not trying to be rude. He wants you guys to go out there and unpump the boat and then tow it in.
Do you know what kind of boat it is?
He said a Triton 24-footer, but that's all he can give me.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I just actually got off the phone with his grandpa, who I'm guessing is the owner of the boat, and he said that Jerry. Yeah, he said.
Okay.
I just hung up with him. He said that they don't need any help right now, but if something changes, he'll call me back. So.
Right.
I'm guessing that they may have figured it out, because that's what he said. So they're in a panic and their boat won't crank.
Yeah, they're in a panic.
Since the beginning of this case, many have questioned Wells's friend's story, as many things appeared inconsistent throughout, and those online will call out the entire situation as being a cover-up of the death of another black teen in Mississippi. So what happens next? Given that this call is now officially...
Lala, what I need you to do is take Paul out of our motherfucking chat. and suspended his ass. My nigga. My nigga. Don't ever talk about no women on this motherfucking channel, my nigga. Especially Lala. Stop fucking playing with me, bruh. Yeah, Lala, get his ass up out of here. Stupid ass nigga. You don't talk about the women in this channel. I don't give no fuck if they a part of the chat, my nigga. I don't give no fuck if they a regular. All women are queens here, my nigga, so we respect them all. We respect them all. You just crossed the line, nigga. I gave her an introduction. I said managing moderator. She is the supervisor, nigga. That means she over all the moderators, dummy. But she got the most power, dummy. Yeah, Rusty, I get triggered over all of that shit, bro. Anytime it's about a woman, a girl, any kind of female, we don't do that here on my channel. We don't talk about women. We will get on some niggas' asses, though. Yeah. We'll talk about the men. Goddamn it, a man talk about me. You heard me? We'll go back and forth. I allow him to stay up in the chat for a little while so I can roast his ass. And the chat can join in. But we do not disrespect women on this page, my guy. At all. We don't. So if you a woman disrespecter, which means you most likely a woman abuser, we gonna get you the fuck up out of here. You got a problem with anything I'm saying about respecting women here on this channel, we gonna get you the fuck up out of here. Yeah, nigga, it's women in the chat that ain't even commenting, nigga, and they see you talking bad about a woman. Nigga, they shouldn't have to see that, nigga. Because if you feel that way about one woman, you most likely feel that way about any woman you come into touch with or interact with. You most likely feel that way about all women. Yeah, look at them women abusers hopping their ass on out of this motherfucking live. Yeah, get y'all ass up out of here. We don't want to see y'all here. For all my women, again, y'all are beautiful. Y'all are queens. My young women, beautiful queens. I have a wife and 2 daughters, 12 and 11. Y'all are fucking queens. And don't y'all let no nigga tell y'all any difference. Don't let no nigga tell y'all otherwise. Women, y'all are beautiful. Shit, if men could do this shit by themselves, God would have never pulled one of Adam's ribs and gave him a woman, gave him a you. To all my women. Yeah, it don't matter what a motherfucker say about you. No. From Blockstar Image Analytics, you are beautiful. No matter how you look. No matter how God made you, you are beautiful. Everybody is made in a piece of his image. Yeah, back to you, Lala. Yeah. All of y'all are beautiful. And we not gonna let y'all get no disrespect here. No disrespect here. Yeah, every woman that come into the chat, she gonna be able to sit in this motherfucker comfortably and get the information or news or entertainment that she need without her being offended. Just like that. Let's hear what else this bitch ass nigga Warren had to say.
22 days old. We're certain the local officials and investigators have examined it by now. And given that agencies like the FBI are involved, we can also be certain that they have the resources to completely clean distorted audio with specialized forensic audio tools that can isolate speech. Now, according to reports, the FBI has perfected this ability in the 1960s as a way to improve distorted speech from wiretaps, 911 calls, and
I just told y'all. I said, that's why FBI came from Washington. I said, because they can do a much better job, but they got to get on FBI of Mississippi The FBI branch in Mississippi, they got to get on their ass. Because they been had this call. I said, they not just there to get cell phone and text messages, because the mom of them hadn't even gave the motherfucking cell phone to the sheriff's department when the feds first came, saying that they was doing calls and all this shit. Tracestin, the interview you did with ABC, Good Morning America, that was over the phone. That's one of the calls that they analyzed. Now we know that the first operator call, the first 911 operator call for CTO assistance, we got the full call. We know for a fact that these folks is definitely breaking this motherfucking call down. And they looking for their white girl. She gotta be scared. God damn it, it's $125,000 up for grabs, and she ain't came out in the opening and got that damn $125,000 yet. Damn, $125,000 can't buy your statement. The evidence that you got, and seeing Nolan dead on that boat, this ain't no AI shit. Yeah, my chat would tell you. My chat analyst would tell you. I don't fuck with that AI shit. That photo shit that don't show no motherfucking face. They said that was Nolan standing on the back of the boat, bent over with his back to the camera. Nigga, I don't know if that's Nolan. They said it was multiple black people. It wasn't a lot of black people, but it was more than just Nolan, Tracestin, and Javon. Right? So say it's 10 black people. What I said was, you mean to tell me it was about 10 black people, which still ain't a lot. But it's a bigger amount than 3, right? And 10 black people standing in a massive crowd of white people. It don't matter if it is 1,000. You're going to be able to point out every black person that's in that crowd, no matter where the fuck they standing. So that's what I said. How the fuck didn't nobody see this black person get hurt, injured, murdered, pass out? And maybe because it was 7 or more than 7 people before they left on that motherfucking boat, and they was all surrounding him to the point where motherfuckers just, when you look over and there's commotion everywhere, and you look over here because you hear some new folks yelling, and you see them standing around in a circle on their boat, and you on your boat, you just like, oh, okay, that's their ass over there. What if they all surrounding a dead body? You wouldn't really know. Because it's so much commotion, and it is 4th of July. They could be celebrating. They could be on some weird shit, standing in a circle instead of sitting down in a circle passing the blunt. You know what I'm saying? They could be doing anything. Could be pulling a fight apart. We don't know. Maybe that nigga that told Nolan to get on the boat, like I said, Warren was in an interview with Dick Riding Tatum, Officer Tatum, and he said his friend told Nolan to come get on the boat, right? Nolan, get the fuck on the boat. And watch this, y'all. Maybe Nolan came up to that boat, left Katie and said, hey, I'm finna go back to the boat. Maybe he walked up to that boat and confronted that nigga like, hey, bro, yeah, I'm gonna get on the boat, but nigga, ask me, nigga, don't ever come to me like that. Now, I ain't never disrespected you, don't disrespect me. And they got into a tussle, and the nigga got on top of him and choked him out. And they pulled him off of him. When they pulled him off of him, and somebody might have slapped their face, said, Nolan, get up, wake up. And he didn't wake up, and the female said, Nolan! While he's calling, because the boat is flooding. That's why the friend was, he said, what's his name? Warren said his friend was kind of frustrated. He said, Nolan, get the fuck on the boat. And he said, he was kind of aggressive because he was frustrated about the boat. Maybe Nolan got on the boat and got into it with that nigga, and the nigga was he slipped up, and the nigga got on top of him and choked him. That's why they got his neck. He choked him like that. They finally pulled him off of Nolan. I'm just saying, this could have happened. We putting it on the whiteboard right now. We at the FBI headquarters. We putting this on the whiteboard. From the operator call, right? This is what we analyzing from the operating call in the fourth interview that Warren Hudson took with Officer Dick Riding Tatum. Just think about it. In the interview, he told him, my friend called Nolan, and this is how I'm gonna help y'all remember for those of you who were here. When he said that, I said, this nigga ain't called Nolan his friend not once. Every time he referred to Nolan, it's Nolan. Every time he referred to one of his white boys, it's friend. He don't never call their name, but he constantly calling Nolan name. In the interview, he said, yeah, man, my friend told Nolan, like, nigga, I thought Nolan was your motherfucking friend. Yeah, man, my friend told Nolan, like, hold on, y'all. I got some motherfucking lake bugs over here. Beetles that be on the lake and shit. They be trying to come fuck with me. Alright, so he said Nolan, his friend told Nolan multiple times. It's like yelling at him like, man, get the fuck on the boat. Nolan, get the fuck on the boat. Nolan, are you coming? Because we're leaving fucking now, or we're fucking leaving now. He said, yeah, my friend was talking like that because he was kind of already frustrated because of the problems that we were having with the boat. But everyone knows Nolan decided to stay with Katie. But Nolan, you never said Nolan yelled out to him, I'm going to stay with Katie. When you recalled the story, you said, Nolan said, I'm going to stay here. Nah, I thought y'all said he said we're going to stay with Katie. See, that's another slip up right there that you told Warren. And you were just saying that because you probably realized right then in the interview that you told about your friend being kind of hostile towards Nolan. Nolan is an athlete, my nigga. He's very healthy. He can take on any nigga. And this was probably the day that he was finna take this guy on. And fucking got on that boat, you know, a little tipsy. And the nigga charged at him. And see, white boys, I ain't never seen one fight fair. If they not from the hood, they don't know how to start off with throwing their fists. When they start off a fight and they are mad, if you black, nigga, you better get down low and get you a stance because they gonna run into you and tackle you right off the back. You'll think they'll come up. See, a black boy come up and he mad and he running towards you saying, ah, by the time he get up to you, he gonna be throwing them hoes. See, but if a white boy get mad at you and he say, ah, and he start running towards you, my nigga, he trying to fucking tackle you. He trying to run into you and get you real low, get you on your back on the ground. That way he has the advantage. If he can run it, if he can surprise you, run into you, and tackle you straight to the ground and get his head from under your arms, because that's where he gonna put it at when he tackle you, and he gonna put his shoulder into your motherfucking six-pack, into your abdomen, which is gonna hurt when he hit that motherfucker into the, yeah, like he tackling you, right? When he tackle you on the ground, if he can get his head from under his shoulder, like if he hurt you enough to where you couldn't tighten your arm up around his head when you fall back, he got you. Because that rage that's in him is still in him. If he hurt you and you focused on your chest because you can't reach up and grab it and rub it, he gonna beat your face in because of the rage that's already in him. And he got the advantage. He's on top of you now. Any white boy I ever seen fight that can fight, that done won a fight or beat the fuck out of a motherfucking one, that's how he did it. He was already pissed. Black boy took his shirt off, white boy took his shirt off, and then the raging white boy, whoever he was fighting, whether he was fighting a white boy or a black boy, he let his opponent take his shirt off first, then he take his shirt off, hitting his chest and shit. Ah! Nick! Huh? Ah! And boy, when he start charging at you, if he surprise you, he gonna catch you. If he don't surprise you and you ready for it, if you black, you might just jump to the side and fuck, hit him in the neck, make him fall over. Right? But if he charging at somebody, just think about it, y'all. If a white boy is mad at Nolan, right, because Nolan stood up to him, and he started charging at Nolan not gonna jump out the way if he can, like a regular black boy. Those of you who coming in, like the video and subscribe to the channel, you know why? Because Nolan is a star wide receiver. So he made to catch a ball, take his focus off a motherfucker that's running with him, catch a ball, and take a hit. So maybe Nolan thinking he could take this hit, but he can't. Nigga, you on a boat, nigga. A lot of sharp edges and shit. You know what I'm saying? It don't matter how big this motherfucker is. A lot of sharp edges and shit. Slippery ass flow, like it feel like a pool flow. If he hits you, attacking you while you're on this boat, with you not thinking, he's gonna be able to get you down. You're gonna slip right up. With the lightest push, you will slip up and fall and hit your ass, be able to catch yourself. But a forceful tackle, motherfucker might have tackled him and the back of his neck and the back of his head hit the boat, like hit the boat float, right there where you step up to step off the back of the boat where the motor at and the opening at behind the motor. His shit could have, as soon as he stepped on it and stepped down, nigga tackled him, he could have slipped up and straight up hit his neck on the corner of the step, and the back of his head hit the step. Right? And he laid there for a minute. And here go the blood pooling. The girl like, Nolan! Oh my God! Didn't expect that one. And then y'all tell the operator that y'all been drinking and that nobody is over 21. But when this shit happened, y'all all gonna cover it up. Cause the first thing y'all drunk ass thinking is, we'll all go to jail because we were drunk and we're not 21. But y'all told the woman y'all had been drinking. And he said, no one's over 21. She said, I didn't ask you that. Sir, I didn't ask you that question. Getting real hostile. Come on, y'all.
covert body wires. Now, in what we unveiled is the case, and we all have now witnessed that Nolan was back on the boat that day where he potentially lost his life. Many individuals can now face consequences, like all of his friends who were on the boat that never gave Wells' family and authorities the truth and potentially helped get rid of his body. The stepmother of Warren Hudson, Judge Ashley Cole, who would push potential false statements. The grandfather Wyatt Pyron, who looks to have helped his grandson avoid serious consequences. The adults who supplied the teens with alcohol, causing them to potentially make terrible decisions that day. And local law enforcement for failing to aggressively move forward on making arrests when there were signs early on, like Exhibit A, picture of Nolan and his underage friends drinking. And more specifically for Sheriff John Ledbetter for expressing he didn't see any signs of foul play before an autopsy was even conducted. This recent update not only could highlight criminal bias, but also media bias because, again, this audio is over 20 days old, but for some reason, none of the major outlets played it in its entirety, which would have captured the slurred speech by Pyron, the boat's driver, thus potentially incriminating him of boating under the influence, which again is against maritime law, as well as capturing him stating that none of the occupants of the boat were over 21 years old, the legal drinking age in Mississippi.
Okay,
How many
what's
adults
going
on board?
There are 0 adults on board.
There's nobody on board the boat?
No. Nobody
right.
here is over the age of 21.
Sir, that was not the question.
On Thursday, Mississippi District Attorney Angel Miles McIlrath would speak out about the case and would defend the pace of the investigation as it would now be presented to a grand jury when it's complete.
I understand the public's urgency to know what happened.
No, look. Remember, that's these folks saying, like, the YouTubers and shit, this is a YouTube channel, right? So the YouTubers saying that this is Wyatt. They saying that this is the other friend that called, the other friend, the other white boy, I can't remember his name. They saying that it's him who called Cito. But we already know that there was fucking Warren calling Cito, because Warren took the interview with Officer Tatum and he said exactly what he said on the operator call. Officer Tatum and them folks ass already, they took the interview. He said, so when you made the 911 call to Cito and spoke with the operator, why did y'all say that y'all didn't need them? Yeah, so we know that this is Warren. This is not nobody else. Don't believe what you hear. Everybody knew that's coming in. Don't believe what you hear, right? If they saying that this is Wyatt or somebody else, right? This ain't fucking Wyatt. This ain't the other white boy. This ain't nobody on here talking to the operator except for Warren. Warren is operating the boat. Because they believe he know more about the boat, which when he talks about boats, you can tell he know more about the boat. When he talks about the water areas and shit like that on the water in the island, Horn Island and the other islands that's next to it, you can tell that this nigga be on the boat more than anybody and he know the area. So that's why they called him while he was on the damn operating call. Somebody say, Warren, on the full operating call. Somebody say, Warren. Yeah, they called him right off the bat. Because, nigga, you on the phone calling these folks. Nigga, we need you over here, nigga. What should we do? And you hear somebody call Wyatt. You hear them call Wyatt name first. Wyatt freaking out. He probably standing next to Warren while Warren's making the call like, they like, Wyatt. He must have left. Then a couple of seconds later, you hear them calling Warren. Warren! Man, this shit ain't no joke. let me see something right quick. Let me see. I'm trying to see where the actual one at from WLOX news channel.
I didn't come down here, do anything other.
That's not it. Hold on, give me a second, y'all. I'm sorry. That's not it. Hold on, give me a second, y'all. I'm sorry. Okay, I almost got it. This is the call from the, this is the recording from the actual, yes, thank you. Eric, the other boy name is Eric. Yep. That's who they were saying. Eric. You know what I'm saying? Some YouTube podcasters were saying this is Eric when he made the call. Or this was Wyatt when he made the call. Them niggas didn't make the call. It was Warren who made the call. Nolan's so-called best friend. Because we found out in the Officer Tatum interviews that Warren was the only friend, only white boy that was Nolan's friend from out the group, from out of the picture that we saw. Yeah, Warren, whose mama is Mama Judge. Yeah, we call her Mama Judge here on this channel. Yeah, he was the one who made the call. Let me see. Okay. History. Yeah, this the one.
All right, unless you have a membership number.
Okay, y'all. Now, even the one that we just heard, right? That wasn't the full one. Like, we finna hear every fucking thing. Everything. From the very beginning, when they first start playing the holding music, and she comes on. We're gonna play that shit a couple of times, though, because we really want to try to hear everything we can or see what we can actually hear, right? We working off the tablet. Here we go.
To connect you.
I gotta turn this shit up, y'all. It's not loud enough. Like at the very beginning, they doing a lot of talking, and you could tell that they scrambling and they scrambling and shit. Like they like, what the fuck? All right.
To connect you.
Detail assistance, Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our village pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership.
All right, of course. How far is the water coming up, sir? Can you give me a description? Ankles? Hello?
Hey,
Yes, how far is the water coming up, sir?
it's coming up. We're just sinking. I don't know. Like we're going down now.
All right, well, let's get you going.
I can't tell if a motherfucker is that where a motherfucker's just saying, is he dead? Is he dead? Hold on. We gotta rewind this shit.
It's Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our village pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership.
All right, of course. How far is the water coming up, sir? Can you give me a description? Ankles? Hello?
Hey,
Yes, how far is the water coming up, sir?
it's coming up. We're just sinking. I don't know. Like we're going down now.
All right, well, let's get you going. Membership number or phone number listed on the account, sir?
I don't know the phone number. It's either. I think it's. Try that.
All right.
I know we have a membership, like guaranteed.
All right, unless you have a membership number or anything, it's okay. I'll get you over.
Right there, somebody just said Warren. Why he's trying? It sounds like he's trying to talk over them, like they on the phone. The girl said, "Nolan, oh my God." They like, shut up. Yeah, huh? Hello. He talking like that. Yeah, we're on. We need a tow. Trying to talk over them like shut the fuck up in the background. But they still, they back and forth. They commotion is back and forth. They trying to whisper and shit. The girl probably like, yeah, she probably like that right about now. It's as distraught as she sounded. Man, that girl said, Nolan, oh my God. Let's go back.
Our village pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership.
To connect you.
Chico assistant.
Right there, folks. She say Chico assistant. Y'all heard Nolan. Oh my God. That's 15 seconds into the call. It took them 15 seconds to pick up off holding. Chico assistance. Nolan. Oh my God. Chico assistance. Listen, y'all.
To connect you.
I'ma say it with him. Nolan. Oh my God.
Detail assistance, Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
That girl see somebody dead. It ain't no way Nolan alive. The way she just said, Nolan. Oh my God. It's no way he's fucking alive right now. It's no way. And you know the operating music is playing over them, but they not at the phone. If the phone, this nigga probably just, like he probably numb to the whole situation right now. Standing holding the phone. Watching these folk. Can't wake up, no Nolan. Watching the girl say this. He numb. He ain't even saying nothing. Which He had to snap into it. Yeah, lady.
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our village pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can you all please come? We have a membership.
All right, of course. How far is the water coming up, sir? Can you give me a description? Ankles? Hello?
Hey.
Yes, how far?
Now they talking to him in the background. He don't even hear what she's saying. But he's trying to make sure he makes sounds and shit. He drunk. He like, hey, because they saying something. He feel like whatever they saying right now to him, they talking too loud. He on the phone with the operator. So whatever the fuck they say, he like, hey. She like, hello? He like, yeah. She like, how many of... Listen to him. He trying to block out whatever the fuck they saying, because he just say some words that don't even mean nothing right now. Like, you ain't got to say that.
Is the water coming up, sir?
It's coming up. We're just sinking. I don't know. Like, we're going down now.
All right, well, let's get you going. Membership number or phone?
And our village pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can you all please come? We have a membership.
All right, of course. How far is the water coming up, sir?
You hear him?
Can you give me a description? Ankles?
Look, he don't hear him.
Look,
hello?
He's saying something.
Hey.
What did you say?
Yes,
hey.
how far is the water coming up, sir?
He trying to speak over them. They saying something.
We're just thinking. I don't know. Like, we're going down now.
They ain't trying to get off the phone.
All right, well, let's get you going. Membership number or phone number listed on the account, sir?
I don't know the phone number. It's either... I think it's... Try that.
All right.
I know we have a membership, like, guaranteed.
All right.
Okay, so this is supposed to be the full... This supposed to be the full thing, right? Watch this, y'all. We still ain't got the full thing, right? Because certain information that he's giving, they can't put that out there. So only the feds got that. So it's another piece right there. When they ask for the membership number, y'all didn't hear it skip, but it skipped. Because he gave the membership number, which you didn't hear. You heard it after it skipped and he said at the end of giving the membership number, he said, yeah, try that. She said, okay, I'm going to try that. Listen to it now. They cut out another part, so we still ain't got the full thing. We still ain't got the full thing that the feds heard, right?
We're just thinking, I don't know, like, we're going down now.
All right, well, let's get you going. Membership number or phone number listed on the account, sir?
Listen.
I don't know the phone number. It's either...
Boom, they cut it.
Try that.
All right.
They cut it. Y'all heard?
Like,
they cut it.
All right, unless you have a membership number or anything, it's okay. I'll get you over to the captain.
Okay,
what's the best phone number to reach you at?
Reach me at...
All right, and is everybody on board in good health otherwise?
Yeah.
Man, when I say, let me pause this shit. When I say that these folk cut out, look, we ain't no motherfucking fools.
How many? All right, do you need the...
We ain't no motherfucking fools. We still ain't got the whole thing. These folk done cut out so much shit, man. This shit crazy, bro.
United States Coast Guard?
What?
Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
No, we do not need that.
Why you don't need them? Huh? Nah. Did y'all hear the boy? Do you need the United States Coast Guard? No, we do not need them. Listen to the tones now. This the type shit we do when we analyze shit. Listen to his tones. She said, do you need the United States Coast Guard? Look, he's still watching them.
All right. Do you have your current GPS coordinates?
Right? He's still watching them. Do you need the United States Coast Guard? Hold on. What? Do you need the United States Coast Guard? No, we do not need them. Listen to your boy, y'all. I'm talking about when we was watching him in the Officer Tatum interview, Officer Tatum, when we was watching him, I told y'all, I said, Nolan is supposed to be his best friend. I said, one thing the detective's gonna look at is that this man can recall moments that he done had with his so-called best friend, Nolan Wells, and he hasn't shedded a tear. He hasn't got no kind of emotional. He hasn't had to stop the interview or nothing. I'm trying to tell y'all, this man is a cold-hearted killer. Cold-hearted, man. Your boy. This young nigga. This young nigga. He'll get rid of his own friend's body. Somebody that was supposed to be his friend. See, I told y'all, him and the folks that was around Nolan, white or black, in Ocean Springs, those kids that was around Nolan, that was privileged just like he was, but he was the athlete out of all of them. Those kids didn't care about Nolan. They wanted to have the title of being Nolan's friend, but they wasn't really Nolan's friends. Everybody wanted to take a picture with him. Everybody wanted, every event, every house party, they want to be in the picture with him. You already got 10, 12 pictures with him. Because they want the internet to believe I'm Nolan's friend. I'm Nolan's friend, trying to get fame off of his hype. Fame off of his hype. Just to throw him away by the wayside. Yeah, into the water, by the wayside. Not into the wastebasket. Yeah, they took his life off land. He didn't deserve it, man. And anybody who can sit here and listen to this shit and look at all of these pieces of evidence that have been given. Thank you, Pose 699. Pose 699, shout them out. They said exactly. They can sit here and listen to all this evidence we got. I was this type of shit before this full 911 call even came out. I already knew it was a longer call than that. But I could tell from what I had already heard that he had an attitude. He sounded aggressive. He doesn't sound like anyone that's having a good time right now. Come to find out from the full call, you can clearly hear a young lady saying, Nolan, oh my God. Do you think if we hear somebody saying that to Nolan and we can't see them or Nolan, do you think Nolan is a living person? Or do you think Nolan is dead at that time? And the bitch ain't floating on water. Sorry about that, young lady. The young female, she ain't floating on water saying, Nolan. She on the boat. So that means Nolan on the boat. And this nigga ain't even got the dignity to say, no, one of our friends is hurt. He's probably unconscious. Even though he knew he was dead. Nigga, save yourself. Yeah, you want to save yourself, tell him that he's probably unconscious. So they can put you outside of the situation and say, well, he probably didn't know that his friend was dead because on the call he said he's probably unconscious. But that woman asked you. See, that's why they only gave us that piece. That's why the sheriff department only gave us that piece. Because they was finna throw this shit up under the bus for Mama Judge, for your mama, Warren. Yeah. We already discussed it, and I made up the scenario that she probably told the sheriff department, if you pursue my son or any of his friends, I want you to sweep this shit under the rug. If you pursue any one of them, I have your fucking badges. Yeah, I said the only people that extort the police is the richest family in that city be able to extort the police, or a court-appointed official, DA, judges, yeah, all of that type of shit. You hear me? How could a DA do it? The DA could tell the sheriff department, look, I'm gonna come and investigate every piece of money that went out this motherfucker and came in this motherfucker. See, one thing the chief of every sheriff's department know is that he done wrote himself once or twice. He done wrote himself an extra bonus, or then gave somebody in a task force that he fucked with or that he mentored and bought up, then gave them some little extra shit. Evidence and shit that came up missing, he done swept it under the rug, even though he ain't had nothing to do with it. He didn't want that heat bought on this department. He swept it under the rug for the whole police department. Got on some police officers' ass about it, probably suspended them with pay, and then allowed them back to work. Because they was the last person that signed into the evidence room. Shit like that. See, if the DA tell you that, you know. Man, something done happened in this motherfucker. Even if I did notice it, I'm the chief. Oh yeah, I'm gonna go down for it because I should have known it. And there ain't no way they gonna believe that I'm running the sheriff department and I'm not. I get to look at every piece of paper that go through that motherfucker. I'm supposed to review every electronic transaction through the computer system and shit. I'm supposed to do that. That's what I do, right? I'm supposed to put the task force together. Choose the highest ranking detectives. Award the detectives with the highest ranking detective if they do the good job, do the best job. Give them lead detective where they be over the task force and shit. Like, that's the chief of the sheriff's department. That's his job. Yeah, to supervise and monitor everything. Approve and disapprove everything. It's got to go through him. So even if shit not going through him and they slipping shit past him because they know he a on top of their ass type of chief, he ain't gonna go for the bullshit. Yeah, the chief know that it's shit still going on in the sheriff's department behind his back. So if the DA come and threaten him and say, nigga, we'll go through every piece of paper that went in this bitch and came out this bitch, he know they gonna find some kind of dirt somewhere. And the district attorney is good at putting all the evidence from a group of people being responsible for it to one person. And you don't want to be that person. You don't want to get on the DA or the judge bad side. So if the judge tell nigga, I have all y'all bad, sweep this shit under the rug. Okay, we just found the body though. Sweep it under the rug. Okay, call all the media outlets, tell them I'm giving a press conference. Okay, right now, we cannot rule this as foul play. But we have the body and we're going to take it into investigation with our coroner's office. Yeah, I hope that doctor didn't just, I hope that doctor actually sent, now that doctor did, the doctor sent the neck samples to the lab, and then the state of Mississippi um, the state of Mississippi Department of, what is it? The state of Mississippi has, like, they sent it off to the labs in the state of Mississippi, and then those labs said that they were holding the neck and all the neck organs for further investigation. And we seen an interview with Nancy Grace where she had a doctor on there, and he said the only reason why they would hold the neck is because they saw some signs of strangulation. And he said this type of strangulation, they call it something. He said not this. He said they call this the seat clamp, right? But he said, I believe the trachea, his Adam's apple, was pushed in. He said the only way that the Adam's apple get pushed out of this socket is by force, and it's by someone actually pushing down on it in this manner. Not in this manner, pushing down on your neck, but in this manner. And if you look at it, somebody push down in that manner, they right on top of your head, they can push your shit up out of there. Now, if your shit get pushed up out of there, it's going to get pushed into your throat, your airline. The only way to save a person's life when that happens, you've seen it on a lot of action movies. Well, I watch action movies. You've seen it on action movies. A nigga get they shit chopped by a Chinese nigga. Chinese nigga come across their neck. Fly! Nigga. Chinese person jump out the fucking window. They can't catch him. He going in his pocket. His men coming. They trying to save his life. He trying to pull the pen out his pocket to take the inside out the pen. He give it to them to stab him in the throat below his Adam's apple that the nigga just knocked back in his throat. They stab him in the throat with it. Blood started coming out. Once that blood finished coming out through that pen, he just opened up an air hole. Now he can breathe. So his life is saved. But what kid was gonna think of that on the fucking boat? Tell me which one of them teenagers after the nigga hurt Nolan, probably the aggressive one, that said, Nolan, get the fuck on the boat. Huh? What kid was gonna know how to save his life? She sounded like she was looking at him die as he was dying. Nolan! Oh my God! Nigga, I'd be the same fucking way. But see, the thing is, I'd be quiet and I'd be agreeing with they ass. The whole time I'm at them four house. Yeah, we gonna say this happened and that happened and this happened and that happened. And maybe I would have been scared and not said shit. But I don't get no fuck. As soon as that money would have came out. As soon as that money reward would have came out. I would have probably got the 100,000 before the 125,000 was even available. That was gonna take all the scared out of me, because I was gonna be like, yeah, I can leave Mississippi. I get that 100,000, but them niggas going to jail, because I ain't finna keep on covering for them. The longer I cover for their ass, the deeper I put myself into the situation. Yeah, the deeper I put myself into the situation, the longer I cover for their ass. That interview is just killing me, man. I mean, that dispatch call is just killing me, man. So we gonna revisit that dispatch call. But right now, we finna get into part 5 of Dick Riding Tatum interviewing Trace. Now, even though I can hear some innocence in Tracestin's voice, I don't see it in his actions at all. I don't see him crying. I can hear what could be some innocence, but it could be all game. Him saying, you know, Rolling Stone, he's talking like this, but no tears are coming out of his eyes. Rolling Stone, man, I took the interview with them and I gave them permission to air it, but man, it was so hard for me. I actually cried at the end of that interview, and you don't hear it because they took it out. Why aren't you crying at the end of this one then? This is what I asked. The back of his head. The back of his head showed that he could have been choked. Where the blood pooled in the back of his head. Yeah. He could have been choked. That's where his head, I believe, was pressing up against the edge of the boat if he was choked. What else shows me is they got his neck. Why are they holding his neck? And they still haven't released his neck. Then the WLOX, Mississippi News Channel, out there in Ocean Springs, was able to recover what they call the full 911 call, where we can actually hear kids yelling, Nolan! We can hear the girl saying, Nolan! Oh my God! Does it sound like Nolan okay if you hear a little girl yelling that? Don't ask me. His body came to the shore floating on his face. So while his body was floating on that water, it was no way for blood to pool in the back of his head. Okay? So when did the blood pooling occur? There's no way when they transporting his dead body to Washington, D.C. for an autopsy that his head, his skull, his head without his neck is sitting straight up on the back. No, his head is sitting on the face. His body never sit in one place too long. Soon as they got done with the autopsy in damn Mississippi, they had to send the body straight to Washington, D.C. And they had sent it without the neck. I'm sure his head was rolling around all different kind of ways up in that bag. So why would blood be pooling at the back of his head? Unless he was in that position for a very long time after he died. For at least 30 minutes or more after he died. Right? Which means he didn't die 30 minutes ago on the water when they found his body. And his body was not swole. Yeah, his body did not consume no water, really. He was upside down, like when you put a cup in a sink full of water. You see an air pocket in it. Yeah, water can't fully submerge that cup. If we float face down on some water, it's not going to be able to fully submerge us. It's not going to be able to drown our lungs and shit. You know why? Because we face down like a cup. Our air pockets, our mouth and shit, the hole is face down. So our body is that bubble, that air pocket. Yeah. That's why none of his skin was... Yeah, he never drowned, my guy. Why you think they kept the neck? This wasn't a drowning situation. Well, you tell me what happened, Wesley. You think I'm all lies. You tell me what happened. Are you not sitting here listening to these motherfucking calls with us? Or did you just come in? Is you not listening to these interviews that Warren, all four of these interviews that Warren took with Officer Tatum? Officer Tatum. Huh? Officer Dick Riding Tatum. Did you not hear this shit? No, we done heard all of this shit and we breaking it down. We got the full interview from Tracestin. That's part 5 with Officer Dick Riding Tatum. We got that interview right now. That's what we finna get ready to get into. Yeah, I'm finna show you the holes in his fucking story. Now, if you still sit up there and say, you lying, you know what I'm gonna say? With all of these people in the chat against you saying that I'm right, let me tell you what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say, oh, you just a clout chaser. You another troll. You just a nicer version of him. Man, this shit is laid out in front of our eyes. I've been on this damn case since the 4th. I haven't been on any other case. No. I'm gonna let the other YouTubers have the other cases. I said I'm not getting off this case till his family get justice. I use my common sense and I know what happened when I see everything laid out in front of me. I have a very analytical mind. I can pretty much look at anything and figure it out. No instructions, figure it out. Yeah, when they get shit and items at the workplace where I work, at the warehouse where I work, shit items, where there's chairs, machines, desk, front desk for their offices and shit, they get different shit and the instructions don't come with it. You know who they come get? They come get me. Because I'm going to take the whole fucking desk and I'm going to lay every piece out. And I'm going to sit there and tap pieces together and be like, if they go like that. Until I get the whole thing put up sideways. No screws, no nails, like a puzzle. Take a picture of it, then I'm going to get to work, my guy. Yeah. I have a very mechanical inclined mind, nigga. My mechanical aptitude test, my MAT, nigga, I made a 98%. That's what them said. They never had anyone to score that high. Yeah, that's where they have a machine. They build the machine. Make sure it's working. Show you that it's working. Let you operate it. Teach you how to operate it. Let you operate the machine for about up to 10 minutes. If you want to. After they show you how to operate the machine. They said I'm the only person that stayed in there and operated that machine till I was comfortable with it. About 5 minutes. The first 2 times they broke the machine and I came in there, because you got to go 3 times and you got to get the machine and you got to run it through a full cycle without it fucking up, jamming, or breaking again to show that you fixed it. The first 2 times I did it, I found out the problem and fixed the machine and ran it in a full cycle in less than a minute. They never had nobody to do that. The third part that no one ever figures out, it took me about 7-8 minutes to figure it out. I was still under my 10, but nobody ever figures out that third part, right? But you can make a 60 or higher and pass. A 60 is passing. Nigga, I made a 98%, nigga. No one ever scored that high. Has anyone ever scored that high? At the college you went to? On the MAT test? Have you ever heard of it? Did you go to college? Okay. Well, let's get back into this. Let me get back to teaching my folks what I'm teaching my folks without you interrupting. Go back over there to Officer Dick Ride Tatum channel. He got some more interviews for you where he's just pacifying these motherfuckers. When a kid done died, whether he white or black, a kid just died, my nigga. And there was kids around him, and they say they don't know what happened, and they left him at the island. But it's clear on this operating call that they did not leave him at the island. Yeah, he just left. I saw him. I saw the number go down when he just left. All right, now this is Tracestin with Dick Riding Tatum. And he gonna talk bad, and I'm gonna talk down on him. I'm gonna talk down on him for that one. For talking on Nolan. Talking about Nolan to dig himself up out of the grave if he could right now. Talking down on Nolan's mom. Yeah, nigga, you ain't Nolan's friend, my nigga. Because if you was Nolan's friend, this how we do it. If my nigga mom talk down on me and somebody be like, man, it's all right. That's just Miss Patterson. She be on his ass like that, man. Yeah. It's only because she care about her son. Yeah, my friend died, and Miss Patterson say he was never his friend. He wasn't even around to protect him when he died. Man, that's just Miss Patterson. She gonna talk down on that, but I ain't got nothing to say about her or about that situation that she said. If she believed that I'm not his friend, then I'm not his friend. That's his mom. Ain't got nothing to say about her. But instead, he got everything to say about Nolan's mom. Yeah, Nolan ain't his motherfucking friend. He Warren them friend. Because when Warren them killed the man and then text you, nigga, you didn't even ask him, what the fuck you gonna call the Marines for? You just told him. You thought it was weird. You just told him he's probably with a female, a Katie or something. He's probably with a female, a Katie or something. Why ain't that the first thing you think? And he say, I'm finna call the Coast Guard instead of saying I'm finna call the police. What makes you think he didn't make it back? Unless you know he didn't make it back. Now, right after I say this, the next day, y'all, the next day, right after I say this Friday, this full 911 call, so-called full 911 call, because we know they still cut some parts out to bleep out the numbers he was saying and the addresses and phone numbers and all of that shit. So we still miss some of they talking and what they truly said during that whole little call. But see, the feds can turn the music down and turn their vocals up. And then, see, they got a forensics motherfucker that's working the studio with the vocals and shit in it. And he gonna separate, he gonna open that motherfucker up and pull out and separate each vocal and drop it down on his own line and channel on the computer. And they gonna be standing right behind him. And they gonna be like, yeah, take that vocal right there. And he gonna take that motherfucker, double click it with the mouse, and they enhance that. And he gonna pull that motherfucker open and make it real big. And they gonna be like, now what are they saying right there? And then he gonna dial in on that. He gonna double tap some motherfucking keys, and it's gonna dial right in on the middle piece that he cut out. And they gonna be like, can you clear that up a little bit? He gonna stretch that motherfucker long, and he gonna put a filter over it that clears it up a little bit more. And they gonna be like, can you enhance that? And then nigga gonna get to typing. He gonna hack the vocal. Yeah. That's how he gonna do it. He gonna get the encryption for that motherfucker by hacking it, coding. He gonna go straight into that vocal and he gonna enhance that bitch the best he can. And they gonna be like, can you run this voice through the criminal database? Can you run this voice through the sheriff's database and see if they got anyone with this voice over a body cam that they pulled over a young teen drinking and driving, because we know these teens drink and drive. We know they drinking both. Yeah. How they made it back to the house without wrecking, I don't know. But I know they talked about what they were going to say on the way back to the house and at the house. See, because all of their stories match the ones that are talking. But the ones that are not talking, they the ones that can't remember how their story should go. So they ain't gave no kind of interviews. Those are the ones that's in hiding. Those are the ones that haven't called anybody. The detectives, the sheriffs, and them haven't even heard from these folks. They ain't even ever interviewed this little girl. Yeah, she in hiding right now. Wherever the fuck she is, she's in hiding. She hasn't been interviewed. Now, this the one that's gonna cry the whole time in her interview. She probably was the type of female that liked Nolan, but didn't think she had any chance with Nolan because she wasn't the prettiest white girl. You know what I'm saying? So, because the way she saying Nolan, sound like she was Nolan's friend. More of Nolan's friend than anybody on that fucking boat. Because she the only one that I feel that's feeling bad about whatever the fuck that happened to Nolan or her. She the only one that's crying out for Nolan to actually respond, to make her know that it's gonna be okay. Like, Nolan, like, what the fuck? Oh my God, like, say something, my guy. She the only one crying out to Nolan. We know she ain't dying, so Nolan ain't got her on her knees finna strangle her, and everybody standing around her like, standing around them like, do it, Nolan, do it. She like, Nolan, oh my God. No, that's not the Nolan, oh my God, that we getting here. The Nolan, oh my God, that we getting here is that Nolan is laying right here on the floor. Nolan, oh my God. That's the Nolan we get. She's seeing Nolan right there in front of her, not moving. A motherfucker slapping Nolan, wake up, bro. Hey, bro, get up. Nolan, oh my God. Yeah. She's standing up like in her little bathing suit, like with the towel. Nolan, oh my God. She's scared. Yeah, she's scared. And he trying to talk over her ass the whole time. When he answered the 911 operator call, he trying to talk over her ass the whole fucking time. Y'all wise up. Wise up. And to further show you, we got the interview from Tracestin. Tracestin finna tell us that this nigga called him and said that that Nolan, he said no. He said, man, I'm finna call the National Guard. He said, why call the National Guard? He's probably chilling with some female or the Katie chick. He said, do you have Nolan's mom's number? Then he supposedly called Nolan's mom, told her, don't panic. I'm gonna call the Coast Guard. This is what, now we saying what he said to Nolan's mom. We heard this in the 4th interview, not the Tracestin one. We just heard what Tracestin said that he said to him in the text message. But Warren said in the 4th interview, part 4, with fucking dick riding Tatum. I called his mom. I asked his mom, had she seen them? She said no, he was supposed to be with you guys. Then we know that he told her, no, we left at 3 p.m. from her. See, he left that part out. He skipped over it. He said no. She said no, he was supposed to be with you guys. And then he said, I told her, don't panic. Now, nigga, you told her, no, we left at 3 p.m. Then you told her, don't panic. You was finna call the Coast Guard. That's when she got off the phone with you and she called the sheriff and said, the boys that my son left with, they trying to say he missing. She expected for him to go arrest the boys right off the bat for questioning. He didn't. He called the Coast Guard and told them, we got a boy missing out on the water. How do we know that he missing out on the water? Who told us? Who told us? Warren. Hold on. Warren told his mom that he was calling the Coast Guard, and he told Javon Tracestin that he was Coast Guard. Which means he made everybody think that Nolan was left out there on the water. But remember, the statements that he made to the sheriff, when the sheriff asked him, didn't Nolan leave with you guys? No, Nolan didn't leave with us. Well, Katie said that she was wanting to chill with him more, and he was like, he's got to go to the boat. He's finna go to the boat with the guys. And then Warren told their ass no. He said he was going to stay with Katie. Nah, that's the lie y'all made up after y'all killed him. Who was the last person he was with before us? Katie. Did she see him come with us? No, but he told her that he was. He told her. Now I'm finna go and leave. She probably didn't want him to leave because she heard your white boy yelling, Nolan, come to the fucking boat now. You said he stayed, but I believe he left. That's why he had to tell Katie, even though y'all could see him from the boat, that no, he was going back to the boat, because she couldn't believe after your friend disrespected him like that and told him to get his ass on the fucking boat, that he would go to the boat. Nolan, come on now. We're finna fucking go. That's what you said, Warren. You said your friend was kind of hostile because he was frustrated about the boat taking on water. So he was kind of hostile when he was talking to Nolan. But Nolan, everybody know Nolan decided to stay. No, Nolan decided to go. And that's why Katie said he told me he was going back to the boat. You know why? Because she was like, why would you go back? He just told you to come back. He didn't even fucking ask you. He's talking to you like you're his bitch. Now, them the folks I came with. You know what I'm saying? So I got to go back with them. They finna get ready to go, so I'm going to go. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. He really left with them niggas. Yeah. He got back on that boat. Katie went about her motherfucking way. Got back down on the other end with her folks and shit. And they probably didn't want to see her hugged up with the black boy. You know what I'm saying? She got back down on her end, and them folk hurt Nolan before they even fucking pulled off. Then tried to throw the story back. Damn, y'all. Watch this. Tried to throw the story back on Katie in the interview. Y'all remember he said in the interview with Dick riding Tatum, he said, nah, he wanted to stay with that girl Katie. And everybody saw that. Even the girls. It might have been two girls, because even the girls saw it. One of them we know. We know her. We don't know her name, but she said, Nolan, oh my God. That's another girl that they coerce. Yeah. That's why he said the girls, because the two girls that was on the boat, they've been coerced to say that Nolan stayed with Katie. Yeah, he just added them up in there. So come on, y'all. We finna break this shit down and put this shit together and analyze this shit. Huh? I love my chat analysts. What it do, Corey? Shout out my man Corey Branch. He in there, bitch. Alright, now let's play this Tracestin interview, man. Let's get into his shit.
Did you have anything to do with Nolan's death?
No.
Do you have personal knowledge of someone directly in your friend group having anything to do with Nolan's death?
No, not at all.
Now he gon' y'all know in the introduction of all four of Warren's interviews, the questions was asked, did you have anything to do with Nolan's death? But I told y'all, the nigga recorded that when Warren wasn't there, but he never got an answer for that shit. And he just put it on the front of the video like that was one of the questions he asked in the interview for us to watch the whole interview, but he never asked that question. Because we listened to the whole interview, he never asked those questions. But the ones on Tracestin, front of Tracestin video, he got the question and he got Tracestin actually answering them. Because he actually asked Tracestin those questions. See how he trying to still throw the narrative for Warren? Mama Judge, your tricks ain't working no more. Now you might well stop giving dick riding Tatum motherfucking money. He done fucked your son off. He done fucked you off. He done fucked Tracestin off. Tracestin, why you didn't ask them questions? We finna play your interview. And I'ma ask again. Once you say that shit, once you say that he told you that he was finna call the National Guard and you said, nah, man, he's probably just... I'm gonna be like, why didn't you ask him, why are you calling the National Guard? No, just tell me, why would you call the National Guard? See, because then he would have probably gave you the info, stupid. And you wouldn't be in as much trouble as you in right now already. Yeah, because you got the whole fucking America mad at you. Asking why you come out, nigga. We want to hear from the white friends. Come to find out it's only one. You came out first, nigga. You could have told us it was only one of them was fucking Nolan's friend. And it was Warren. You could have told us that, nigga. But that showed us that you was trying to protect the white boys. That's why you came out. Yeah, they mom them said, Mama Judge them, Katie's mom said, yeah, you gonna get out there and put out the interview and put out the word that everybody is innocent. Because right now we can't trust the media to interview anyone. And if you slip up, we'll have your parents back. As soon as he walked out the door, okay. Going over there for Rolling Stone, they said, we're not going to help this motherfucker. If he slip up, good. He'll take the blame. And our kids won't be in trouble anymore. And he's stupid. He wondering why he taking all this heat. Tracestin, I'm telling you why you taking all this fucking heat right now, nigga. You let them folks send you out there. We didn't want to hear from you, nigga. When Nolan died, we wanted to hear from the 3 white boys that we saw in the picture. With him. On the boat. That was from the 4th of July day. So if them 3 white boys, whether they was his friends or not, could take pictures with him on the boat that he came on, they can take an interview for him. We wanted to hear them. You stood up for them. Said we were all innocent. And then you're going to tell us in this Officer Dick Riding Tatum interview that he told you that he was finna call the Coast Guard. So the first time you think Nolan's missing, you're going to call the Coast Guard. Why? Okay, if you think Nolan's hurt, why wouldn't you call the police? You just going to assume that he's hurt on the water, and you said, you know, leaving Nolan there was not like we left him there alone. There was plenty of people that he could have caught a ride back with. So if it was plenty of people that he could have caught a ride back with, and he's not back around y'all yet, what would make you want to call the Coast Guard? What makes you want to call the Coast Guard? Tell us that. Out of the blue. Me and my friends come off a beach, right? Then the friend we left don't show back up. When I call him, to make it seem like I was calling him the whole time while he was at the beach. The phone is here in the truck, right? So then, if I call his folks and I truly don't know what happened to him, but I supposedly seen them with Katie when I left, the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say, okay, Mom, don't panic. He was with a female named Katie McCormick. I'm gonna call her and Miss McCormick and see is he over there, because he could be over there. And he liked her a lot. That's what I'm gonna say. Okay? If I call Katie and I truly don't know what happened, then I'm gonna tell Katie I gotta call his mom back and we need to call the police, because I don't know where he could be since he came back from the island. Like, I'm not gonna call the National Guard. I'm not gonna notify the National Guard about my friend missing, because I believe that he'd have made it back to Mississippi from the island if he was there with so many people that he could have caught a ride back with, if that truly happened. But now, if he's dead and I put him on the water, and I feel like I didn't really touch him, where there's really no evidence on his persons that would say that I'm his friend, I killed him because I'm his best friend, then I'm gonna say, I'm gonna direct them just like he did. I'm gonna direct them to what they need to be doing and who they need to be calling. I'm gonna brainwash everybody right off the back after I call them. Yeah, I'm probably finna call the Coast Guard. I don't feel right about this, but truly I'm snitching on myself, because like the family and the friends that's hearing this over the phone that actually don't know what happened to Nolan, they more concerned about you when you're saying you're gonna call the National Guard. They're more concerned about Nolan being left on the island alone and being hurt, right? But they're not thinking about what you just said, to put yourself there. Those of you coming in, man, y'all like the video and subscribe to the channel. Yeah, Katie McCormick, she's the reason why we stopped by McCormick seasons and gravies and shit. Yeah, McCormick gotta add an extra $25,000 to the $125,000 reward for any information leading up to a conviction in Nolan Wells' death. Once they do that and they give her a lifetime job at the top of their company, making about $150,000 a year, plus she'll get the $150,000 reward for turning these niggas in. Then we may start back buying McCormick season. But till then, McCormick, the company, the seasoning, black people don't buy you no more. Yeah. Black people don't buy you no more. Until Katie McCormick come out with the truth. Yeah, gonna let us know that that you heard that young nigga talking to Nolan like that. Right? Because we know that you kept that information back because you didn't want to tell on nobody. But you did tell that Nolan went back to the boat. Right? So you gave them the piece of information that they needed to do the right investigation. Yeah, a couple of days ago, the feds got everybody boats. Yeah, that's a piece of information that ain't floating too heavy out there. The feds got warrants for everybody boats. So we know why the feds got warrants for everybody boats a couple of days ago. It's because they got this clip right here. Nolan! Oh my God! They know Nolan was on the boat. So now they trying to figure out where he was laying at when that young lady said that. When they called Warren! When they called Wyatt! Yeah, they need Warren and Wyatt right here, y'all. What we gonna do? What are we gonna say? Come on, man. Let me find out. His touch screen get back, and it was a heavy. He overdosed on some kind of drug or something. Then we know somebody Mickey'd him. Somebody dropped a pill or something in his beer, and it knocked him out. Let us find out, though. There's multiple ways we can look at this shit. We know the main way we're going to look at it is Nolan lost his life and he was dead at that moment. And he was on that boat when Warren said, when the operator said, is everyone on the boat okay? And he said, yeah, everybody's awesome, lady. That's what he said. Everybody's awesome, lady. He didn't say everybody's good on board. Like the subtitles say across the news stations. He said, yeah, everybody awesome, lady. He was talking with attitude. He was very aggressive with her on the phone. We know this. So let's hear what Tracestin said.
So I saw you on television. You had an interview, and I felt like you laid out a few things that I think the world needs to know and be clear about.
Okay.
And the first one is the relationship that you had with Nolan. Can you explain your relationship with Nolan?
Yeah, I will. So his mom got on TV, as everybody has seen, and said that she didn't know me. And man, that can't be farthest from the truth. Me and Nolan, I met Nolan in 9th grade in a second block class. It was math.
Now, the mom did say that he wasn't Nolan's best friend or childhood friend because he's never been over to their house, which means she's never met him, right? He's going to say that he's been over to their house, but he's never going to say that he stepped inside. And that was my question to him, which Officer Dick Ride and Tatum didn't ask him. Well, listen, you said you came over their house, and you've even left your car over their house. Did you ever step inside and introduce yourself to his mother and say, hey, I'm Tracestin Shepard. How you doing? I'm one of Nolan's best friends. No, you never did that, because if you would have introduced yourself anytime you've ever came over to woman's house, she would have noticed you. But then I wouldn't put it past you. You probably been in this house once or twice and never saw his mom that day when you came over. Or she was in there or in the kitchen and he came in and walked y'all straight up the stairs. Came back down, Mom, I got Warren and a couple of friends over. We're upstairs. Yeah, and she never saw you, my nigga. So that's your fault that that Nolan's mom has never met you and think that you're not one of Nolan's friends because you never introduced yourself. Now, he's finna go on to say that I met him in the 9th grade in a block class, right? They on block schedule, which means they do 2 hours in each class, 3 to 4 classes a day instead of they whole 6 classes, 1 hour, right? They do this day they do 2 hours in these 3 classes, and then the next day they do 2 hours in the other 3, and then back and forth and back and forth. That's how a block schedule will go, right? Which means that most schools that's on block schedules are schools that have a lot of discipline problems, right? When you got discipline problems and shit like that in your school, you put them on block schedules so you can control the crowds that's moving through the hallways a little bit better because you're having too many fights and disruptions and motherfuckers setting trash cans on fire and shit like that, smoking in the bathroom and shit like that. So you're trying to be able to lower the amount of students that you have walking through the hallway, right? And up the amount of faculty that you got monitoring the hallways. Right? So he's going to say that he moved to Ocean Springs in the 9th grade. And that's one of the things that Nolan's mom said. Nah, his childhood friend, best friend, that's kind of far-fetched. Now, he could be, he could be his friend and just met him while he was in high school. But childhood, that's, yeah, nigga, you exactly what she said. That's why she don't know you. That's why you a friend that she doesn't know. Which she said, you could be a friend that he just met in high school. Y'all could be high school friends. She said, but best friends, which she believe is through childhood, and childhood friends, you're not. At least she don't believe it. Which is right by her as a parent to believe that. And teach her son, look, you've only known him since the 9th grade. Don't call him your best friend. You don't really know him. Y'all don't live together. Y'all don't be together enough for you to know him. Until y'all done had more than fucking 4 high school years as a friend. Outside of school. Where you hang with them more. You done got into arguments and been able to say, bro, I'm sorry. You got into fights and punched each other up in your room, and then after that hugged each other and said, bro, I'm sorry. Look, man, I didn't mean to say what I said. I didn't mean to say what I said. Yeah, nigga. Yeah, my grandma was right to tell me every nigga that I bought in the house calling my friend and my best friend wasn't my fucking friend. And then when she sent me on my junior trip where I was going to Sheffield High here in Memphis, out there in East Memphis. I was going to Sheffield High. They take their juniors on a junior trip, and seniors have a senior trip. So when you're a junior, you're like a pre-senior. So they treat you like a senior because that's what you finna get ready to go into, right? So they give you a junior trip. We just don't go too far away from Tennessee. Like the senior trip that year, they went to Miami, right? For a week. The junior trip, we went to Atlanta. See, Atlanta, Georgia is 6 hours away from Memphis. Miami is 13 hours away from Memphis. You know what I'm saying? So, you can see the distance. But the juniors, we went on a trip. When I went on that trip, my grandma went on a trip with her friends to the casino, Mini Las Vegas, out there in Tunica, Mississippi. Right? At the time, Fitzgerald's Casino was there. It's not there no more. Sheraton Casino was my grandma's favorite casino. It's not there no more. It's like Horseshoe, Goldsmith, couple of other giants. I don't know the names of. Bally's used to be there. Bally's not there no more. I had an auntie that worked at Bally's Casino, so we always got free hotel rooms and buffets and shit like that, right? My grandma went to Bally's and Fitzgerald's Casino for a week. I made it back from my junior trip before my grandma and all the electronics was gone out the house. The same nigga that my grandma said, he just around you to see what you got so he can take it when your back turned. I said, Grandma, why you always saying that about everybody? I'm down there finna get into it with my grandma about this. Like, Grandma, come on, Grandma. Don't always talk about my friends. This is my friend. She said, I ain't gonna talk about them no more. I'm just letting you know. And then 2 months later, she sent me on my junior trip and she leave. And that's the same nigga that broke up into the house and took everything that he knew that we had that was electronics. Yeah, so his mama was right to say that about you, my nigga. They don't know you. He don't know you. Nigga, you from out of town. For all he know, you could have been running from out of town, nigga. We know you wasn't because you taking these interviews, nigga, and they haven't came after you yet. Right? But you could have been a psycho, nigga. And now you want to try to talk down on his mom to defend yourself, nigga. If you was a real friend, nigga, you wouldn't have to defend yourself. You wouldn't have to talk down on his mom and say she was wrong for them. Nigga, if Nolan could dig himself out the ground like you said, my nigga, he slapped the fuck out of you for saying that shit about his mom. Nigga. Fuck wrong with you? Then want to bring up, people want to say that I'm a wetback and want to say that I'm not black. Well, Nolan's half Asian. Bring Nolan dead, nigga. Fuck you bringing up Nolan. So people talk about you. So you bring up Nolan and say why they not talking about Nolan, which is supposed to be your best friend, but he dead. Nigga, you not his best friend. Nigga, you don't even know what best friend mean. Stupid ass nigga. Yeah, I'm gonna talk about you just like I talk about them white boys because you fucking stupid and you disrespectful to somebody who you say was your friend and he's dead to your dead friend. You disrespectful as fuck to his parents. They grieving, my nigga. They lost him. Your parents didn't lose you, boy. Stupid ass nigga. All these stupid ass niggas online talking about their main parents. Officer Dick riding ass Tatum sitting there talking about his parents, throwing up the race. Grieving fucking parents, nigga. You ain't got kids, so you don't know how it feels. You can't even think about how it feels. Even if you had kids and your kids wasn't gone, you would be able to, like, feel them, nigga. Stupid ass niggas. All this dumb ass talk. Them folk grieving, my nigga.
He was one of the first guys I made friends with. It was somebody I made a connection to. Like, off rip, he was an athlete. I could tell he was an athlete when I walked into class. We sat really close to each other, and all he did.
You could tell he was an athlete. So as soon as you talked to him and you saw that he was nice, you was like, yeah, I can get with him and have him as my friends and look cool. Because you're a fucking lame. Yeah, you saw right off the back that you could use him. I could see and tell right off the back that he was an athlete. Soon as he asked your geek ass for a pencil, you like, yep, I got him. Geek ass nigga. You wasn't Nolan friend. You was user just like everybody else.
He turned around and asked me for a pencil when I first met him in 9th grade when I moved to Ocean Spring. Man, it was tough, and the relationship there has always been best friend in my eyes. I never wanted to take away how close somebody else was with Nolan, but Nolan was my best friend. That was a guy I knew I could call at any point in time. He called me at 11 o'clock on the 4th to see where I was parked at. Man, me and Nolan have countless nights of him giving me advice on my girlfriend, on my life,
right back to you,
in general. Nolan has been the only friend. I love my friends and my best friend in this group of guys, but Nolan has been the only person that ever told me he's proud of what I've done. He's proud of how hard I worked. He's proud of me going overseas to go play ball. That was my guy. Like, that was my best friend.
Yeah, and so how does it make you feel when the media activists are coming out and alluding to the fact that you may have something to do with what happened to Nolan on that day?
Man, that hurts. It hurts is an understatement. I beat myself up every night I lay down. Beat myself up anytime it crosses my mind. Because in my head, if I wasn't drinking, if I didn't get into that altercation, maybe I would be able to do something. Maybe I would have known. Maybe I would have told Nolan, hey, man, you're not going with that girl. Just come back with us. We're going back a little bit later. We can go meet up with the guys later.
Every time I think about it, I beat myself up. Every time I look back on that moment, I beat myself up. But you never cry. Nigga, my story would be, every time I think about him, I cry. Every time I look back on our friendship, I cry. And every time, and by that time, I'm already crying. Every time I try to talk about this shit, I cry. Yeah, anybody that was close to me, I can't stand to lose people that was close to me. Yeah, I cry a lot. I've cried a lot in my life. I've lost a lot of people. You know, a lot of young people don't get to know their whole family. Being raised by my grandma and my auntie, I got to know my whole family. All my grandma's sisters and brothers. All my aunties and uncles. All of their kids. All of my big cousins, my first, second, and third cousins. Yeah. My mama cousins, I knew all of them. My big cousins, nigga. I'm 35, nigga. At the age of 13, 14, 15, 16, I knew all my big cousins. My mama's cousins. That's my first, second, and third cousins, niggas that was 35. And some of the niggas was in their 50s at the time. I knew those big cousins. Yeah. A lot of kids don't get to meet all of their family. I knew a lot of my fucking family. Yeah. That's why when my third cousins and my big cousins that were my second, third, and fourth cousins and shit, that was my mama's cousins, and they my cousins because I'm my mama's child. So they my great cousins and third cousins and all of that shit. I got to see them folks. I got to meet them folks. I still know some of them that was younger, that's now in their 40s, late 40s, and early 50s and mid 50s. Yeah, I know them. My aunties and uncles, all of their kids. My aunties and uncles and them that's out there in California, all of their kids. My aunties and uncles in Chicago, all of their kids. And my aunties and uncles and great aunts and great folks out there in Grenada, Mississippi. Yeah, when they had them big Thanksgiving dinners and shit like that, we all drive, nigga. We might be my third cousins, my aunties, my uncles and shit, everybody that stay in Memphis, nigga, we might be 20 cars deep riding down the highway, trailing each other, all of us trailing each other from Memphis to Grenada, Mississippi. And we live in all different parts of Memphis, South Memphis, East Memphis, North Memphis, Westwood. We all meet up here in Memphis somewhere. And then we all hit the highway together, drive 10 to 20 cars deep to Grenada, Mississippi, where our whole family, everywhere across Mississippi, is there. It's already 50, 60 cars outside of the ranch that we going to. Yeah. Or outside of the home that we going to that's got a big ass piece of land. Nice ass home. Yeah, we inside and outside that motherfucker. Family dances like a family reunion. Thanksgiving and Christmas. Then her, my auntie, her and her husband throw the big 4th of July junks. Everybody go over their big ass mansion out here in Cordova. Yeah. My uncle, he bought thousands of dollars worth of fireworks, big ass garbage bags. Had a big junks for just him to pop for us. Like the super big junks, the boxes that's got 200, 2,000 shots in it. 250 in this Roman candle. 200, 500 in this one. Yeah, them the junks he gonna do at the end. But he got 1,000 motherfucking fireworks for us. We popping bottle rockets, nigga, in the daytime. The black cats, them rolls of them. Yeah, we got all of that. He buying all of that and he giving it away to us. Yeah, everybody getting, I'm talking about when we popping fireworks for hours, my nigga. Even after he get finished doing the big fireworks, because he gonna do them at a certain time at night. Nigga, we still got hundreds, thousands of bottle rockets and Roman candles and shit left that we ain't even popped yet. Sparklers and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? The shit that you ain't gotta like. We ain't fucked with none of this shit. We finna do the little confetti pops everywhere. Bop, bop, bop. All over the driveway. Unc finna spend about, man, 500 on just ribs alone. Yeah, rib slabs. She finna spend about 500 on just ribs alone. Nigga about to get about 15, 20 boxes of ribs. With 4-5 slabs of ribs in that motherfucker. Yeah, I really got to see my family. And man, I feel like if I would have been raised by my mom, I wouldn't have got to see that much as my family. My grandma, my auntie, them folk made sure we saw each other, nigga. My uncle, my auntie husband. That's my uncle-in-law. His family always have family reunions. Right? They like Popeye's chicken. My uncle would pay the catering bill for his family to get Popeye's catered. Yeah, they gonna barbecue already. But like for the other meat besides barbecue that we gonna have is Popeye's. So we on the way to his family reunion with him. He taking me, all my brothers and sisters, and our other cousins that my grandma got that she done adopted. His wife's mom, my auntie. Yeah, he gonna come pick up all of us. We in the expedition, and my auntie at the time, she had the green GMC Jimmy. Yeah, back in the early 2000s. Yeah, she still had her green GMC Jimmy SUV. Yeah, it was called a Jimmy, nigga. A lot of y'all don't know about that junk. The box square junk photo. Yeah. And then early 2000s, when they first came out with the first expedition, my uncle grabbed that junk. He was used to driving photo pickup trucks already with the suicide door on the back that open on just the passenger side. Yeah. So he got the big boy expedition. So we going in the expedition and the Jimmy. Yeah. Yeah, and a lot of kids like to ride. They want to ride with Unc because he in a new truck. Not a lot of kids like to ride with Auntie. So sometimes when we go to them family reunions, I be like, Big Jerry, I want to ride with Auntie. He like, go on ahead. Yeah, and I'm going to sit in the front seat. So most likely all the girls going to try to ride with Auntie. You know what I'm saying? Some of the girls don't want to ride with Auntie because they want to be able to listen to the new radios. And you know what I'm saying? Big Jerry, he got all the Michael Jackson CD. He got all the new CDs. That 2-disc junk with Michael Jackson with the red face on one end, Michael Jackson with the green face on the other. Yeah, he had got that junk. Yeah, when it first came out and we all wanted to listen to it. Yeah, we stopped by motherfucking Popeyes on the way. Man, my uncle got 100 boxes of Popeyes chicken, 10 pieces coming out there, motherfucker. And it ain't dark meat, nigga. It's white meat. The motherfuckers mixed. So we got breasts, wings, legs, and thighs, nigga. Ever since I was a kid, I like breasts. Yeah, from women breasts, nigga, all the way to chicken breasts. Nigga, I ain't want nothing. When they say, what kind of chicken you want? I'd be like, a breast. There's a young nigga. As a young nigga. Yeah. Yeah, they knew I wasn't going to be gay, my guy. As a young nigga. Yeah. When my auntie female friends and shit come over the house and they got their little Sunday dresses on, I'm the young nigga that crawling under the table acting like I'm playing with cars. Yeah. Trying to get a peep show. Yeah, nigga. I love women, nigga, since I was a baby, nigga. Yeah, nigga. I used to cry when the women come over. Yeah, like I wanted to be picked up just to be held by them breasts, nigga. Yeah. Huh? Yeah, they knew I wasn't gonna be there. They knew I wasn't going gay. I love women too much. You hear me? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And chicken breast is the best. That white meat, boy. Especially Popeye, boy. Boy, you get some fresh Popeyes, original, the mild, the chicken breast. Nigga, hot out the grease. For some reason, they chicken breast is juicy. Them just not dry like the KFC joints. Nah, they not dry. Them whole juicy as hell. Them chickens be so healthy, goddammit, when you turn the breast strip open, goddammit, off the breast, goddammit, it's dripping with water. Healthy ass chicken breast. Yes, sir. You know exactly what I'm talking about, Corey. Say, ooh, you hear me? That's how I feel, Corey. You hear me? Yeah. But yeah, man. These young nigga playing. Y'all right back at your court. You heard me? These young nigga playing with. These young nigga playing, man. And boy, they be so quick to disrespect women. This nigga that got into a fight with a motherfucker on the beach that he can't recall name. He ain't even found out the name 3 weeks later. He want us to believe. You mean tell me Warren ain't say, hey, bro, you and such, when y'all got to fight, that shit was crazy. And you ain't say, you know that nigga? What's his name again? But you ain't mentioned him in the interview. You protecting him. Why, nigga? Was he on the boat? Did these folk come and tell you what really happened? Let's see if we heard it in your interview, my guy. What you said? They lucky they in Mississippi, because if they would have been in Memphis, them 3 white boys would have been locked up already. They would have been locked up until we got some answers. At Memphis, when you young, they don't care what color you is. You white, you involved with a black kid, yeah, they finna treat you like a black kid. That black kid came up missing. They finna treat you like a black kid. Yeah, they know you got some kind of hostility in you if you in Memphis and you white and you hanging with a black kid. You're a white kid, you hanging with a black kid. If you're a white young girl and you hanging with black kids, black females, or you got a black boyfriend, they know you got some kind of hood in you. You got some kind of sassiness to you like a black girl, so they're gonna treat you like you black. Yeah, white people that love black people here in Memphis, they don't get a pass. Nah, they get treated hostile just like us. Yeah, they get treated hostile just like us. One time I was at a gas station. It was a white man that was a Mason. We had a conversation in the gas station. And I was talking about stocks and shit. And I was telling him about the Rivian stock. And the new Rivian dealership was right around the corner from us at the gas station we was at, right? And we was right there in Bartlett, one of the most racist suburbs here in Memphis, right? Black person drive through Bartlett, no tents, and they got a nice ass car, they pulling you over. Every single time you drive through that motherfucker, right? And they gonna tell you something. If you got the dealership drive out tags, they gonna tell you your tags look faulty. Yeah. If they ain't got no reason, they'll tell you one of your lights out. And then you'll get down the street after they wrote you a ticket for it, and you'll see that light ain't even out. Because you don't want to get out of the car. Yeah, Bartlett. Yeah, they got the Trail of Tears sign mocking the Indians all the way through Bartlett. You know what I'm saying? Where the actual Trail of Tears is. You know what I'm saying? Just run straight through Bartlett Boulevard down Stage. The street we got called Stage, which is a Highway 64 here in Memphis. And the Indian community here in Memphis protested them. They wanted the signs taken down because that's a bad memory for their people. The Tours and Trails is when the white people took the Indians' lands and made them leave their lands. Took it straight from them, made them leave their lands and walk till their feet bled. They walked till their feet bled. that was part of that area was right here through Memphis in a suburb that we call Bartlett that's racist. They uh they use that trail as memorabilia in Bartlett. They got Trail of Tourists signs all the way through to show that Bartlett owns the Trail of Tourists. And the Indians community here is like, no. If anybody on the Trail of Tourists, it's us. Because the Trail of Tourists was made from us suffering. The Trail of Tears is them bloody footprints that our ancestors laid down when their land was taken from us. And the savages that took the land made them leave and walk. And they walked till their feet bled. And y'all want to make a mockery of it by putting up signs. Yeah, I told y'all racism and shit still exists here in Memphis, but they got to be real secret with that shit. So yeah, the judge ruled that they ain't have to take the signs down. So Indians just don't want to be out there in Bartlett no more. But if you black and you drive through there, they're going to pull you over. So I was at the gas station, and I pulled out. I was in, I had the BMW X5. That's my favorite truck. Pulled out, no tints on the windows, because I want everybody to see me. Right? I'm 35 right now. I was at the age of 26 when this happened. Yeah, at 26, I had the BMW X5, y'all, for those of you who didn't want that to happen for a young black man. Now, from working a 9 to 5, yeah, as a machine operator, I got up into the machine operating game early. Yeah. My paychecks was, at the time, my paychecks was like 25 to 3,600 every 2 weeks. At the age of 26, the company I worked for, pay period was bi-weekly, so every 2 weeks, but they allowed me to get over 100 overtime hours. So I would always clock in somewhere from 103 to 110 overtime hours. I made $11 an hour, so 80 hours at $11 an hour is $1,100. 100 overtime hours at $11 an hour. That overtime time and a half is $1,650. 100 hours at $1,650 is like $1,800. You do the math, that's 28. Yeah, I would get over 100 overtime hours. Yeah, them folks took care of me, but that was the start of my career. So I'm in the X5. I pull off from the gas station. I don't even know that the white guy is finna pull off behind me because, like I said, he's a Mason. I never even knew he was a Mason. He just struck conversation with me, and we had a good conversation. Now, the police see me pulling out. It's Bartlett police, and I'm not seeing them. And they pulling through the light right behind me. I turned the other way, so they behind me, right? And he's getting ready to pull out, right? And he see them turn on their lights when I get down a little bit and pull me over. I'm like, why he pulled me over? I had drive-out tags on it, but it was from the bank. The bank put my down payment down and leased the truck. We really bought the truck, right? So we got the title, but the bank got the title, right? I signed the title. They signed over the title because they buying the truck for me up front, and I'm going to pay it back to them in a loan, right? So that happens. Boom. They pulled me over. When I first pulled over, right, I got some weed on me, but they don't know that. But they smell it. They smell it, but I don't smoke in my X5. It's some loud, right? Let me tell y'all something. In the X5, in the glove compartment, if you open the glove compartment, if you reach right there in the front rim of the glove compartment at the ceiling, it's a secret compartment. It's 2 latches, one on each side. If you push them latches forward, a little small like glove compartment fall. Right? Police officers don't make enough to drive a BMW X5, so they don't know shit about the secret compartments in it. Right? So I just kept the weed there. And I said, why are you pulling me over, officer? He said, your drive-out tags look suspicious. I said, I got these from my bank, Kimberly Clark. Kimberly Clark Credit Union. They wrote those drive-out tags out for me. As you can see, their name is on there. They own this truck. I'm the co-owner. They just got it for me. I can call my bank if you want me to. No need. Do you got your driver's license, registration, proof, and insurance, please? Yeah, I got it. I gave him my license, right? As I'm giving him my license, I see a Lexus pass the street. My big brother, he's a Mason too. He just passed. I'm like, this look like my big brother Lexus. As I'm saying that, the white guy that's a Mason, he pulling up behind a police officer. He get out of his car. Police officer like, hold on, sir. He like, what's the problem, officer? He like, do you know this young man? He like, yes, I do. He's a friend of a friend. He like, well, I pulled him over. His drive-out tags look suspicious. Boom. As I'm saying that Lexus that I said looked like my big brother, he had just got that new, I think it's a ES 360 or some shit like that, photo junk. He had just got the new model junk with the heated seats and all this shit, and the halo light bulbs that when he turned his steering wheel right, his headlights turn right. When he turned left, his headlights turn left. He pulled up right behind the white guy. Yeah, officer, excuse me, sir, what's going on? Like, do you know this young man? Like, yes, that's my little brother. Like, why did you pull him over? He like, his drive-out tags looked faulty. He's like, sir, he just got that truck. And the bank wrote out them drive-out tags, and they put their name on it. When you first pulled him over and you got out the car, you walked up to the back of his truck, and you saw that them drive-out tags wasn't faulty. Why did you still pursue him? Well, his truck smelled like weed. Did you find any weed? No. Well, if you're not going to arrest my little brother, I'd like for you to let him go. And I'll make sure you get home. Well, I don't want to see him again today. Man, get in his car. Give my big brother my license and shit. My big brother and the white guy connect. He was like, oh, man, I'm glad you pulled up, but I wasn't finna let it happen either. I just met your brother. He seen the medals on my big brother car. He said, man, you a Mason? And then they got to chopping it down. I ain't gonna say too much, but they got to chopping it down, and everything was good. You heard me? Yeah, my big brother, I got him on speed dial, and my wife friend. I can't tell who he is because that's telling that he'd been using his Mason abilities, not just to free himself, but to free me, a black man. Yeah, I got him on speed dial too for the rest of my life. He here in Memphis. Anytime I have a problem and I can't contact my big brother, he said, contact him. Yeah, they keep me out the way. Let's get into this interview. I want to play this interview down there halfway through before I say anything else. Because it's killing me, y'all. This shit killing me. Yeah, he was clocking me like a motherfucker.
Maybe it just plays out different. And then the fact that they're gonna is I'm already trying to mourn my friend's death as is, and I'm blaming myself
Cry
for
then,
it.
nigga.
To put that in my head is
Cry.
a next level of hurt that can't be truly explained.
Okay.
Because it's hard to put into words. Generally, it's backstabbing from a sense of a community that I thought I had with my skin color, and they stay so strong together.
Nigga, most of them are
and I'm
white.
supposed to be one of them.
How you think?
But I come up and I speak, and now I'm the person to blame.
Not one
now
of us.
I'm not
nigga. You stay with
dark
white
enough
people.
for
Your
them.
community
I'm
is
not
white.
black enough for them. And now I'm the issue.
Niggas.
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, you are the issue.
In my head, it doesn't make sense.
Was Nolan? I mean, obviously you were in the friend group, but the way the media makes it seem is that almost as if Nolan was the only black person in this whole friend group. Now they don't even mention you. They don't bring you up in this whole thing.
I told
when
you.
it comes to what happened
Nolan
at Horn Island. So what's your take on Nolan being presented as like the only black kid in a group of all these white boys?
That's crazy, man. I know we've spoken a little bit, but that friend group that I'm a part of to this day was the first friend group I was in when I moved to Ocean Springs. As a new kid coming in, I never knew any of them. I known one, kind of, sort of, back from grade school because we went to the same private school together. But that was it. And him being the only black person, minority, any of that measure is insane. Our friend group is diverse from the max. Like, we have a mixed guy. I mean, we had Nolan in our friend group. There's an Asian a part of our friend group. There's a Latino that they're trying to perceive as white. He's truly authentic Mexican. His parents are from Mexico. They came over legally and they did everything right, and he's been here since. It blows my mind because our friend group is not a friend group that sees race. Our friend group sees what good you do for other people, what good you bring, and how the type of person you truly are, and where your morals lie. That's one thing in common. Me and my friends might not agree on everything, but our morals align. Our morals know. So for them to even make that narrative up really shows you have no idea what it's like down here on the coast. You have no idea how tight-knit Ocean Springs as a community is. You don't understand it. You don't see the thousands of kids in the high school football stands cheering their team on. Nobody cares what color you are. We're there to have fun and to just live. And that's how Nolan lived. That's how I live now. I'm grown up and I have more big boy stuff, but in high school, all I cared about was going to hang out with my guys. And I mean, on a personal level that leads off of it, is like, it got me in trouble with my girlfriend just because I wanted to be with the guys. I never once thought, man, they look at me different. Man, I'm kind of an outcast to them. No. All their moms have always welcomed me with open arms. Anytime I needed anything, I knew I could call them and their parents, and they would do anything in the world for me. So with Crump pushing this narrative, it's wrong.
Yeah,
it's completely wrong, especially about our friend group.
Yeah, I find it, especially after talking to you, meeting some of the guys, that it seems like there was an agenda. But can you walk us through just your perspective from that day? I don't know if did you go with them initially? Were you a part of the group that went to Horn Island?
So I wasn't, clear that up. No, I was not on the boat with them. Yes, I was a part of the group that was supposed to go out. So the only reason why I did not go on the boat is I got begged to go, but my uncle, we also took 12 people out on our boat, not including us two, so 14. And my uncle knows the passengers wouldn't have helped. Generally wouldn't have helped with anything. With that many people on a boat, you need a little bit of help. So my uncle was like, hey, can you just ride out with me and you can go do your thing throughout the day on the island? I don't care. I don't need you. I just need help to get out there and then pick everything up. Because I know all these people are going to be drunk and they're not going to want to do the extras that nobody sees about going out on the boat, right? And so I told Wyatt that, and oops, my bad. But I told him, I told him that, and I told him everything, which was go to plan. We were leaving a little bit earlier than them. I was gonna try to have a spot saved out, and Nolan calls me at 11 o'clock. I missed his phone call. Called me twice. I missed both of them. I saw Wyatt and Nolan on the boat. They pulled right in front of our boat, and they were screaming. I turned my head and I was like, yo, there's a spot over there, where they end up anchoring out. I helped them set their stern anchor. From the time they showed up until now, going back to it, 20 minutes before they left, I was with them. That's who I was with. I spent all day with them, minus the morning time before they got out there. But from the time they got out there to the time they went back in, I was with them. Those are my friends, man. Those are my guys.
Yeah, I want to get a few more details.
I'm sorry about that.
I know that. Yeah, go ahead. I know that you were all over the news because there was a perceived fight. People, this is the thing that gets me, and I want to clarify this. When I saw the video that they put out on the internet claiming that Nolan was saying, "Give me my effing phone back," the coach came out, Nolan's coach came out and said immediately he knew it wasn't Nolan's voice. And obviously it wasn't Nolan's voice because you were the one that was
me yelling,
in there yelling. You got into an altercation with somebody. What happened after that? Like, put me in your place where the fight is over, whatever happened. Nolan is somewhere, you're somewhere, you're hanging out. And when was the last time that you saw Nolan before you left Horn Island?
So, after the fight, I didn't stay on Horn Island much longer. So the objective, I was really upset. So with you hear me yelling, my uncle had told me to get on the boat and wouldn't let me back off the boat. Obviously, I was really mad and I wanted to fight, wanted to get off. What wasn't smart, man. And so I was on the boat, I'm yelling, and shortly after that, I left the island. I left probably 30 to 45 minutes after I got into a fight. We started to pack up and left because I was so upset. As Javon mentions, that they were ready to get me back to land because I was really mad. I was genuinely really mad. But the last time I saw Nolan, I was walking to the boat. This was before the fight. It's me and my old lady. We had just got out of a group of people. Nolan was walking towards Wyatt's boat. I was walking in the opposite direction towards my boat. And I dabbed Nolan up. I made a slick comment about something, actually about the girl that he was with. I made a slick comment to him. I was joking around, and I kept going. And not even 10 minutes after that is when I got into a fight. Last thing I told Nolan was, "All right, buddy, I love you. See you later." And I'm glad I said it. I had been under the influence a little bit, and that's probably why I did say it at the time, just, getting all lovey-dovey, but I'm at peace I said it. I'm glad I said it. That was my last encounter with Nolan. I was telling him I love him.
Did you have any, so you leave the island, did you have any encounters or association with these phones, with the keys? Did you have any of that?
I did not. So what I know, I got my first phone call from Warren at about 9:20. I didn't answer it. I was asleep. I'd been on the boat all day. I didn't feel like going to party anymore. To bed. So I got my first phone call about 9:20. And I didn't wake up again until a little after 11 o'clock. And that was to my brother coming in the room being like, "Hey, Warren's trying to get a hold of you. You need to answer the phone. They're looking for Nolan." And I'm half awake, and I pick up the phone. And by this time, nobody had came to the house to grab anything. And Warren gets on the phone, and he's just like, "Hey, man, he was like, hey, have you talked to Nolan? Anything else?" I was like, "No, I haven't talked to him, man. He was with that girl last time I knew." And he was like, "Okay." He was like, "Man, we can't get a hold of him. We don't know where he's at." And I was like, "Man, it's Nolan. He's probably just out somewhere with that girl. Like, get a hold of the girl, you'll probably find Nolan. It's no big deal." And he was like, "All right." He was like, "But we're starting to freak out. We're getting on the phone with Coast Guard." I was like, "Okay." And at that time, he had already talked to his mom, Nolan's mom. And he was getting on the phone with the Coast Guard. And I'd called, I need to be specific about this. I did not call Warren's phone. I called another one of our buddies' phone, and it was on speakerphone, and they were all together. I was talking on my other buddy's phone, talking to Warren. He was dialing Coast Guard because he hung up the phone and was like, "Hey, this is them, bye," and hung up the phone. And that was the last time I talked to him until the next morning when we all decided, when I woke up about 7 o'clock that morning, we had all decided that we were going to go out on the boat and go look for Nolan. Wyatt had already had his boat still in the water. We took that boat out It was a
What
group
day are
of
we
us.
talking?
So that's Sunday morning.
Sunday morning on
So
the
it's
6th, the 5th?
So it was Saturday the 4th was the 4th of July. The 5th was Sunday. We were on the water from 9:45 to 11 o'clock era, about lunchtime. While we were on the water, we talked to a rescue guy, and he told us to get off the water and said that they kind of had the island and the water under control. That's the professionals, man.
Yeah.
They told us to get on social media and find out any information we can. And by that time, we had already talked to a good amount of people out there. So it just made sense. So we went back in and...
Yeah, he said why his name. He wasn't supposed to mention why. See, because Warren already told this story, the interview with before. And we'll play that interview. He already told this story, the interview before, and he never even mentioned Wyatt's name. He just mentioned Tracestin's name.
We concluded our search and started the search off.
Those of you just coming in, man, y'all like the video for me and hit that sub button. Hit that subscribe button, man. When you hit that subscribe button, hit that notification bell. Click all so you updated when we go live, when we make a post, so you get everything. We've been on this Nolan Wells situation since the 4th. When his friend, first so-called friends, that's why I stuttered on that one. I couldn't say friends. Because everything they showed us is showing that they're not his friends. Everything that they told us is showing that they're not his friends. Yeah, they was friends with him or associated with him for their benefit and not for his. He was such a good soul. He was such a humble soul. Let's go.
Socials and started sharing everything we could and try to get a hold of anybody that could have talked to Nolan, that Nolan possibly would have reached out to. And that led into the night. It led all night long. I didn't sleep at all Sunday. Monday, I was up at 5 a.m. I was putting fuel in our boat at 6. I got told that we were taking out another boat to Chandelier at 7. So I put my boat back on the lift, and I went to McDonald's, and then I got the news after I left McDonald's that his body was found. So it was already a plan that we were going and searching and trying to do everything we possibly can. And that's all I wanted to do. Is I wasn't there to help him out.
Now they probably paying to go search for him, but they knew they weren't gonna be able to go search for him, because before he just told us about this plan, before he just stopped at McDonald's, the night before they just tried to go back on the water, he said, and the police and National Guard, everybody that was on the water told them that they can turn around because they pretty much got the situation handled. So now this fake attempt that y'all finna do, the next day they using you, Tracestin. Come on, man, let's try it again. They want to involve you in the so-called effort that they're trying to look for their friend. Nigga, but y'all wasn't trying to look for him when you left the alley. We know now for the operating call, from the 911 call to dispatch for towing assistance, that y'all had Nolan on the boat with y'all, dead. We gonna play that damn call again. Let's let this nigga get done with this interview, because we gonna break it down. Yeah. We gonna break it down, and I appreciate you, Corey and Lala. When I just had to leave the screen, I appreciate y'all for breaking it down and continuing to break it down and point out those pieces for all the audience that was still here. Everybody that's just coming in, y'all like the video for me, sub to the channel.
On his last minutes. But now I feel like as a friend and as one of my guys, man, I do everything in my power to help now. And that's why I have reached out to the family. I have donated to the family, and I have giving them just your normal death gifts, I would say, as you pay your respects. And
the fuck is a normal death gift? Man, these kids are dumb. These are the dumbest, the most privileged, dumbest kids I've ever seen. The dumbest, most privileged kids I've ever seen. And then you got all these grown-ass, gay-ass men taking up for these little... And they trying to put it all on Katie. Every time I see a motherfucker interviewing these little boys, every time I see Dick riding Tatum interviewing these little boys, I see older-ass white men and older-ass black men saying in the damn comments, has anyone interviewed Katie? Has anyone interviewed Katie? Nigga, Katie scared. Her mom not, nigga. She's nothing like her mom. Katie's not the one that throw the parties. Her mom is. When the community was speaking up for Katie on a post that Katie wasn't even on, her mom hit that post and spoke up and thanked the woman for making the post. And the woman told them in the post, Katie has nothing to do with this. We need to be giving Katie and her mom support. We need to be giving Katie support and love right now. She had nothing to do with this. That's Miss such and such McCormick's daughter. Y'all know who that is. Y'all been to the parties. And chimed in. Not Katie, but her mom. Yeah, Katie's way softer than her mom. She may be the only one in that community out of the white people that has a soft heart for anyone, any soul. That's why she was attracted to Nolan. Her mom saw the dollar signs. She saw how kind he was. Yeah, with the pretty smile. Tall as fuck. Aspiring athlete. Ain't nobody better than him. Not even this quarterback. He wide receiver getting more highlights than the quarterback. Where that happened at? When the team winning, where that happened at? Who wide receiver gets more publicity than the quarterback? Yeah, it's not about how the quarterback throw the balls when he's playing with them. It's about how he catching the balls that the quarterback throw. Whether the balls are ugly or good. He catching them hoes. If he in the vicinity, he catching them hoes. And a nigga think he catching him. Nigga think he catching Nolan on the field. No. Yeah, that's what they call him. No. As soon as he catch that motherfucker and shake a nigga, the crowd go, no. Yeah. Beautiful. Yeah, but I see all these perverted ass old black and white men in the comments. Right, Dick riding Officer Tatum. Right, who's interviewed Katie? Why are they putting the blame on these guys? She's the last one that was seen with him. Ain't nobody said that Nolan was seen with Katie last except for these niggas. And warned the nigga that said, the guys know that, and it was like, he said, Officer Tatum said, how many witness Nolan saying that? He said the guys know that and the girls know that. He said at least 5 of us guys and the girls heard them. And I told y'all from the 911 call, it might have been 2 or 3 girls on that boat. 4 boys, 2 girls, 3 girls. Really, it was 5 boys and I believe 3 girls. Right? Nolan was the 5th boy. But after he died, they counted him out. They said it was 7 of them on board. Yeah, that's what Warren thought of real quick. It's 7 of us. You know why? Because right then and there, while he was on the phone and he was looking at everybody panic and all of that shit, he said we could just throw him overboard to himself. And when he got off that phone, he told him we throwing him overboard. Then after that, he called his granddad, told him, look, they trying to send the National Guard. We don't need him to send the National Guard. You know, Nolan, he dead. Where is he at? We threw him overboard. All right, I'm finna make the call. Y'all come straight here. I don't want to hear anything else about this. Throw him overboard and come straight here. Matter of fact, I'm going to meet you at the docks. We got to clean the boat. Let me call you folks. Hey, meet me at the docks. We got to tow the boat. I need help. I can't say too much. He probably didn't say that. Just said we got to tow the boat. I need help. Because dad don't want any recording of him saying over the phone, I need help. I'm not going to say too much over the phone. He don't want to say shit like that. Yeah, meet me at the docks. The boys bringing the boat in. They caught a little water. I need help getting it on the truck. Granddad didn't go to the store to buy Clorox and bleach. Grandma, one thing I know about old women, black or white in America, they gonna keep a motherfucking house clean. They gonna keep shit like full bottles of pine salt. They do couponing and shit like that a lot. And the younger, middle-aged black women and white women, they follow in the footsteps. Yeah. We see them on social media. Dummies think that they robbing. Smart people know that those people are couponing. Those women are couponing. They got tag coupons because Walmart made a mistake and didn't put a limit on how many ties that they could buy with the coupons. So that's one of the ones that they know. They can get 50 to 100 if they got enough money for it. They gonna get that. The pine saw, they might have put a limit, no more than 10 or 20. So they only gonna coupon 10 or 20 of them. Yeah, they're gonna sell half of it and keep half of it. Their house gonna always smell like bleach or something. Pine saw, Fabuloso when you come over. Yeah. Gain dishwashing, washing powder. Tide washing powder. Yeah, they gonna have that. Yeah. Shout out to my girl Lala. She one of them couponers. Yeah, real woman. Real women do that. So granddad ain't got to go to the store for nothing. He grabbed 2 jugs of that Clorox bleach name brand. Yeah, when women coupon, they be able to get the name brand shit. And the name brand shit be the best shit. I don't like off-brand bleach. If you use a nice amount of off-brand bleach, goddamn it, on your brand new white shirts, you'll come out with yellow stains, like yellow spots in it. Yeah. That off-brand bleach be spotting your clothes. But you use Clorox brand and go and pay them extra $2, $3, $4, $5 depending on what size you get. Cause for the small junk, it's like $4 here in Memphis, $3.98 at Walmart. That's the cheapest. Anywhere you gonna get it. The dollar store, they like $5, $5, $6. Depending on if you go to Dollar General or Family Dollar. Yeah. He gonna bring all that to the boat, and they gonna clean that motherfucker, and then Granddad gonna go to the house with him and get everybody's story straight. Yeah, they refused for the Coast Guard to come. Then Granddad called behind them, called Marine Towing, and said they don't need no assistance or no Coast Guard assistance. Yeah, so they lied to us. And the news media outlets had the story wrong, saying that them boys got towed for at least 3 minutes with the towing company. Towing company never came. We just heard the head of the towing company call when the operator called them and told them, yeah, the Granddad said that they didn't need us. Yeah, he just called us and talked to us before you called us. Which mean Warren called Granddad first. And he probably told him, you got to call dispatch and still make the report. I'm going to call the towing company, the water towing company that I know that they're going to call, because it's the only one out there. I'm going to call the water towing company. I know the owner. I'm going to talk to him and tell him we don't need them, or the Coast Guard, and make sure they refer that if they get a call from 911 operator. The boat is a 24 Triton. He said, what kind of boat is it? That's what the toy boss asked the operator. What kind of boat is it? She said, I believe it's a Triton 24-footer. He said, oh yeah, the Granddad just called me. Jerry. She said, yes, that's the owner. Yeah. This is the head of the towing company. You know what she said when she first picked up? Yes, Captain such and such. Yeah, she know him. He's the only towing company on the water. Yeah. And he fuck with the police. He fuck with the Coast Guard, all of them. Yeah, they friends because they have to work all year long together. If somebody come up missing and they boat out in the water, they got to call him. Yeah, Captain, we need one of your tow boats out here to tow this homicide boat in. Can y'all cover it up before y'all tow it? We need as least water as we can get into it before so we can investigate. And they'll tow that motherfucker slower than a bitch with a blue tarp over that bitch to eliminate as much water as they can from getting in there before investigation carry out. Yeah, these folks ain't playing, y'all. Those of you just coming in, y'all like the video for me, subscribe to the channel.
Do you think Benjamin Crump being involved in this case made it better or worse?
100,000 times % worse. Because why on the Tuesday after where has your civil rights been broken? Where has it been shown? You brought Benjamin Crump to stir up a community that's already tight-knit. Yeah, we might not be best friends with everybody, but I promise, if you're talking about Ocean Springs as a whole, Ocean Springs is going to have Ocean Springs back. 110%. We back each other. Everybody I've seen, we back each other. And for them to push this narrative and really push it just shows me is like you have no idea.
Ocean Springs, they back each other. It's a tight-knit community. So if multiple families, kids are involved as witnesses in murders, in a murder, and they could possibly go down for the murder that they witnessed because they done thrown the body overboard. Y'all tight-knit community. Y'all look out for each other. Ocean Springs has each other backs. That means in this situation, one family hurt in Ocean Springs by death, and they don't know what really happened, but all the other families do. We're a tight-knit community. We're Ocean Springs. We're going to have each other's backs. They're going to have to accept this casualty for Ocean Springs. And guess what mom and dad said? Nolan Wells' mom and dad with his 2 little brothers that was sitting on the front row of the funeral and couldn't hold their head up because he had a closed casket. Yeah. They couldn't tell mama why he had a closed casket, but Benjamin Crump told him his fucking neck was missing. And the state of Mississippi still has his neck. They can't open this casket with his head stitched to his torso. That is brutal. Then his body been out so long in autopsy in Mississippi. When it went to Washington, that's another thing that the doctor said in the autopsy. His body was decomposing. Yeah, my nigga, he been dead since the 4th, and y'all just giving us his body in the middle of the next week after the 4th. And the 4th was on the weekend, so you let a whole week pass and then a half a week pass before you sent the body, and you didn't send the neck. You obviously haven't been keeping this body refrigerated at a nice temp because his body is already decomposing. What the fuck is up with the motherfucking refrigerators on the plane that y'all sent it on? Because his body was still decomposing. To the point where when it got to this, luckily we gave him to one of the best doctors ever. He could still run autopsies. He still knew which parts of the meat to cut, which parts of the flesh to cut, around how to get around the decomposing parts and still get a good piece of flesh. Yeah, he knew how to cut layers off above and when the body starts decomposing, how deep down into the tissue it has decomposed at this certain amount of days. He knew what to cut and what to do. Yeah, he knew. But y'all kept that neck. Y'all gotta release that motherfucker now if y'all heard anything. Y'all gotta release the autopsy because this damn call that came out. And if we can't hear nothing else, we can obviously hear the girl crying, Nolan! Oh my God! We can hear that. Clear as day. The music had stopped playing in the background, the holding music. The operator wasn't speaking at that time. Warren was speaking, but he had gaps in his speaking, trying to cover up every piece of commotion that's going on in the background. And somebody might have been, somebody like Wyatt. Yeah. Somebody like Wyatt might have been saying some shit in the background that he was focused on covering up and wasn't talking loud enough. He should have been focused on covering up her voice because she gave it away. Now she's in the house trembling, and if her parents don't know, which I don't think her parents know, she's on the brink where she's coming to her parents right about now, and they probably trying to figure out who they should call. Don't call the sheriff's department first. Call Ben Crump them. Let her give them a statement, then you call the sheriff's department. Because the sheriff's department might try to silence her or throw anything away, lock her up, put her on probation, or say, you know what I'm saying, she gonna have something to do with the case. We gotta keep her here and all of that shit just to silence her long enough to throw the case. Yeah, we gotta realize this is why the grand jury is bringing charges. Yeah, when the grand jury, we thinking the grand jury heard what we heard. Now, when the grand jury first heard that piece, they like, we need the full recording. When the grand jury got the full recording and started listening to it, they like, why the fuck hasn't our sheriff department or the FBI brought in any of these people for extra questioning? Hey, call Washington and tell the director of the Department of the Federal Bureau of Investigation that we need Washington FBI out here. Yeah, because we bringing charges for sure. See, all the media outlets, when the DA and grand jury had a meeting with the parents and for an hour and something, that I said they wasn't just talking about that. It's certain shit that Ben Crump and the parents can't disclose as far as evidence if the DA and the grand jury give them any idea on what evidence they already got. They got that. The mom and the dad standing by their word too much. Even I've sat here sometimes rethinking and looking over my notes and saying, what if these young niggas innocent? Even after hearing they interviews and shit and seeing that the feds and them is taking so long, the sheriff's department, feds of Mississippi and the sheriff department was taking so long to do anything. Yeah, that's why Washington, D.C. Federal Bureau of Investigations that came down here. Yeah, they just came down Wednesday or Thursday. Yep, Nancy Grace reported on it, all of that. Yeah, we got that clip too. We gonna play her after Tracestin. We fucking with Nancy Grace tough right now. She was seeming a little racist on Carmelo Anthony case. I still think she's still racist on that. You know what I'm saying? Like, we ain't let her in all the way. But this Nolan Wells situation is touching her because she got grandkids his age. You know what I'm saying? And she can't imagine her grandkids dying and what they mom, her daughter, and her would have to go through, especially if the situation happened like this, where he went out with some friends and he did come back and friends don't know nothing. Nobody knows nothing. That's what Nancy Grace saying. Nobody knows nothing. I find that hard to believe. Yeah, so she demanded answers for Nolan Wells' family. And one thing I can tell you about a woman, no matter what color they are, if another woman is hurt and they hear her out or hear her story, they gonna feel her. Whether they've been through the situation or not, because she's a woman. She's emotional like them. They feel her emotion. Yeah. Women gonna feel each other. Thing I know Nancy Grace can feel is his mama and her hurt, seeing that woman cry and try to talk about good times from her son and good memories and break down every time. And I said, but look, y'all, even the dad, the brothers can't even speak. And we seen them on the front row at the funeral. That's what I'm gonna put up for this thumbnail. For this live, I'm gonna put up the picture I got of the mom, the dad, and both of his little brothers sitting on the front row. You're gonna see the mom really crying. You can tell she crying. She pulled off her glasses sometimes in photos at the funeral. The little brothers, they never lift their head up. Got their hands in their heads in their hands and shit. You know they crying the whole time. The dad keep his shades on, but he's holding the mom. Got his arm around her end to him to try to show her that, like, look, I'm here. I got you. I'm your support. You heard me? Lean on me. And he leaning on her. And even though neither one of them got to carry anyone's sadness or sorrows, they carrying each other's. They carrying each other's. What's up, Shane Ransom?
Idea who you're dealing with or who you're messing with. And I think he's taking the grieving parents and manipulating and turning this and making it sound all bad, because it's nothing's like that at all. No.
Have you gotten death threats? Or, because I know that the other young men that I spoke to about this, especially the white young men, they're getting all kind of death threats. They're being accused of killing Nolan. Did you get the same backlash and threats that some of those guys have gotten?
Yes, I've gotten the death threats per se, but I've also gotten the threats along the lines of where it's like I've been cast out of the black community. I've been called white. I've been called a wetback. All these things. I've been sent photos of me and my grandmother, and they've been told that she's the devil. She's just looking for the time to kill you. You need to be careful and blah blah blah. And it's like, man, if y'all want to know the story, the only people that showed up for me in my whole life has been my white side of my family. So for y'all to sit there and drag their name and to drag me down, and I'm supposed to be one of y'all, and you're supposed to have my back, and we're supposed to be in this together, and it's really eye-opening.
Did it shock you that it turned this way? Meaning that, you see everything happen. Nolan was your friend. From all the young men I talked to, it seemed like Nolan was the life. I love Nolan. He gets along with everybody. Everybody's cool, but everybody feels like Nolan made them feel like everybody's his best friend, right? I mean, everybody felt connected to Nolan. Were you shocked that it turned like this? I mean, where this community was tight-knit, Nolan's friend group was tight. He ends up losing his life in an unfortunate situation, which nobody knows exactly what happened. Did it shock you that it turned into some racial thing?
Yes, racial, I do agree. Now, it going famous or going viral, that part didn't shock me. Thinking about it and being honest, like, that's not a surprise because everybody didn't love Nolan. Especially around here, everybody loved Nolan. So for people to repost that, they know Nolan. I mean, they know he did not have one hateful thing in his heart. And racism?
Yep.
No. That was a shock. That was a complete shock from his mom and from his stepdad. Like, that's a shock. That's an utter shock because it's like, first off, I don't know how to word this. No.
Hey, yep, Nancy Grace Show said that, Shane. Look, we said the same thing here. We was saying it before Nancy Grace. I was saying this shit every day. Look, I don't care what they say. We on this case every day and we ain't deterred to no other case. Yeah, right now it's other young black kids dying, but we gonna let the other YouTubers handle that. We've been on this case since the 4th, since they claimed that he was missing. Before we had the whole damn operating call. You know what I'm saying? Before we had all these interviews from Warren. When we just had the TMZ interview from Javon. And then later on, the Rolling Stone, TMZ, and ABC Good Morning America interview from Tracestin. Yeah, I ain't got to read the paper for it because I know it by the back of my head. We been on this shit, Shane. You are right, bro. You right. Yeah, then these folks talking down on their mom and their dad, talking about they pulling the civil rights thing. Nigga, you don't even know what happened. You know part of the story, nigga, but you don't know what happened. And then the fact that a black kid would die and you supposedly black and you saying that all these folk bashing you, calling, saying you not black, calling you white, calling you Mexican, calling you wetbacks and all of that type of shit. Nigga, because you sit there reading these fucking texts. Even now today, you still got these texts of Warren texting you and the first thing he say he gonna call the National Guard and you don't even fucking question that. After the first time he tell you he gonna text you, he gonna call the National Guard, you said, no, bro, he probably just chilling with a female or that Katie girl. I'm sure if you hit up Katie, he'll be over there. And then the nigga didn't even, it's like he didn't even hear you. The nigga texts you right back, nah, I'ma call his mom and call the Coast Guard. You never said, why would you call the Coast Guard and not the police? Do you know if you know something about him being left on the water or something? You didn't ask him that, bruh. For you to be Nolan's friend, you don't even think that far. When Nolan die, you just take whatever the fuck they give you. You his friend, though. And then you sit there and you mad because his mom and his dad and his little brothers are his best of bestest friends. His family, his blood, his love, and they lose him. And you sit there and you mad at them for them asking every question. For them saying, what could it be? Could it be race? Well, we not going to take no chances and bypass that it wasn't race. And we know he went out with all his white friends. Nigga, you didn't tell his parents that you was going to be there with him. Javon and his parents didn't say that they was going to be at Horn Island to his parents. He asked his parents, could he go to Horn Island with just the guys, and they stay behind and let him enjoy himself before tomorrow. And you know what his parents said? Yes, son. Goddamn it, you done did good in school. You done achieved this much. You was already motherfucking Division 2. You already made Division 2. While you was in high school, all the highlights, right? You got the best achievements going into college. You a freshman in college, wide receiver, and they starting you, nigga. You got sophomore, juniors, and senior class in front of you. But you get to start as a freshman, and Division 1 wants you. They want to give you trials on the college field. At the college, you just got accepted into as a starter. Yeah, you gonna make Division 1 right off the back. I already knew what he was gonna do. Yeah, I was waiting for that. Nolan Wells, Division 1, right off the back. We was gonna see a year or 2 years of highlights in college from him before we saw him go to a good-ass team like San Francisco 49ers, Green Bay Packers, Atlanta Falcons, New York Giants, somebody that's gonna give him a real big ass, or maybe even the fucking Cowboys. Yeah, because he was in Mississippi, he was close. And the Cowboys, they need some more good ass wide receivers, some motherfuckers that can actually catch the ball under any kind of pressure. And that's what he was. That's why he had so many highlights. That's why everybody wanted. That's why he was such a good football player, and everybody wanted him. Every news outlet wanted a press conference with him after a game, whether he was in high school or when he just made it to college. He already had 2 press conferences after making it to college. Nigga hadn't been in college for 2 whole months. Freshman wide receiver, starter, headed for Division 1. Just finished Division 2. 2 years of his high school year, junior year and senior year. Yeah, that nigga, man, they had a picture of him in his bedroom. That nigga had so many fucking football trophies, the tall jumps behind him. So you know them motherfuckers won. Them games was won. Yeah, them wasn't lost games where they just give you a trophy for playing a part of the team, and they just want the team to feel special at the end of the year. Nah, them was for games won, my guy. The tall jumps, like what they got up at the school, what the school get to keep. The school get a copy of it. Starting players get a copy of it. Only the starting players. Yeah, the rest of the team, they don't even hear about them in high school. They don't even know the quarterback and the starting wide receivers got a trophy. Just like the school, up in the school trophy case. Them tall ass jump. When y'all win the season, yeah. Yeah, they get a head players a trophy too. Not just the school, the head players get one too. The ones who had the biggest stats. The ones who's gonna go into Division 1 league, Division 2 league, and the NFL, the UFL, the ones that's gonna do that shit. Yeah, the best of the best. They get a trophy just like the school. How I know this? Because I got plenty of trophies. Plenty of soccer trophies. Yeah, I was a soccer athlete. And every time my school won the championships, and they got a trophy, I got a trophy, my sweeper got a trophy, and the goalie got a trophy. Because we was the three with the highest stats. Yeah, we got a trophy for the championships too. I'm sorry to the rest of the players. We was never supposed to say nothing. I'm not in high school no more though. You know now. God damn it. Yeah, man. These folks is crazy. And I appreciate that, y'all. I appreciate that for the support. I appreciate that, Shane. Yeah, Shane said, yes, sir, you sure did. Yeah, I told you. All this that I'm saying, my chat already done heard this 1,000 fucking times. And every day, more and more shit is coming out to support the facts that we have came up with from using our common sense and analyzing these clips. Because my chat will tell you, I will pause the clip 1,000 times. If the line he says can be analyzed and I just caught him in a lie, or he just contradicted himself, I'm gonna pause it. I'm gonna explain how he contradicted himself. I'm gonna play it. If the next line, he don't get 3 lines out, the next one line, he contradicts himself again or slip up again, I'm gonna pause it again. I'm gonna break it all the way down. By the time I get finished breaking that motherfucking film down, that audio clip down, everybody in the chat understand and can see. Shit, they most of the time they see it with me. When I'm breaking it down, some of them saying it in the chat before I even get the words out what I was finna say. And I recognize, yeah, Lala, you right. That's what I was just finna say. Oh yeah, Shane, you right. That's what I was just finna say. Or that's what I said last week. I'm telling y'all, I've been saying this. You've been paying attention. We've been on it. We've been saying this shit here. These other channels just catching up. Those of you just coming in, y'all like the video, subscribe to the channel.
Nolan wasn't fully black. Nolan's mixed. Nolan has a little bit of Asian in it. You don't. It's hard.
Listen.
And racism.
Now he finna talk about Nolan, why this man dead. This is the part I'm telling y'all about that y'all haven't heard. You heard me? I went through this motherfucker before we even played it. Like I said at the beginning of the stream, I said, and then we got this interview from this nigga, and he talking about he Nolan's best friend. But he talking about people talking about him online, talking about he's not black, he's white, or he's mixed, calling him a wetback. And then he brings up Nolan. He said, but no one said anything about Nolan. And Nolan's part Asian. Nigga, he dead. And if that was your friend, nigga, you wouldn't even bought him up. So what? You telling us in this interview, people are talking about you and you feel bad about it, but why they ain't talking about Nolan, who's supposed to be your dead friend? So you want them to talk about your dead friend instead of you. How does that make sense, y'all? That's why I just rewinded so y'all can hear the full statement that he made when he first started. Because when I started it back, he was talking about Nolan. But some of y'all probably don't remember, just before I paused it, he was saying how people call him out his name and talk about him, and then he gonna put it on Nolan. But Nolan is his best friend. Nolan mom was right. You're not his fucking best friend. You're not even his childhood friend. Now, to know him through high school, you probably knew him since high school. But say you his childhood friend or his best friend, it's kind of far-fetched. They don't even know you.
Oh, that was a shock.
Listen.
That was a complete shock from his mom and from his stepdad. Like, that's a shock. That's...
Look, y'all. Woo! We just caught another one. You remember what I said? I said, why is Nolan Wales' last name Wales and his mom and dad got a different last name? I said, could that be his stepdad like a man that his mom married, because he looked just like his mom. But he's taller than his dad. Tracestin just put it out there. Tracestin said, I mean, his mom and his stepdad. So yeah, that is his stepdad. But see, to Nolan, that was his fucking dad. You hear me? That was the man that brought him up through football and made him, his family made Nolan want to play football. When his mama married that man and he treated his mama with respect and not like his dad. Left his mama behind or abused his mama before he left her behind. That man respected man. And that man treated him like he was his real son. His little brothers, though, is his dad's real son. His dad and his mom real son. Because his little brothers is dark. And you'll see in the thumbnail, when I post the thumbnail after we finish the live, his dad, his little brothers are dark like his dad, but got their hair like him and look like him and his mom. Got that face with the slim, pointy nose. Yeah, so this nigga just put it out there. That is Nolan's stepdad. That's why he taller than him. But Nolan, that man been around for a long time. You can obviously tell because Nolan called him dad. And Nolan wanted to be like his uncles. Yeah. He wanted to be like his stepdad uncles, not like his dad family, his stepdad family, NFL players. And his stepdad treated him like he was his actual son. He didn't call him stepson. In the press conferences, he never called Nolan stepson. He said, my son. He never called Nolan without saying Nolan, my son. He never just said Nolan. Like y'all did, Nolan. And then when y'all refer to other folks, my friends. But you don't refer to Nolan as your friend.
That's an utter shock because it's like, first off, I don't know how to word this. Nolan wasn't fully black. Nolan's mixed. Nolan has a little bit of Asian in him. You don't hear that though. You don't. So to turn it as like somebody's harping down on Nolan because of the color of his skin, you don't know us. You don't know our community. It's crazy that people are just running with a lie. And it's so...
First of all, my nigga, you from y'all community. And for you to air out that Nolan is part Asian, nigga, that shows that your community air out what y'all is. Yeah. He's like, your community is saying that he's black and Asian. He's not fully black. Yeah. Nigga, you just said, man, for people to say that type of stuff. Nolan, he's part Asian, but you don't hear it. You don't hear people bring it up. You saying that they don't hear the internet. They don't hear us bringing up that Nolan is part Asian, but they hear us calling you white and wetback. Right? That's what you're saying. And then you saying, but you don't hear that Nolan is part Asian. You from your community. You from your Ocean Springs community. You just aired out that Nolan was part Asian. Yeah, but then you try to say, but your community is tight-knit and y'all don't look at that. Nigga, you just looked at it. And you mad that we don't look at it. But we look at you. And we'll call out what you is, but we won't call out what Nolan is. You just like the people from your community. Birds of the same feather flock together. So the shit that you do, air out what Nolan is, we can expect that the community do. So you can't tell us that the community ain't racist. You can't tell us that the community don't judge black people, that they don't judge Nolan, because you sitting there judging Nolan. Talking about he half Asian. Talking about why is we talking about you a wetback and you white and you ain't black, but we ain't saying that Nolan half Asian. So nigga, you just contradict yourself right there. Now you gonna say we not saying Nolan half Asian, but we talking about you. You from your community and saying that your community wouldn't talk about race, wouldn't be in race and shit, but you just brought up race. And you from your community. And your community is so tight-knit. So you a part of that group. You contradict yourself by talking about race with Nolan. And saying that you a part of this tight-knit community that don't talk about race. No, they do talk about race. Because you just sat there talking about Nolan's race and then sat there talking about how the internet doesn't bring up that Nolan's race is half Asian. He's not even fully black. That's what you said, my nigga. Before that, you said how we was talking about that you was a wetback and how you was white. You not black. And then when you brought up the shit about Nolan, said he part Asian, he not fully black himself, but then you said, but you don't hear that. But you don't hear that. But you would say that my community was racist. This is a tight-knit community. We don't judge. Now y'all do judge. Y'all not a tight-knit community with each other. But when that tight-knit community get ready to exit somebody out the group, look, the whole group in the community exit that person out. And when they exit that person out, if they kill that person, if they make that person disappear, that tight-knit community, when they exit that person out of the community, guess what? The whole community is quiet about it. They tight-knit. Yeah, feds got to knock on everybody, though, now. Feds got to knock on everybody, though, now. Now, y'all too much, I done heard it from everybody. Every kid that done interviewed about Nolan Wells' death done said, except for Katie, showing you how she different. Every little once in a while, I'm gonna show you how she different from her mom in this tight-knit community. How she hates it. You know, it's usually the young girls in the rich families, especially rich white families, that get no attention like they should from their parents, right? Their parents is so busy working these high-paid ass jobs, coming in, just caring about the community more than their household. They don't ask the kids shit. The kids got a maid that's cooking dinner. The kids already ate, they all sleep. The parents come in, the maid fix them some of the leftovers from the dinner, and they sit up at the table talking with the maid standing on the side, asking her, how did their kids do today? Yeah, and then when it's time for them to spend time with the kids, they throwing a party for the neighborhood, and they got everybody kids and all the neighbors over here. And the kids just like, I never get to see my parents. Unless when we at a fucking party. Yeah. I feel like Katie in that type of situation. You hear me? Plus, she's a young lady. And here we don't even talk about ladies like that, goddamn. We don't talk about females like that. We give the female the benefit of the doubt first, right? So until it comes out that she's guilty of anything, we're not gonna blame her for anything. But a young man, yeah, he's supposed to be the protector. He's supposed to be the nigga that can hold responsibility. Yeah, he's supposed to be the strong part, the anchor. Yeah, all of that. Yeah, so young men carry more responsibility when they young than the young female in the household. Yeah, the young female, she learned housely duties, but the young man, he learned housely duties. He learned yard duties. He learned how to, if he being raised right, he learned how to get a job as soon as he turned 15 or 16 and he's able to get a job. See, the young woman, she doesn't go through all of that. She's not forced. She's more being protected, especially if dad is in the house. He's protecting his daughters. Yeah, they don't have to get out and work right now. Plus, they going through that the life cycle. You know what I'm saying? So they're very emotional. They need to be protected more and supported more. So they can know, hey, look, if anybody's trying to take advantage of you right now around this time, I don't want you to hide it. You can come to me. I'm going to get you taken care of. I'm going to protect you, goddammit. Make sure it never happens again. I'm trying to protect you now to make sure it never happens. But if you ever are in a situation and dad is at work or dad is not around and some shit like this happens, go tell. When dad find out, he gonna make sure it never ever happens again. Yeah, so that young man, he got more responsibility. I don't give him no kind of leeway in any situation. I was given no kind of leeway in any situation. I had to be honest. Yeah, that's how I matured. I had to start being honest. Not only with my adults and mentors and teachers, administration and shit at school, I had to be honest with myself. When I do something wrong, just be honest right off the bat. When I used to smoke, I told y'all, my niggas used to skip the whole class, but I smoked for the first half of the class, do all my definitions and critical thinking at the house for every chapter, because that's going to be class work. So when I come in 30 minutes late and got 30 minutes left, I'm behind the motherfucker. When I come in, everybody like, Jerry, 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 Jerry. And I'm like, dun, 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 dun. Teacher like, sit down, boy. But if they ever ask me, Jerry, is you high? Because I got the class last, I'm like, yes, ma'am, yes, sir. Boy, be quiet. Get this bell work done. I just finished. Okay, y'all got critical thinking and definitions. Read chapter such and such. I'm done with that too. Let me go and bring that up. Yeah, I got it in the journal. I got 2 journals, a journal of definitions and a journal of critical thinking. Yeah, next chapter, I'm finna turn them pages out. Here you go. I did that shit at home. Yeah. First 2 months of school, I did all my books, vocabulary, and critical thinking. Even if we go to a class where they don't do vocabulary and critical thinking for class work and shit, they still might do the vocabulary alone, you know what I'm saying, for like homework. I'm gonna have it the next day because I already got it, right? They might not do critical thinking, but when they read the story and they talk about it, I already know about the story because I done read the story. Critical thinking at the house. Yeah, so I'm more familiar than anybody in the class besides the teacher with the syllabus and the answers already in front of them. Yeah, so young boys, they don't get no kind of leeway. No, my nigga. Y'all is different than the young lady. Yeah. So we gonna mention Katie, but we ain't implicating Katie. These young niggas ain't got their stories right. Now, Katie's story was, I chilled with him. Mom, it was really like a high and by because she was upset that he left her and went back to that boat and the nigga was yelling at him like he was a bitch. Like, you really going back to the boat after he said that to you? And all he thinking is, look, this is my safety net. In his head, he not telling her, but in his head, he like, this is my safety net. And this is what my dad warned me about, even though she not really trying to distract him right now. She just want to chill with him more because she really like him. And she don't want him to go get on a boat with a motherfucker that's hating on him, obviously, because he with her. Get the fuck on the boat now. Talking about he frustrated because the boat taking water. He frustrated because the boat taking water, but he pissed because the most beautiful white girl at their school is sitting over here chilling with a black boy. And he rich as fuck. And shit going to hell right now for him with his dad big ass boat. And she ain't paying enough attention to him. So I'm finna break that shit up. Nolan, get the fuck over here, man. We going. We leaving now. Yeah, that shit hurt her feelings. She called his mom, hey, I just want to offer my condolences. Yeah, me and Nolan did chill, but it was like a high and by. It's not what everybody else telling me. Yeah, that's not what them white boys gonna tell you, because they trying to throw it off theyself and throw it on the Katie. We just heard the 911 call. We heard one of the girls on the boat, and it wasn't Katie. Like I said, it wasn't Katie. We heard the girl. Nolan! Oh my God! Yeah, Nolan might have passed, right? That's what it sounded like. She was hurt. She was crying. And he was trying to cover it up. Huh? Yeah, what? Huh? Oh, what did you say? Nigga, stop talking so loud so we can hear what's going on in the background. That's how I knew he was trying to cover it up. Because I kept on thinking like that and he couldn't even hear me. It's like I'm on the end with the operator and I'm like, hey, tell that nigga to hold on right quick. I'm trying to hear what they saying in the background. Like, he ain't even answering your questions, but he's saying shit so I can't hear what they saying in the background. When I'm hearing it, I'm knowing that he's saying shit to block out what the fuck they saying, because they saying too much. And he know we heard her scream. Her fucking mouth, somebody probably held her fucking mouth closed. Now, you can't push shit past me. Yeah, somebody probably held her mouth closed right then. Until he got off that phone. And she knew then. When she looked around at all of them looking at her ass after they took their hand off her mouth and Warren them was trying to tell her, look, man, we're not, nobody's going down for this shit. You gotta stay the fuck quiet. We won't ever mention your name. Nobody mention your name. Nobody will know that you was her. Nigga, the feds finna find out who she is, because they done heard they call too. And they want to know who said, Nolan, oh my God. Because they want to know, why did she say that? The first question they gonna ask her is, when you said Nolan, oh my God. And then they gonna play the clear version of it. How they done took out everybody vocals and got just her vocals and then enhanced it where it's very clear and understanding. When you said Nolan, oh my God, and she finna get ready to say no, and they press play right after they say, Nolan, oh my God. Nolan was on the boat with you guys when you made the 911 distress call and you spoke to the operator and she was getting ready to call towers assistant before you left Horn Island? Yes. Okay. Slow down. No, don't cry. We're going to take it slow. Right? So, when y'all got ready to pull off, had y'all already called for an assistance? Yes. Yeah, okay. Just nod your head yes or no. Okay. Was Nolan alive when y'all called for towing assistance? No. Okay. Now this one you have to answer. This one you have to answer. When you said Nolan, oh my God, he was already dead? Was he already dead? Yes or no? Say it. Yes. Do you know how he ended up dead? Yes. You don't have to answer it, okay? This is one of our female officers. Bring in detectives. Yes, this is Detective Shields, one of our female officers. We're gonna get you some apple juice. Do you want something to eat? Yes. What do you like to eat? What's your favorite fast food restaurant? Burger King. What do you like? The number one, the single Whopper with extra cheese, please. Okay, we're gonna get you some Burger King. Get her some Burger King, number one. Yeah, you might have to drive so it can be quick. Okay, do you need anything else? Do you smoke cigarettes? Is it okay with your parents? Do you need one? Yes. Okay. Oh, you got that apple juice? Huh. Here's an apple juice. We got an extra one over there in the ice for you, okay? Drink this apple juice. Sit here. Detective Shields, she's going to be in here with you for a moment just to make sure you're okay. We got a little blanket over there for you. You can wrap around yourself. We're going to give you some time to breathe. A couple of hours so you can eat and get some rest. And then we're going to go on this full-fledged tonight when we come back to see you, okay? But we're going to have some extra help. The FBI wants to see you so they can get all of this down. Yeah, that's how they going to treat her. Yeah. Because whoever that girl was, I'm telling y'all, she was scared as hell. And we going to play it again. Let's finish this, right? Right.
Easy for people to believe it from the outside looking into Mississippi's history, per se. But it's like, you're looking at history. Let's go to each state's history. I bet they're not the best with black people. Like,
nigga, yeah, let's go to every state's history. They're not the best with black people, but we can tell that you're a dumb, privileged child. Because for you to be either a senior in high school or you graduated with Nolan, right? And you probably not in college because we ain't heard shit about college from you, right? Nigga, every state has some racism shit in it, but Mississippi is the worst. And during the civil rights, Mississippi had the most deaths and lynchings and hangings of black people, from kids to women to men. Mississippi had the most. So don't bring up other states and try to put us in this. Hey, if you from any other state in the U.S., write down in the comments below. Tristan, don't try to put our state in this. We don't live in Mississippi. And if you in Mississippi, tell them, hey, nigga, shut up. Tell them, y'all, if you in Mississippi, tell them, hey, nigga, shut up. That's dumb. Even we know Mississippi is the most racist. They done had the most racist events, and they done had the most black people die from racist situations. During the civil rights, the most black people, the state that had the highest percentage of black deaths during civil rights with Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and all of them, Rodney King days, it wasn't California, who police officers beat up Rodney King. Yeah, don't try to put California in this. They ain't the most racist. They the biggest state, but they ain't the most racist. It was Mississippi, my guy. Mississippi. Yeah, Mississippi still had all white only on the water fountains and black only on the water fountains after black people was given civil rights and they freed them. So yeah, nigga, don't try to put no other state. Don't try to put us in there with Mississippi. We didn't do that. No, Mississippi did that. Huh? Yeah. And that tight-knit community out there in Ocean Springs. Nigga, most of us Americans never heard of Ocean Springs until Nolan's death. We're like, Ocean Springs, Mississippi? What? Even white people was like, that sounds like an all-white neighborhood. What are those black people doing over there? Ocean Springs, my guy? It sounds like the ocean is putting out purified, clean-ass water that you can drink. Last time I checked, if white people around there, they ain't finna let too many black people in on this secret. Ocean Springs. I done heard of Mountain Springs and Whale Springs and shit like that, you know, where you can get clean water from natural water. Yeah, I never heard of Ocean Springs. Must be the cleanest part of the ocean over there. That shit crazy, right? Let me stop joking on these folks in Ocean Spring. Yeah, because I still fuck with Mississippi, parts of it. My folks, like I said, my folks stay in Grenada, Mississippi. They from Grenada, Mississippi, some of my folks. Some of my folks from Chicago, Illinois. Some of my folks from Compton, California, Los Angeles. You know what I'm saying? And most of my folks is here in Memphis. So the heart of our folks is in Memphis. And we stretch to three other different places around the U.S. Where do my folks come from? They come from Canada. My grandma, Lustery States, she comes from Canada. I mean, she damn near look white. She so red, she damn near look white. Yeah. Yeah, we come from Canada, but we here in the U.S. We've been in the U.S., goddamn it, since the 1800s, my guy. So we real U.S. natives. Yeah, don't try to put us up in there. Don't try to put our state. I already told folks that Tennessee is one of the most racist states, but goddamn it, they ain't got as much freedom as Mississippi and Texas with the freedoms of speech and all this shit that y'all doing now. They ain't got as much. Yeah. You know why? Because places like Memphis, Tennessee. Yeah. See, this is where they sacrificed Martin Luther King. Right? Huh? Yeah, this is where they assassinated him. So, Memphis, yeah, they take it light on us, really. They do. You know why they take it light on us? Because they got memorabilia out here that they make millions and billions of dollars off of a year. You know how many people come out here when Black History Month, February come around, my birthday, February 13th? You know how many people come out here, downtown be packed, goddammit, around the Lorraine Motel, which they turned into the Civil Rights Museum, where Martin Luther King got assassinated. People just want to walk through the room he was in. People want to stand on the balcony where he got shot at. Yeah. They want to lay on the concrete that his body fell to. Yeah. That shit be like $20 to get into the museum for us in Memphis all year round. When Black History Month come, it's $50 a ticket, $50 a person. Even the kids. Yeah, $50, my nigga. And we have tens of thousands of people come here the whole month. Nigga, all month. When you come around the Lorraine Motel, the streets is jam-packed. It's traffic jams because you got schools coming here too. From out of town, not just from our... Nigga, I told y'all, we got over 50 elementaries, over 60 middle schools, over 100 high schools. Goddamn it, we got Lemoyne College, University of Memphis College. We got about five Southwest community colleges here. University of Tennessee Doctoring School is here downtown. So we got them. They share a campus with the downtown Southwest Community College campus. We got University of Tennessee Dentistry School here. They are also downtown. We also have a separate University of Memphis Law School, which is downtown on the river. So we have multiple colleges here, right? We got a big ass school system, right? Man, them folks said don't play that shit here. We got a big ass school system. Multiple schools and everything. In Mississippi, it ain't like that. Certain districts just got one school. Everybody go to one elementary school. The same middle school. Like the whole fucking district. Damn near a whole city going to one school. They can't afford to teach them long enough. It's so many kids. They have to run so many schedules. They can't teach every kid. They can't teach all their kids hour and 2 hours long. Nah, they gotta teach the kids 30 minutes and go to the next class. 30-minute classes, and then they barely teaching them. That's why their education is lower. Yeah, their education is lower. We got multiple colleges out here. So don't try to put us up in that realm with y'all, my nigga. Yeah, my nigga. We smart out here. Oh, yeah, I can't forget. We got Rose College. 2009, Rose College became an Ivy League college because their tuition went up to $75,000 a year. And then their education is very high. So they ranked as an Ivy League college with Spelman and all. Vanderbilt, which is in Nashville, another Ivy League college. Yeah, state of Tennessee got some education out here. They rank with Spelman, Yale, Harvard, all them up north colleges. This Ivy League. Yeah. We rank with them. Our Ivy League colleges. Yeah, my little sister, she went to Rhodes. She went to the Ivy League college. Yeah, principal this all through school. She kept a 4.1, 4.2 GPA from elementary all the way up to 12th grade in high school. I didn't. When I got in high school, I started making honor roll. Sometimes I didn't make honor roll. I make a couple of C's because I was gang banging and all of that. Yeah, I was in the streets. I started acting up because my popularity started getting to my head. But I still went to class. But I wasn't scoring high enough because I wasn't on time. Yeah, my conduct interfered with me being able to get honor roll and shit like that, even if my grades were high enough. My little sister, she went to Ivy League. Yeah, right? Boom. Rose College. She graduated from there. She get accepted into the Air Force and the CIA. Yeah, they got a little, the Air Force and the CIA, they got a joint task force together, right? They send her to San Antonio, Texas, right? To the Navy Air Force base in San Antonio, Texas, right? She go to the university out there because they also paying for her college, right? So when she graduated from Rhodes, she had a bachelor's in psychology, right? She got her associates and then she went after her bachelor's. When they took her to San Antonio and she got accepted into the Air Force and they started paying for her to go to the University of San Antonio out there, she did another 4 to 6 years and she got a master's in psychology. Right? Boom. Once she got her master's in psychology, Washington, D.C. wanted to recruit her. Boom. She went to Washington, D.C. She got her job is what she started off doing was translating for terrorists because she know 4 different languages. She know English, Arabic, Spanish, and French, right? So she started translating for terrorists. Boom. While she was in San Antonio at the base. When they gave her a job in Washington, D.C., they gave her an office. Her building is 2 buildings down from the actual White House. Yeah, where they had a press conference. Her shit is 2 buildings down. And she got her own office with a door on that motherfucker with her name on one of those wood grain plates with her name, Latoya States, in gold. Yeah, like the United States. She said they start you off in Washington, D.C. at $80,000 a year. You get a pay raise every year, and your pay raise won't be lower than $20,000. Yeah, her pay raise don't be lower than $20,000. She get up $20,000 every year until she max out at where they top out. Who knows? Might be $250,000, might be $500,000. Yeah, and she a year younger than me. They say we look like twins, goddammit. Yeah, she a year younger than me. Her birthday February the 7th, mine's February the 13th. Our mom's is February the 12th. All 3 of us is Aquarius. Yeah, they call her my twin. She 34 now. I'm 35. She's going to turn 35 before I turn 36. So for a couple of days, from the 7th to the 13th, we actual twins. We the same age. Ain't this crazy? Shout out to my little sister, Latoya States. I know you out there in Washington, D.C. working hard, but don't let the CIA and the Air Force work you too hard. I love you. Yeah. Huh?
People change. You learn history so you don't repeat it.
Really?
Everybody knows that.
What's the craziest lie that you've seen floating around there about this situation? I know there's a lot of mysterious things, but like, what to you, what's the craziest thing that you've heard somebody say about this?
That my buddy in the photo was his lover. That was wild. That's been the utmost craziest, because it's like, what? Like, where'd you get that from?
Yeah.
I mean, also the lies of just how racist Mississippi is, or how racist the coast is, and Ocean Springs, and yeah, no, you don't know this, man. Like, you have no idea. And what I thought was crazy lie from the beginning was he's the only black person on the boat. He's the only black person on the island. No, not at all. Like, not once. Like, where'd you get this background information from?
How many people are on that island from your vantage point?
On the 4th of July?
Yeah.
Thousands? 13 miles? Like, I mean, you're talking hundreds and hundreds of boats that are carrying minimum 4 to 8, 9 people.
Nigga, the island.
Like, I'm talking like on the lower end, man. We're talking about smaller vessels here.
The island 11 miles long, my guy. Not 13. You don't even know how long the island is your damn self. All you gotta do is Google it, nigga. It's 11 miles long on both sides, which really give us like 24, 22 miles long, right? 11 miles long, my nigga. Each mile is about 4 boats, my guy. They ain't parked, goddamn it, boat to boat. You gotta get a other boat some room. Boats move, my nigga, when they anchored. You don't want your boat hitting the next person's boat. Because if the water move your boat and hit the next person's boat and you put a scratch on it, your insurance gonna be paying them, even though they ain't gonna get the scratch fixed. That's a vacation for their family. Yeah, so the boat's not that close together, nigga. We ain't dumb. It's about 2 rows of boats on each side, and they all spaced out, my guy. So at the most, you can say it's 200 boats out there. At the most. And I'm sure it ain't 200 boats out there. Like, y'all trying to make the situation and make it seem like it was way more people there, to where you putting yourself away from Nolan and you couldn't keep up with Nolan because it was thousands of people. Nigga, no. Like I said, it don't matter how many white people that's out there. It's not that many black people. If it's 1,000 white people out there shoulder to shoulder and you put 5 black people in it, you're going to be able to see all 5 black people. You know why? Because they skin darker. They're going to stick out like black marker dots on a motherfucking white blue line grid sheet. Shit, even if you take a brown marker, let's just say you take a brown marker, you take one of them white grid sheets, you know, that's really made for motherfuckers like architects and blueprint print drawers, right? You take one of those white sheets with the blue grid lines in it, right? You take a brown marker, the whole sheet is white. That's 1,000 squares on that sheet, and you put 5 brown dots, or you color in 5 squares brown or 10 squares brown, and you put that paper as far away as you can, and you tell me, can you see them brown dots in that white crowd? My nigga, if it's one, if it's just me standing in a group of white people and they say, hey, find the black person, you gonna be able to say, he's right there at the right corner, close to the edge, or you're gonna be able to say, he's right in the dead center, or you're gonna be able to say, he's right at the left side, or he's at the back end edge between the right and the left side. You're gonna be able to spot me anywhere. Nigga, it's like a wolf in a pack of sheep. When the shepherd come, when the farmer come, because his damn sheep been getting eaten up by wolves and shit, because he near the mountains and he's near the woods and shit like that, like maybe out there in California. He got a big farm where he near the mountains and the woods, where the wolves at. When he starts seeing sheep coming up missing, the first thing he gonna think is somebody stealing his sheep. But then when he started finding evidence of pieces of sheep and fur and shit laid in a motherfucking bone that still got a little flesh on it, bloody flesh and shit, in different areas, bushes and shit, when he just walking through thinking, where the fuck is these criminals coming from stealing my sheep? And he starts to see shit like that, he know it's a wolf. Right? So he bring his sheep back in closer to the farm, closer to the house and the barn where he can see them all in the field, right? When he see them sheep or notice them sheep take off to running one day and he run out, he grab his shotgun and he tell his sons and his nephews and his workers to get their guns. Come on, we got the wolf. When they start running, they get on them horses and start running after the sheep to see where the wolf at in the sheep. All the sheep is white. Say they dirty, then they off white. Them wolves, unless they got a white one, which is rare, with them all red pupils, with the white background and the all red pupils, yeah, he the one that's hard to see, right? But any other wolf, they gray and black and all them dark colors, dark brown and shit. When they get on them horses and they galloping and they catching up with them sheep, they gonna be able to see exactly where the wolf at in between the sheep and the sheep flock, where he at, and he waiting for the right moment to take down the sheep, right? And he see them, he hear them coming up on the back of him, right? So his next move is to either try to run one of the sheeps out of the flock, off the trail of the flock, because he know that they're going to continue with the flock, and if he can run one off and put them up in the woods, he eat. But if he have to try to get one right then and there, he know that once he kill that sheep, they're going to kill him. Yeah, once he kill that sheep, that's the one he attack. He going to be on that motherfucker, right? And the flock going to keep on running, but they know they can catch the flock later. 2 or 3 of them might still chase the flock, but the main ones and the owner, they finna stop soon as he jump on that motherfucking sheep and let the flock run on, and then they finna shoot him on top of the sheep that he done just killed. Yeah, and he gonna become a motherfucking wall picture, motherfucking wall trophy. They gonna take his head and get that motherfucker phlebotomized, put his ass on a wooden plank with a gold plate under that motherfucker with the date on when they shot his ass. Yeah. They gonna put him on the truck, and they might turn his body either into a rug or a fur coat for their wife, for grandma. Yeah. Let go.
Man, if I had to take a rough estimate.
Those of you coming in, like the video, subscribe to the channel, please, if you haven't already.
In my area of the island that I was in, 400, 500 people easy. If I'm taking an actual estimate, about 400 to 500 people easy. In our group, in the group of, I would say, young adults that were in the group of Nolan Wells, 100, 150, 200 people.
So the idea that Nolan went out with.
So he just said the young people that was in the group with Nolan Wells, I would say it's about 100 to 250. But Warren, that was in the group with Nolan Wells, He know how many people it was. He said it was about 20 to 30 of them. So this nigga is drunk and he's look at 20, 30 people. He think it's 150 to 250 people. Yeah, his number's way off. See, I just stopped him before we even got to this part, and I said, nigga, thousands of people. Nigga, wasn't no motherfucking thousands of people on that island. Hundreds of boats. Nigga, it may have been 200 at the max. The island is 13 miles long. Nigga, it is 11 miles long on both sides, my guy. Together, that's 22, my guy. It was at least probably one or two rows of boats. And the boats are not parking that close together because the boats move on the water, no matter if they anchored or not, my guy. They move up and down, side to side, my nigga. And if they park too close, the boats will be hitting each other and scratching each other, especially with people walking on and off of them. So tell that lie to somebody else. Now this nigga said, how many people was in the group with Nolan? He said, man, at least about 150 to 200, man. 250. Nigga, no. 3 boats, about 150 to 250 people. Y'all, this nigga is talking about a cruise ship that pulled up. Where the fuck the cruise ship come from? 3 boats ain't carrying no 150 to 200. Nigga, the biggest boat was a 24-footer. Or was it a 42? I don't know. I got so much information in my head, I get these numbers mixed up. This shit crazy, man.
4 white boys, and they took him to a deserted island, and he was allegedly last seen with a girl, and they just abandoned him. What do you say to that?
No. From the time they left, including myself, and also when I left the island, I could have named 50 people I really trust behind the helm of a boat that Nolan knew, that he knew, that he could go talk to. Even if he was left, there was tons and tons of people out there. There was 10 boats that camped out at Horn Island. I know a boat that didn't leave Horn Island until 8 o'clock that night.
Well, how did he die?
Nobody would have ever seen, take that back, nobody would have ever left somebody on Horn Island.
Okay, so how did
That's
he
a place
die?
of everybody loves to go and
See
hang
how
out.
Officer
That's
Tatum
their
don't
peace.
ask these type of questions? He just let them
Nobody
talk
wants
and
to see
then
anybody
move
out
on
there,
to the next
especially in the boating
ugly-ass
community.
question.
I can speak on that, like, genuinely. I grew up in it. That's absurd. It's absurd.
So
If it's
can you
absurd,
help
how
me
did he die?
understand the fight a little better? Because I interviewed Warren, who's your friend,
That shit
and he had
crazy,
made mention
man.
that his brother was involved in the fight. So can you explain who actually started fighting, and were you fighting his brother, or were you
Right.
fighting somebody else? Like, how did that
Yeah,
happen?
and I can
On the
see
boat.
now, especially, it's all been blown out of proportion. But so originally, I'll go back a couple steps. Me and my girlfriend, I wouldn't even call it an argument. She was upset that I lost the lid to her koozie. I dropped it in the water. Generally speaking, that's how it started. And I dropped her new koozie in the water. And so she started to let me hear it and basically told me I was paying for it. And she was really upset with me and mad about it. And I needed to kind of sober up a little bit. And so we're walking back. And during that time, this guy that I'm not friends with, I know of him. I don't know him. I didn't even recognize him when I got in an original fight. He had butted himself into my conversation and
Hostile.
basically was telling me how I needed to handle or address the situation with my girlfriend. And man, we weren't even yelling at each other. We weren't arguing. It was more along the lines of, I literally told her, I was like, man, I just want a beer. And she was like, well, go get one, blah, blah, blah. Well, when I said that, she had ducked her head underwater, and he had walked up, and he told me that I needed to watch how I talked to my girlfriend.
Yeah.
And I looked at him, and I told him, I was like, this has nothing to do with you.
But
We're
you
good.
do, nigga. It do.
This has nothing to do with you. And
Nah, nigga, that white boy right there, he a real man, my guy. Yeah, he might be privileged, but not as privileged as y'all. And he be seeing how y'all be treating y'all girls, and he wish he could have y'all girls. Yeah, nigga, his folks done taught him the right thing. That white boy right there that walked up to you, that you don't want to disclose name, nah, he was telling you the right thing, nigga. You shouldn't talk to your girl like that, nigga. That's somebody's daughter, nigga. And because her mom and her dad is not around, and she probably came here with her friends, don't mean that you get to treat her any lesser than you feel that she is, my nigga. Yeah, he basically told you, yeah, nigga, stop treating your girl like that, because she all that and a bag of chips. And if I had the chance with her, nigga, I'd take her, nigga. Yeah, that's what he probably told you. You got mad and said this nigga racist. Nah, but he not racist, my guy. He not racist, my guy. He wanted your girl. Yeah, nigga. He wanted your girl, nigga, because you was treating her wrong. And he see you when you hanging around Warren them rich-ass white boys. They richer than him. They don't let him hang around. Yeah, but he see y'all at every big function because his folks still got money and they gonna bring him around. But he can't get the girls y'all get. And you gonna mistreat your girl, curse her out, nigga, and you did her wrong because you too drunk. You done drunk too many beers. You're irresponsible because we're not supposed to be drinking anyway. But then we're gonna drink and you're gonna overdrink. I had a half of a cooler. She probably told your ass that. You said, bitch, I don't care. Yeah, he had to come to you because we know you was cursing. You just don't want to say what you called her. Yeah, because then we'll really know what type of person you is. Then we'll really know why you didn't second guess or question motherfucking Warren when he told you he was calling the National Guard and do you have Nolan's mom's number. Yeah, he never asked you, did you have Nolan's dad's number? And that's the parent that he knows. Because they never said, his dad never said that his mom came with me when I used to come take Nolan to Waffle House when he was a kid, all through elementary, grade school, and middle school. Warren parents used to have him and his friends have a little Waffle House date every week. They go to the Waffle House, meet up at the Waffle House. Yeah, nigga, like on some kingpin shit. If you seen Raising Kanan, how Kanan mom used to do his friend. Yeah, his friends and his cousins them. Yeah, and her brothers, his uncles. Yeah. Everybody meet up at my favorite breakfast diner. And whatever the fuck y'all want to eat on me. Sit here, chill with me, and pay my son some attention and hear how good he done did in school. Before Kanan got real fucked up in the head and wanted to be a drug dealer and a dope boy like his mom was a queen pin. Yeah. When Famous used to show up, even when he popped up with his sister. Soon as he came to the table, them folks said, you hungry? He like, hell yeah. Like, sit down. Yeah, you and your sister sit down. Hey, bring them a menu. Y'all order what y'all want. Man, you know moms got us, man. Yeah, but Nolan dad wasn't just there to chaperone. He was there to pay for his son's meals. He didn't want nobody to think that his son owe their kid anything. Or want their kid to think that his son owed them anything. Now, if y'all friends, but I'm his dad, which we found out today is his stepdad because Tracestin aired it out in the beginning of this interview. We was already wondering, When we already wondering, Lala, was, didn't I say, hold on, why them folk got different names? The mom and the dad got different last names. I said either the dad and the mom had him before they were married, and he got the mom's last name, or the mom has he has a different dad that the mom had him by, who left her and she met his new dad, which would be his stepdad, after that, and they got married and had 2 or 3 more kids, his younger siblings, which now we know is 2. He got 2 younger brothers. And their hair is the same as his, with the little fro, with the little like cuckabug looking shit with the taper around, nice clean line taper around, right? They got the mom face with that slim nose and Nolan face, because the stepdad got a slim nose too, but they got the moms because her slim and pointy. The Nolan's dad, I don't want to call him stepdad, has the slim nose, but it's flat and pointy, right? And they're shorter like Nolan's dad, right? Nolan's newer dad. Let me say it like that. They shorter like him, and they the same color as him. Nolan is a lighter brown in between both his mom and his new dad's color. New dad, true dad. Let's call him true dad. Yeah, let's call him true dad. Nolan's a little bit lighter than his true dad's color. Yeah, that sounds real good. Because that is his true dad. That man took care of him. Shout out to Nolan's true dad. The man that took care of him. Showed him the motherfucking way. And introduced him to his family. And said that it was also Nolan's family. Nolan was already athletic, but he pushed Nolan to be even more athletic and told him he can be a great. And when he saw who his new great uncles was, his new dad's uncles, 3 big ass NFL players, he said, wow, I got my new dad in my life. He really loves me. He really wants for me the shit that I want, and he inspire me and push me and support me and pay for everything that I need, so I'm not left behind. Yeah, he is my true dad. I can be just like his uncles, my great uncles. Yeah, I bet Nolan never called that nigga stepdad. I bet he called him dad the whole time he was around, because he most likely knew him as a kid. For mama to marry this man, yeah, he was good to Nolan. And then for her to have 2 more kids by him. Yeah, she been through something bad. She's not with Nolan dad. There was a bad relationship. It was unsuccessful. This man is a good man because he made her believe, hey, I'm a good man. Not only made her believe, he had to show her. She laid down, had 2 kids with him, and trusted him with the son that she didn't even have with him, because he treated him no different. Before they had them 2 kids together, he showed her that, thank y'all for the love in the hundreds. Before they had them 2 kids together, he showed her, hey, look, I accept you, and I accept whatever comes with you. I accept your son. Not as your son, but as my son. Yeah. When he married that woman, he didn't just marry that woman. He married that woman and he married Nolan. And then he gave Nolan 2 younger brothers that he could be proud of. That he could fucking motivate and become something and inspire them to become something. Like he was a true fucking big brother. His true dad didn't just become his fucking true dad. He gave that man something that he never had. He gave that man 2 little brothers. He made him a big brother, something that he never was before he knew that man. Yeah, we got to give that man a hand clap of praise, applause. We got to give to him. We got to give to him for his mama, for having somebody so strong and being able to get over that past relationship and get with somebody, actually be able to choose somebody that's good for your son, good for your child. And you chose right because the nigga married you. Yeah, put y'all in a nice ass neighborhood, a big ass community, worked his ass off. And you could be a stay-at-home mom and work from home if you want to. Start your own business and be there when your kids come home. And be there at the games that dad couldn't be at. But dad paid for you to be there. And dad paid for them uniforms. Anything his son need. Yeah, he paid for that. We got to get that man a hand clap and the main mom. Fuck what Tracestin saying. Trying to talk down on them folk. Them folk when they got Ben Crump because they know Ben Crump ain't going to lie to them. They know Ben Crump going to do whatever the fuck he got to do to get answers. Motherfuckers talking about Ben Crump lying on these boys. Goddamn it, Ben Crump going to put certain shit out there because he know it's going to stir up the media. Right? He know it's going to have folks saying, man, he's making this a race thing. Now, the more people that talk and the more people that Ben Crump can stir up and make talk about him bad, he know the more people is going to stand on his side. He know the more people in Mississippi that actually seen something, it's going to feel like they need to call his hotline and tell him something sooner than later. The more information come out, the more he try to throw a press conference to get that hotline number to call if you know any information. Look, because they already got the answers. I told y'all, the feds already got the answers. They just want to get as much information as they can, because when the feds come after you, right, and they gonna sit back, they already got their charges ready, and they got a judge to draw up them charges for them, what they gonna charge you for, and give them their arrest warrants without a date on it. Because they like, Judge, we gonna call you back as soon as the grand jury and the DA comes out after these investigations done. Ours already done. We gonna call you, and we gonna need you to go ahead and sign off on these warrants electronically so we can go pick them up then. Yeah, but we gonna let them talk, and more shit gonna come out, and it's gonna show that they lying. But we want them to lie as much as they can. Because when we come after them, it ain't gonna be no escape. See, I told y'all, when Ben Crump got involved, it was over with. But when the whole NAACP got involved, yeah, because every state have their own branch of the NAACP. So it's a NAACP president in each city, in each state. But there's not an NAACP CEO in each state. He's only in Chicago. And the president of the NAACP that's in Chicago is under the actual owner. Whoever owns the NAACP. That's who they under. Yeah, so the real NAACP from Chicago, Illinois is at the NAACP lead headquarters. They have jumped in this motherfucker. And they president have spoken. At the national NAACP convention that's held in Chicago, where all NAACP presidents, all NAACP people, associates come to Chicago for the big convention that they have every single year to meet each other and congregate. Yeah, they threw a press conference for Nolan Wells' family. And the president of the lead headquarters of NAACP said, yeah, like Ben Crump said, he's one of my best friends. And he was talking real proper. He said, yeah, we want transparency and we want more answers for this family. That's why we stepped in alongside, right behind one of my friends, Ben Crump, NAACP representative. Yeah, never, not one time did the nigga throw up in the air that I'm the president of the NAACP. They introduced him as the president, and he got up there and say what he had to say. And they had a praying rally after that. They didn't allow the press conference and the news stations to film. They said, now we got to hurry up, right? We want to take questions, as many as we can, and we want y'all to be considerate of how long the question is and how long of an answer you need, because we got a prayer rally and we want to get our convention started so we can start this prayer rally for the family, for his mom and dad that's here. Yeah, and they were sitting out in the crowd. Yeah, 4 Ben Crump gave that autopsy. So we know what's going on. Those of you coming in, please like the video and subscribe to the channel. Show your boy some love for all this hard work.
And he sat there and he was like, well, I'm going to tell you, I better not hear it again. And I looked at him and I was like, you need to excuse yourself from the situation. And after I came out, he swung. He threw the first punch. And we went back and forth. I remember at one point in time, I look over and I see my uncle. And my uncle's yelling at me to get in the boat. I stopped fighting. As soon as me and him made eye contact, I got in.
Nah, nigga. When you and your uncle made eye contact, you ran to the boat. That man said he threw the first punch, and we were fighting. Nah, nigga. He threw the first punch, and that motherfucker dazed your drunk ass. And I, when you were saying and I, you got caught back up in that moment when he was boxing your fucking face, and you were saying, yeah, and I, yeah. Y'all might have been, wrestling a little bit, but you never got off no licks on him. He dazed your ass a couple of times, and when you could see your uncle telling your ass to come on, cause he was finna pull off, he was saving your life. You can't whoop that white boy. Yeah, nigga. You can't whoop him. The white boy handed you your ass, my guy. The only reason he spoke up is because he knew he was tough. Yeah, like I said, that white boy, folks raised him right. His dad don't yell at his mom. When they have differences and shit, his dad know how to handle his emotions and his anger. His dad know when his mom yelling and shit, and she's emotional and getting ready to cry, his dad know how to say stop. Just stop. You could have just came to me and talked to me, and he know how to grab that woman and hug her, and the mom still be at the first, no, hitting him in the chest soft. No. You made me angry. And he know how to calm his woman down and say, it's okay, baby. I'm sorry. Even if he don't feel like he did nothing wrong. See, a real man know how to calm a woman down by taking the blame. Even if he ain't wrong. If she wrong. Man don't care about being right or wrong. A woman might, because she's emotional. So if a woman got a real man, he know how to calm her down by hugging her, holding her, maybe joking on her, crying and shit, doing her little voice. Oh no, baby. Yeah, make her laugh. That's all I want from you, baby. I just want you to laugh. It's okay. I'm gonna take care of it. I'm sorry. Yeah. And that's what that white boy was raised around. You know what I'm saying? Now, that might be one of the white boys who folks not racist, right? But he ain't finna let nobody that he know is a wimp that's got a beautiful girl because of what they parents got or who they parents is. Talk to no motherfucking female any kind of way. Nigga, he said you shouldn't talk to your girl. He didn't even take ownership. Yeah, nigga, he should have been like, nigga, don't talk to your girl like that because I'll take her. That's what he should have said. Yeah, that's what I would have said. I would have rapped it to you while I'm fly as fuck in my swim trunks with the matching motherfucking running Nike jacket, half zipper, unzipped all the way with no shirt on under it, with the little hair on my bird chest showing, with some oil on me. Yeah, I'd take her and do the motherfucker. Yeah, bitch, right there in front of her. And you. Yeah, when you done made a crowd that just made a laugh right there in front of your face. You gotta fight me. You embarrassed. You embarrassed, ain't you? I'ma ask you too after I say that shit. Nigga, don't talk to your girl like that, cause I'll take her. When she laugh, I'll be like, looking straight at you. With the mean look you got on your face. You embarrassed? You embarrassed, ain't you? As soon as your drunk ass try to swing at me, I'm just gonna hold my fist out. And when you fall forward because you missed the swing, you're gonna fall right into my fist. Right? And I'm gonna uppercut you with the other one. Before you fall. When you fall into my fist and it just barely tap you, you're gonna catch an uppercut to the chin. That might break your neck, my guy, or fracture something. I love uppercuts. Yeah, I done put about 2-3 niggas in a cast. 2 to be exact. Yeah. I done put they necks in a cast. Fucking with me. From an uppercut. Yeah, they wasn't ready for it. And I'm throwing every kind of punch. I want to connect to where I can feel it. Because, you know, when your adrenaline rushing and you throwing punches, you might be connecting and you might be tearing the motherfucker up. But your adrenaline rushing and you don't feel like you hitting them hard enough. So every time you drawing back, you trying to hit harder and harder. You feel like you trying to hit harder and harder, but you really is hitting harder and harder. But you can't feel it. You can't feel how hard you hitting them, like your hand is not hurting. It is hurting, but it's not to you because your adrenaline is rushing. Every time I get to fight, my adrenaline get to rushing, and I can't feel the licks. So I be trying to hit a motherfucker as hard as I can because I be trying to feel the licks. Why did I just hit this motherfucker in his jawbone? I feel his jawbone, but I don't feel no pain after I just came back off his jawbone. I know I hit him hard as hell. Maybe I didn't. Let me try harder. Yeah, I done fucked some niggas' faces up. And they couldn't touch my face, even if they were bigger than me. I had a nigga fight me, he was bigger than me, he had me in a headlock. Nigga, I'm smelling his stomach. Cause he trying to hit me in the face. I'm smelling his stomach while I'm swinging upwards, hitting him in the side of the face, and it feel like I ain't hitting him hard. Nigga, I feel like I was hitting his ass for about 1 or 2 minutes. I started to get tired. But at the end of me getting tired, I'm drawing back further and further and hitting him slower and slower. The nigga let me go. Right? And when he let me go, nigga, everybody started grabbing us. Oh, we was young niggas. I was probably about 12, and he was probably about 13 or 14. A chubby young nigga that's the same height as me, but he way bigger than me. You know what I'm saying? A little bit older than me. He called me out in the hood, and in the hood, the older heads back in the day, they used to make a young nigga get them up. Yeah, them older heads, 35, 40 and shit that run the hood back in the day. Yeah, y'all niggas come in the apartments. Young niggas. Yeah, now young nigga, you can't run. Nah, this the hood. You, if you don't know how to fight, you gonna learn how to fight. They say they ain't never seen you fight nobody. And I said, people don't fight me because they know I can fight. I done whooped everybody I done fought. Niggas done tried to jump me 3 deep. I done whooped all 3 of the niggas. They had to send 7, 8 niggas after me. Yeah, when they sent them 7, 8 niggas after me, I hit one and 2 many more came. I just balled up. And I made them feel like they was getting the best of me, but that shit didn't hurt at all. I was balled up so good, nigga, I didn't get swole up or nothing. But I was like, because I'm so smart, I'm thinking, I'm like, because, man, in my hood, young niggas told guns, they'll kill you too, right? Man, same niggas we go to high school with, the same young niggas that I hang with, goddamn it, them niggas that went to high school with us, that was opposition gangs, nigga, that we hung out with every day and smoked weed, nigga. When I moved out the hood and my grandma got me out the hood, my guy, Them niggas started killing each other. So what's to say one of the beefs that I had with one of them niggas that I grew up with that was smoking weed with wouldn't have made them kill me? They following off some other nigga that's a hater that's got status in the folk. Cause I'm vice lord. Nigga, I ball up. And I think to myself, if I don't make no motherfucking sounds with these 7, 8 niggas kicking me and stomping me and hitting me in the back of the head, which don't hurt because my hands is over the back of my head, so they hitting me on my hand. If I don't make no sounds, man, these niggas gonna try to kill me. If they don't feel like they inflicting no pain on me because they jumping me because they want to hurt me, they jealous of me, they hate me. Nigga, so I started making sounds right off the back. I'm, yeah, nigga, faking it. Nigga, to the old woman whose yard I rolled over in when they first started jumping me, came out with a shotgun and said, "Get off him." Yeah, Miss Patterson, I'll never forget her. Yeah, I never forget that old woman. I used to take out her garbage. That was one of the women in my neighborhood. I used to take out garbage. So when I moved out that neighborhood, yeah. And when she said, "Get off him, I'm calling the police," poof, them niggas started striking out running. She had already called the police. And when they got off me, she stood me up. She said, "Baby, I seen you. I seen you running. I seen where you fell in the yard. I had to get my robe and call the police and get my gun. I wasn't gonna let them hurt you, baby." I said, "No, man, they didn't hurt me. They didn't hurt me. I was just acting like they was hurting me. Because you know how they jealous of me. You hear me? After that, I never came back to the hood. No. I knew my life was in danger and a nigga tried to kill me over jealousy. So I never came back to the hood. I played it smart. I went to another part of Memphis. That was the hood. Like North Memphis. I went to their hood. Yeah. And I got around in there and they loved me. Yeah, I made another hood my hood. Like, fuck all that stupid shit. Yeah, I won't die for no nigga. Nah, I won't die for no nigga. Nigga, to prove a point to you, nigga, you not even worth proving a point to. Nigga, I'm finna get the fuck up out of here. You won't get me, my guy. You won't get me. Nah, Let me get up out of here. Yeah. Niggas jumped me, my guy. And then when they found out that the nigga that I hit before I ran, when there was 8 of them, the nigga that I hit, first nigga, and I said I dazed him, yeah, that nigga didn't run after me with the other niggas. He had a cartoon knot on his head. And when the Vice Lords heard that I got jumped, and then Big Five of them was in the neighborhood, back in the hood, because I came back to the hood the next day. Because I wanted a one-on-one with whoever had lied on me and got these niggas to go against me and jump me, and most of these niggas didn't even know me, right? Big Five of them was already sitting in the hood. The niggas that was, nigga, we was young niggas. We was at teenagers, 15, 16, 17. Big Five of them was in their late 20s, early 30s. These OG niggas, they had already connected with the superiors in GD and was like, yeah, your young nigga gotta get it up for lying on my nigga. Yeah, and they jumped him. And motherfuckers said it was about 7 of them. We ain't seen them yet, but he's supposed to be on the way to the hood. So y'all gonna get ready to come on the way to the hood and bring y'all young nigga. He gotta get him up one-on-one. Yeah. We gonna let him get him up one-on-one. And then I asked them when I got to the hood and they said that the young nigga was finna come and they were gonna let him get him one-on-one. They already told his superiors that. I said, nigga, why would y'all let him get a one-on-one and he jumped me? They said, young nigga, shut up. Who the fuck you think gonna let this nigga get a one-on-one and he jumped you? We just not saying it. We wasn't saying it. It was too many ears around just then, guy. Yeah, because they were sitting at the GD's house. One of the GD's house. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, once they heard about what the niggas had did to me and they hadn't seen me or heard from me, they thought it was bad. So they came to the GDs. Yeah. And they had one of the courts to call their superiors that's over the city and get the, hey, what's these young niggas? They said it was this young nigga, such and such. Nah, we need him. We need you to get whoever. We need you to get him, tell him to bring him to the hood. He got to get it up with our young nigga. Yeah. And he got to answer some questions about this shit. Talking about, bruh, got motherfuckers thinking bruh used to be GD. I told y'all, I used to hang around the GDs and the 5 Deuce Hoover Crips, but when I became affiliated, I went to the 5. The 5 Deuce Hoovers, they still loved me. They didn't care because they knew I was a real nigga, but the GDs had a problem with it. And the main nigga that had a problem with it, that they stopped allowing to come around 5 Deuce Hoover them house and mom them house and shit, where we all hung out. That's the nigga that orchestrated the shit and lied to some other GDs on the other side of the hood that don't even come to our side and said, this nigga used to be GD, but he vice lord now. Just to get some niggas to jump me. Because him and his 2 niggas wasn't successful, I whooped the fuck out of them. And I always come out with no bruises on my face. Yeah, no bruises. When I get to jacking fist to fist with a nigga. The only 2 times I came out with a bruise on my face was when I got to jacking with the GD nigga after this. And I told y'all I had tripped up on a tree branch and I didn't catch myself. I Lord them said I just kept on throwing them punches and I fell back, hit my head and went into a seizure. They turned me on my stomach. They got the nigga away from me because the nigga was still trying to stump me, right? One of his niggas, there was an older nigga in his 30s, come and get my teenager ass head, pick it up and slam it on the ground while I'm having a seizure. He said I started shaking even harder. They started whooping the nigga ass. He said the women was picking me up and shit, all the women and the females. They like, he don't never hurt nobody. They love me. You hear me? He said, nigga, where my tooth is chipped, it broke off and it went in my lip right here where you see this little hump at. And that half of my tooth was stuck in my lip from him hitting my head on the ground. You know what I'm saying? That time right there, and when was the other time? The other time was what? When I don't know what the other time was when I was caught off guard. I could probably think of it. When my niggas tried to rob me. The same 5 Deuce Hoovers that I thought was cool with me and shit, them folk put on all black. I knew how they body and they shoulder set and shit like that, but I act like I didn't even know who it was when they jumped out of the cut on my ass when I was coming through the cut. You know what I'm saying? My nigga told me he had a lick, and I told him I ain't need no lick. But I help him hit the lick, and he can take whatever and just put it in his pocket, right? But really, he just setting me up. Because I just hit a lick, and he just helped me get something off, right? And I gave him 200, right? He didn't hit the lick with me. I just said, nigga, you can get this, so you got to sell somebody I can sell it to. He had somebody I can sell it to, some Migo. I told him to give me $650, right? They said $600. I said $650, bro, right? And I looked serious. They're like, no, $600. I got ready to walk off with the shit. They's like, okay, $650, right? But they really gave me $620, but I ain't counted. Because I know what $650 feel like, and it's very close to $620. I don't know, I made 600s in bolts, a whole bunch with what I'm doing, right? I see Migo. He go across the street to the Votech. Migo them keep their money in their house, but they want to pretend like they're going to a bank because they don't want niggas to rob them, right? So he go across the street. He turn off his street and go into the parking lot across the street. into a Votech lot, and he just drive around in circle. He drive around in circle for about 10 minutes. He probably got a timer set, right? He driving around for 10 minutes. Then he pulled back on the street. He got the money, right? Ben had the money when he left out the house, but it's only 620, right? But without counting it, I'm like, yeah, this shit 50. I count out. I told my nigga I'm gonna give him $50, right? I got ready to count out 50, and I went past because it was 20s, right? I went 60, and then I said, no, I'm gonna give him 100. I gave him that 100, and he said, man, yo, appreciate that, bruh. Man, dawg, you fuck with a nigga, bruh. I ain't do nothing but help you sell it. I ain't help you get the lick or nothing. I said, I don't do licks with motherfuckers, bruh. My grandma used to tell me, if you're gonna do something stupid, do it by yourself, because you ain't gonna snitch on yourself. Yeah, all I need you to do is help me get it out. Yeah, because you can't tell them nothing about what I did, because you don't know. Yeah. I said, bruh, I ain't got no problem with that, bruh. I done made plenty of money. Matter of fact, man, here go an extra 100. Don't even tell nobody. I fuck with you, bruh. And then he went and told all the 5 Deuce Hoovers, and the ones that didn't like me was like, nah, we need to rob his ass. How much you say you got on? Nigga, I had like 1,700 cash. I was finna go to my girlfriend's house and buy her little sisters and them pizzas, buy her mom some liquor and shit, and a couple of bars, and sit up and watch the stories with her and her mom. Guiding light. As the world turns. You know what I'm saying? Bold and the beautiful. Young and the restless. Them was the favorite stories of my grandma. I already was updated on them, right? So I'm finna do that. Here come this nigga off the street, right back off the street. Hey, yo, is that you? And me not even thinking, nigga, you already know what I got on. You know that this is me. But I'm just like, man, I'm not thinking like that. I'm really like thinking I just made it to my girl's driveway, nigga. I'm trying to go in this motherfucker, chill with my girl, her mom, and her sisters. Her sister know it's pizza night. I'm a nigga in high school, but it's pizza night every time. Every Thursdays I come over her sister house, and I'm finna get them Pizza Hut. Most expensive pizza. Yeah, whatever they want. Her mama love me. Her mama the candy lady, Mom Tracy, but and she don't allow niggas to sit around the house and shit, because everybody like her daughter, but she allow me to come in there motherfucking smoke. She don't even allow her brother-in-laws in them. Yeah, them big dope boys and shit that come through. She don't even allow them to come in her house and smoke. But she trusts me, and she know I respect her, and I do anything for her. I take out their garbage every week when it's time for every day that I come over that motherfucker, I take the garbage bags out and put them in the trash can. Yeah, that's what I do, my guy. You heard me? And that woman have no worries when I come over, because I'm going to buy plenty of junk food and shit. And as soon as I take it outside that motherfucking door, I'm just going to give it away to the young niggas in the hood. Make them love me even more. I'm like Frank Lucas with shit from the candy lady, but I'm their age. Yeah, so the nigga tell me, man, yeah, this is lick, bro. But, man, it's on my street. Like, all right, bro, I do this shit with you, but I don't need it. You heard me? When I started walking through the cut and we talking, this nigga started lagging behind. I kind of feel somebody over to my right. We walking into the cut past on the side of somebody's house through their backyard, over a fence that's been broken down and bent down to the ground, right? It's like a dirt path. That's how it is in the hood. Certain houses you can go through the side of their house and then through the backyard and get to the next street. That's why the police don't catch a lot of niggas in the hood. They disappear on streets, because we know the cuts. They don't look like cuts from the street, but they cuts, right? Because you can't see where the fence is bent down, because it's behind the person's house. And the cut, the starting of the cut, leads up their driveway. And their driveway is at the corner of their yard. the corner of the back of their yard is right there in front of their driveway. So you don't see the middle where the fence is pushed down all the way into the ground. Right? So it's dark. It's at nighttime. Niggas got all black on. It's a nigga standing up beside the house like this with the hoodie on, with his face pressed up against the house like this, looking out into the street. I know who it is, but I don't ever say it. I still don't say it to this day, because he might be one of my fans, and he a killer. I said, cuz, who the fuck is that? That's how I throw it off. Like, I don't know. When I look back, he was on this side of me. He back here where the 21 at. He back there where the 21 at. I look like, cuz, who is that? And I have to keep turning. Here he go with this shiesty ass shit twisting his dreads. Every time he used to lie, he used to laugh and be twisting his dreads. Like when he knows something and you ask him, man, cuz, did you see my girl? Man, I don't know. He said, man, I don't know. So I knew he was lying right then. And this was a setup. Right? Meanwhile, my young blood nigga and one of my young Vice Lord nigga, they sitting on the green box though. Right? When I came back down to talk to them, they tried to interrupt the talking. I should have just went and got the kush for them. I allowed man Tennessee, nigga used to serve T.I. You heard me? When he come to Memphis, him and Tiny. They used to pull in our hood. I was the only young nigga he trusted. So all the young niggas, they couldn't call him because he don't give his numbers out to niggas that spend small money. Right? But I'm a young nigga. You know what I'm saying? My little 50s and 25s when Kush was $50 and $25 a gram diesel and shit like that, sour diesel and shit like that. Back in the day when it was Reggie. I used to come to him, get 3 5s and shit like this, spend over $100. So he trusted me, and he knew I would get my own money through the hood. I was the only young nigga that wasn't asking nobody for nothing, right? So they like, man, can you go to Tennessee for us and get a gram? I'm like, yeah, bro, but I got some business to take care of. Let me handle that. Just sit right here. They like, bro, you promise you coming back? I'm like, yeah, but I don't come back. And they sitting on the green box the whole time witnessing what's taking place. Yeah. When he say, man, I don't know who that is, I say, fuck it, cuz. Let's go. And I take the 3 largest steps I can take, and it puts me in the middle of that backyard. And it's an idle house on that backyard that's broke, like a storage unit. Some niggas hiding in there, 3 of them. And they come out with the guns that I know is on the hood, which means I done seen these guns. Sawed off, the blue steel 380, and the motherfucking revolver. The revolver is the only one that works. The sawed off works, but they ain't got no ammo for it. We done shot all the ammo up in the field, right? The blue steel 380 is jammed, but it looked like it's shooting, right? So they take that shit for intimidation, to intimidate motherfuckers. The 38, it shoot for sure, right? Revolver, it don't jam. Man, them niggas try to change their voice. Nigga, get on the floor. Nigga, get the fuck on the ground. I knew exactly who said it. I turned and looked, and that nigga was drawing back the trigger on that 38. And when I ran and I jumped, I ain't even step on the gate. I jumped over it. I ain't want to trip or lose my balance or nothing. I jumped over that little section. When I jumped over it and my foot landed on the ground, I heard the motherfucking trigger click. When I looked back, the nigga said, man, what the fuck? Man, he was like fucking with the 38 like the motherfucker jammed. I was like, this God. Because I know they got bullets for that motherfucker. And it was supposed to shoot, but it didn't. Nigga, I ran probably about 7 miles before I stopped running, nigga. I was so paranoid. It was the fall time. Shit was blowing on the ground behind me as I was running, nigga. I'm constantly looking back, nigga, and trying to hide every 5 minutes, nigga, because I'm thinking these niggas got the cars. They done called the other Hoovers and shit like that. But when I get to the house 4-5 hours later, because I had to take the long way around and take main streets and shit, which put me way away from their neighborhood and mine. Man, my blood nigga called me the next morning. I'm on the toilet shit, and he called me the next morning. Man, Lil Leo, you know you was set up, bro? I said, yeah, I know I was set up. He said, man, little brother came out the cut. We said, damn, where Lil Yo at? He said, man, they just tried to rob Lil Yo. We said, they ain't try to rob you? He said, no, they said they just wanted Lil Yo. And he said, we could hear them up in the cut saying, man, where this bitch ass nigga go? Where this bitch ass nigga at? I said, nigga, I was already, nigga, I had went down to Goodly, nigga. I ran through the Wingwood apartments all the way up Goodly, nigga, to Winchester, nigga. I was on Winchester, nigga. I had to walk 3, 4, 5 miles down Winchester till I got to the side where I was in front of my neighborhood, nigga. I went to the Chinese restaurant, went to the store, got my grandma and my uncle a pack of cigarettes apiece, got them some Chinese pepper steak meals. Yeah, and I ain't tell them shit about it. Got to the house, gave my grandma $200, gave my uncle $100, told him go to the casino. But I knew they had set me up, right? When I make it back to the hood, and Big Five Deuce Hoover want to know about it, because I'm his nigga. Right? They big brother, I'm putting them on. Every lick I'm hitting, I'm damn near calling him to get the shit out. But this time I called him to get it out. He's in Mississippi seeing his daughter. He got a 3-year-old daughter that his baby mama, she took her away from him because he lost his job. And then he started robbing. He became a felon. He had multiple felons. So no job would hire him. So he wasn't able to be there for his daughter. All his brothers and shit, that Five Deuce Hoover that was making money, as long as he was on having pounds and shit, he was just throwing them niggas shit. Money, weed, everything they needed. Nobody picked him up when he got out of jail, so I picked him up. So they really started putting me at the top of the Hoovers, even though I wasn't Hoover. And he made sure he was my security. My nigga Regis made sure nobody touched me. As soon as he went out of town, I didn't know he was out of town for his daughter's birthday, but he told me, man, yo, I'm trying to get her. Man, if I could get my daughter a Power Wheel, nigga, and that's when I put them on, nigga. So everything that I got, nigga, I split it in half. And I would come to him. He called all the big dope boys he know. If we sell the shit, I got multiple items, starting at 300, right? All the way up to 1,000. They gonna buy all of it, but I split everything. If I make 500, he get 250, I get 250. He ain't do nothing but come help me, come pick up all the shit from my grandma's house, take it to his mom's house. We called them folks' ass up, and we got this shit on. Yeah, I put him on. So now he able to buy his baby girl, that Power Wheel, and his baby mama letting him back into her life, because he back on. So he in Mississippi, so they try to take a nigga out, rob a nigga. Down there, we're gonna kill a nigga for the 1,700. So he make it back the next day after I get this phone call. I come to the hood and tell him, man, nigga said, man, your brother came after, and he was like, man, what happened to Lil Yo? And your brother was like, man, they said, man, they tried to rob Lil Yo. Man, why they ain't try to rob you? They said they just wanted Lil Yo. So then his brother heard that I'm in the hood, and I'm over here with his big brother. And at the time, Wiz Khalifa Cushion orange juice was out. So I had some Minute Maid orange juices, and I had plenty of Kush. And I still was 1,700 up. Yeah, with my chain on, fresh ass outfit and all of that shit. Like, yeah, the niggas tried to rob me last night, but they was not successful. So when I come back to the hood, everybody looking. Everybody watching, because they like, damn, Lil Yo ain't got a scratch on him. That nigga look happy to me. I go straight to him. Man, this shit happened last night, bro. Man, you know them niggas robbed me, bro. Tried to rob me, bro. But they ain't getting nothing. What's his name came at the cut? Brother said, man, they tried to rob, what just happened? He said they tried to rob Lil Yo. They ain't try to rob you? No, they said they just wanted Lil Yo. Then this nigga walk up on us. Like, what's up, Lil Yo? What's up, Reed? Then he look at me and say, man, Lil Yo, it's crazy how they tried to rob us last night. He don't know. I done talked to the young blood nigga on there that was sitting on the green box waiting for me to get the loud. And he already told me this morning before I made back to the hood, when he asked you, Why they didn't try to rob you? You said they just wanted Lil Yo. But you coming to me in my face and saying, Lil Yo, ain't it crazy how they tried to rob us last night? And I said, yeah, bro. I just played along with you. But I know from you saying that, yeah, you really did set me up. Because you told another nigga some other shit so you wouldn't be implicated. Nah, they just wanted Lil Yo. Like everybody in the neighborhood after Lil Yo. Which they was. But he had a part in there. For real, for real. You heard? And tried to blame it on just them. Nah, nigga, you had part in it too. And then I told my nigga Regis, and then the nigga come in front of us and say that shit. Regis saw the lie just like I saw the lie. Because he already know the story like I know the story. He already know what my nigga Lil Blood Sean done already told me. Rest in peace to Blood Sean. Yeah, he died by one of them niggas' hands. Yeah. He died by. Yeah. They was in a shootout. I don't know which gangs, but I know my blood nigga, my Sean nigga, my nigga Lil Sean, he was blood. He was into it with one of the neighborhood gangs. Same niggas we grew up around with. And smoked with every day. He was into it with one of them gangs. I don't know which one his gang was. They shot up somebody's mama house, I heard. And then them folk came to retaliate. And when they was shooting down the street, they got down to the Candyman house where Sean and the mother blood niggas was running to and backing up to, they was all hopping the gate. And nigga was just shooting into the Candyman backyard. And Sean got caught in the head when he hopped the gate, but was able to still run all the way to the street. When he made it to the street, right there on Will Hollow, they said he fell. They came to him when they stopped. Nigga stopped right beside him and everything. Where he fell, they turned him over. It didn't go all the way through. The bullet shot him through the back of the head, though. It didn't go all the way through, though. So when they turned him over, blood just started leaking out of his head so fast, like it was a pool of blood. He died right then when he fell. He was dead. He was probably still running a little bit when he first died, before his brain told his body, you dead. Yeah, I done seen that type of shit. That's why I straightened the fuck up and got up out of there. No, I don't need to do that type of shit. I want to live. I want to prosper. And then I met my friends, my true friends. Then I met my wife. You heard me? Then I found my life. Had kids. That's the biggest joy I could ever ask for.
I got in the boat, I'm sorry. And I listened to my uncle.
And what was Warren's brother involvement in this?
And so, I was getting there. So, when I'm on the boat and they're trying to cool me down, I'm trying to get back off the boat. So, I see the crowd forming up on the island. Well, my little brother and Carter are like really good friends. Like best friends, I would say. He's over at our house all the time. Carter heard him still talking crap as he's getting out of the water, and I'm on the boat, and the situation is like done and over with, right? Well, he sees him talking crap, so Carter gets up, and more along the lines of defending me. And for what? He was like, well, if you got a problem with Tracestin, we can handle it right here.
So what's the racial break of these people that are involved? So the guy that you fought was
white.
White.
I'm the only black guy involved in this whole entire thing.
Yeah.
And at all. Like, I mean, I don't know. Carter is white. The dude I got in a fight with is white.
Mm-hmm.
I was the only black guy involved with this. My girlfriend's white. My uncle's white. There was no other black guy involved. And I know Ben Crump tried to run with a story saying I was Nolan. Mm-hmm. Well, it was like, nice try. But there was another black guy on the island, so now your whole narrative needs to change again.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, but that was Carter's involvement, and that was kind of it. Like, after the fight, man, I remember getting off the boat. I got off the boat, and I walked up to the island, and I was telling people, like, hey, like, I just need to cool off. Like, let me be. This is after everything is dispersed. there was no crowd anymore when I walked off the boat. And I was like, I'm letting it be. Well, again, my uncle yelled at me, and I was like, I don't care what you're doing. Get back on the boat. We're leaving. So I got back on the boat, and we left shortly after that.
Well, at least I know you from the interviews that you've done. Some of the other boys haven't spoken out at all.
Yeah.
You've had a chance to use your voice to put the truth out there. You did an interview with, I think, ABC, and you also did an interview with the Rolling Stones.
That was my first interview, yeah, with Rolling Stones.
The first interview was Rolling Stones, then ABC?
And then ABC, yes.
Now, from what you told me before this interview is that the Rolling Stones gave you a very fair interview. Seemed like the young lady who interviewed you articulated very clearly what you told her with no fluff, no nothing added.
And she cared. She really did care. And she made sure that what she was telling was the complete truth behind everything, with me, with my uncle, and then also fact checking on her side as being in media.
Yeah, Corey, if I do. Yeah, 83107, Hoover Gang Crip. Yeah, I know exactly what they're saying right there. Yeah, I've been around them for my whole childhood, bro. Yep. Even though I've been Vice Lord my whole life, even after I became Vice Lord, one thing I never changed, like when I used to leave my grandma's house, and when I make it to they street, they 2 streets over, right? I'm on Eastport. It's a street between us called Wingate, and then they on Sunnyfield. They the closest to the elementary school, the portables and shit, right? I'm right across from the field that sit next to the Votech. Wingate right across from the Votech. Then that's the elementary school, Sunnyfield right across, right? When I used to come on the block, if they sitting on the porch, even they girls and shit, they females and shit, some niggas was jealous of that shit. When I used to come on the block, niggas will start standing up on the porch, like for my introduction. I used to throw my hands up and be like, "What's up with you, cuz?" So when I come up on the house, everybody, I can hear them down the street, "What's up with you, cuz?" And when I come up on the house, all they bitches laugh like, "Hey, Lil Yo." They know I got money. They know I got the weed and shit. You heard me? If they ain't smoked all day, when Lil Yo come around, they finna smoke, and he finna leave a half an ounce or something for everybody to get something. Yeah. If we gonna go to Burger King, everybody coming. I'm paying for 20-something motherfuckers. Yeah. We spent $300-400 in Burger King from out of my pocket. Yeah, it don't happen every day of the week, but it happened at least once a week. Whenever Mama Pate can't buy everybody food and shit, cause she shop at List Junior. She get the boxes of chicken patties, boxes of burger patties, the boxes of fries with the 4 big ass bags of fries in it and shit like that. And she got deep fries and shit up in the kitchen and shit. Where when we come over and we get high and shit like that, she don't want us to get out in the street and do nothing stupid. She like, "Stay here. Y'all got some motherfucking food in the kitchen and the freezer, you and your friends." Yeah, we got 2 living rooms in that motherfucker, 2 kitchens in that motherfucker, 3 bedrooms on each side. It was a duplex. She bought both sides and knocked the wall out the middle. So her dining room is the size of 2 dining rooms. Yeah. She got 2 kitchens because she got 1 on each side, right across from each other, through the big ass mega dining room. The living room that's in the front on one side, she got 1 on the other side. So she turned that one into a den. The one that she keep dark with the heavy curtains. Yeah. She got the master bedroom on one side, and she let her brother, Uncle Pate, he got the master bedroom on the other side. And they split her mortgage. I'm the only nigga. That's why the niggas don't know why Mom Pate fuck with me so much. I'm the only nigga, friend of her youngest son, latest friend of her oldest son, who got static, my nigga Regis. Shout out to Regis. Yeah, if I do Hoover Crip Gang. Yeah, shout out to you, bro. I love you, bro. And I still got you. Yeah. Yeah, besides them 2, I'm the only motherfucking young nigga that come there and eat food out of that woman's house and barely eat food out of her house. And every time I see her, and it's around rent time and shit, and she getting on my nigga them ass about they ain't bringing shit up into the house. I got $200-300 for her. I'm finna go to the back room when she get up in there, and I know she finished taking her bath and she in the bed, and she start calling them to bring her certain shit and shit because she don't want to get back up and shit. Yeah, my pay. How you doing? Hey Jerry. She called me by my government name. Hey Jerry, what's up? Shit, I know ain't nobody gave you nothing. I got 200 right here for you. Or I got 250. Or I got 275. Or I got 300. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and I wouldn't mention this about my nigga, Five Deuce Hoover, and mom, if it wasn't true, nigga. I'm still in Memphis, my guy. They gonna ask their mom to verify it. And guess what she gonna do? Yeah, because I never told my nigga them. I didn't have to. You hear me? But they niggas couldn't understand why when she get mad because ain't nobody cleaned up her house. And she say, everybody get the fuck out. And I get up right with them, except for her kids because she want them to clean up. And I get up right with all the Five Deuce Hoovers, and she stopped me. I'm in the front of the line. She stopped me and say, Jerry, not you. You can sit back down, baby. But they still got to get, Mom, hey, what about me? Get your ass up out of here. They don't understand why. That's because I never used that woman. And I saw how y'all used that woman. And I had enough money, and I didn't have to blow all the money on y'all. Sometimes I'm finna give that money to her. Yeah, because she deserve it, and y'all ain't giving shit. And sometimes they niggas will come over the house and dog all the food. Them niggas see that she done just went to shopping at Liz Jr. in the deep freezer. She got 3-4 boxes of the chicken tender patties, 3-4 boxes of burger patties, 3-4 boxes of the fries, and probably an extra box in the regular refrigerator. And them niggas will stay there the whole week and eat that shit up, man. I'm talking about 20. You talking about my page? She was a real one. She fucked with all the young niggas in the hood, and some of them ran away and was able to stay there, you heard me, and take baths and shit there, wash-ups and shit there, and never gave that woman a dime. Yeah, but I did. That's why her sons fucked with me and respected me. Because they mom fucked with me and respected me, and they didn't know why. They like, he gotta be a good nigga. Nah, I'm more than a good nigga. Yeah, I'm your friend, Regis. I'm your friend, Yang. And when I come over there, y'all mom ain't got no problem with y'all true friend Jerry coming over there. You know why? Because he backing y'all up. When she feel like she want to get mad at y'all, don't get mad at them. Not Regis and Yang. You hear me? I'm the main person that they want to come over here. Everybody else come over here to hang with the other ones. And I got they back. Right now, Regis, he needs to focus on, his daughter. Because he ain't been able to be there for him. But I got you, Mupay. You hear me? And Yang ain't doing nothing. When he with me, man, we coping steady. We staying out the fucking way. Smoking some weed, having a good time, stunting on some motherfucker. Yeah, and she dig that and respect that. Because the nigga make sure that he pay what he weigh and what her sons weigh, his 2 friends. That's her sons. And she got 5 of them. Yeah, girlfriends and everything stay there. Except for my 2 friends. Her oldest son and one of her middle sons. Yeah, everybody else got their girlfriends and baby mamas and shit staying there. And yeah, I ain't giving Bumpay nothing. Shout out to Bumpay, I love you.
Yeah. And it all aligned, man. And when they came out with that, it was really genuine. When I felt that, it brought me to tears because it was like, that's the truth. That's exactly how it needed to be worded. And I appreciated her. I appreciated her a lot. And we took her out to Horn Island this morning to do another little bit. But she's done well, and that's the truth. Her story is nothing but the truth.
Now, ABC, on the other hand, did they treat you fairly, or how did that go?
So, I don't want to say they treated me unfairly. The quotes that he...
This when he finna say what I was talking about at the beginning of the stream when I first opened up before I even played the song. This is when he finna talk about ABC News and Rolling Stone, how he gave him consent to air what he said, but they took the worst parts out of his interview and only aired the worst parts, and it made it sound very horrible. He didn't like how it sounded. And I told y'all that shit, and I said to him, nigga, everything you said in your interview with them was horrible, nigga. Yeah, everything you said was horrible. They just took the most horrible parts that they could find and aired them first. Cause right after you said that, they aired your full motherfucking interview. Nigga, the whole interview sounded horrible. Just like this one. It sound horrible. You talking about Nolan, cause people talking about your race. You want to bring up Nolan and say ain't nobody saying nothing about Nolan being part Asian. Nigga, you sound racist. Yeah, you just might be white like the black people are saying. My guy. Or Latino. Yeah. You might be. Yeah, the wetback part to me is disrespectful because I got a lot of Latino friends that's good people to me. But all of them ain't good. Yeah. Oh, that's why they called you a wetback, because that's the term that they use for the motherfucking Latinos that's not good. That only stand for Latino flags. That's racist against other races. It's not all Latinos, but the Latinos that are. Hey, baby. Yep, the Latinos that are. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they called you that, nigga, because you are racist. You racist against black people. You taking an interview you taking an interview with a black person that's racist against black people. And like I told him when I seen all these interviews from Warren and he kept on giving Warren interviews, I said, oh yeah, Warren attorney, mama judge. And all the other boys' attorneys is telling them not to take interviews. But you can take an interview with Officer Tatum because we can control him. We can tell him not to ask this and not to ask that and make sure he keep the narrative the way we want it to go. Yeah, so that's why they taking interviews with him. Yeah, that way, Corey. Appreciate it. Corey said 100.
Used in the article, he did ask me for my permission on it. And I gave it to him to an extent. I changed up some stuff, and that he initially didn't change when he came out with it. And then the voice recording, that's really what gets me, because that's what the main people are listening to, right? They're not going in and reading in depth in the article and really seeing everything. They're just going off about what's on TV, because people don't like to read these days. But how they made that and cut a lot of my voice sounded horrible. Sounded bad. I didn't like it. I didn't like that side of it, but it already aired, so what was I gonna do?
You said it.
Really?
And at one point, I could have sworn you.
If you wouldn't have said them horrible things, Tracestin, they wouldn't have been able to make your interview sound horrible. Yeah, they cut out clips. They didn't cut out word for word and then tape some words together and make it sound like you said something. You actually said those things. And they only took those. They like, what the fuck is he talking about? Oh, this guy sound like he guilty. Let's take all the parts where he sound like he guilty and let's air those first. Let them hear those first. Then we'll put the whole interview out where they can hear the full interview, but then they'll already know and be able to decipher the parts that he was saying where he sounded horrible and racist, calling out Nolan, talking about Nolan, but this is his best friend, talking about his parents, but this is his best friend. No, I don't think so. Yeah, they exposed you, my guy.
Said that you didn't feel comfortable doing the interview on camera.
Yes.
And did you do that because you didn't want to be visibly promoted on television or what? How did that?
So the side of that, and I didn't want to be on camera for two main reasons. I never wanted to do an interview and get famous. I never wanted any attention, per se, famous attention. I don't care about the negative side of it. I'm doing what I think is right. I never wanted any positive attention, let's say. All I wanted to be is for my guys to know that I had their back and I got Nolan's back. And I didn't want the investigation on, especially on social media side, I guess, and with Ben Crump and their legal team, to go down the wrong path at all. That was my sole purpose, is to tell the truth and to clear up lies. When I talked to ABC, they wanted to do an in-person interview, and I told them no. I told them no because I'm getting death threats, and I don't like them. It is what it is. I'm not putting myself out there any more than I need to, and I'm not sitting behind a camera, and so for somebody to watch me talk about my best friend. And I told him, I was like, if you want to do an article, it's okay. I'll talk, and you can do the article on that side of it. I never originally wanted to go on TV, period. He convinced me into only using my voice, which now I regret, and I wish I would have just sat in front of a camera so you can visibly see the cuts. But they manipulated that interview pretty well. They made it sound a lot worse. And I know for a fact, most of that interview, you can't understand me because I was in tears the entire time talking about it. When he asked me about Nolan's death, and he put it if you listen to it carefully, he cuts it and I just say die. Nobody wants to see him die. Don't talk like that, man. That's not what I said. I did say die during at one point in our interview, but I said we didn't want to see his life being taken from us, period.
We didn't want to see his life getting taken from us. Now, nigga, you said we didn't want to see his life getting taken so soon. Nobody wanted to see Nolan's life getting taken so soon. Yeah. We know what you said. Yeah, that last statement, you didn't say they cut that. But you tried to change how they said you said. No, nigga, we heard how you said it. Because that's one of the main points I pointed out. Now, we didn't want to see no one wanted to see Nolan die. Okay, so you saying they put the die on the end. But you didn't say that. You didn't say die. But you did say no one wanted to see Nolan's life get taken from us. No, you said so soon, my guy. And if you wasn't there, they told you. So you heard it. So you heard that they saw Nolan's knife get taken. And that's why you said it that way. Not knowing, man, the shit that your brain hear and the shit that your eyes see, that your eyes send up to your brain that they see, your brain register all of that, my nigga. And if you try to take an interview and try to not mention the shit that your brain saw, see, your brain control your body. So if you try to control your brain in a lie instead of the truth, your brain will push that lie the fuck back out. Yeah, because your brain gonna tell you, hey, nigga, you lying. No, this is the way I saw it. Right? When you was a kid and you used to lie, no, I didn't steal that candy. I didn't take a cookie from the cookie jar, because we really had cookies in the cookie jar back in the day. Yeah. Who took the cookies from the cookie jar? Who, me? Yes, you. Couldn't be. Then who? Yeah, them nursery rhymes and riddles that we had when we was a kid, our parents really had the shit that was in the nursery rhyme. We had a cookie jar back then. Yeah, they used to buy the cookies, pour them out the package into the cookie jar, and set the cookie jar on top of the refrigerator when it's time to go to sleep, so they could hear a kid when they try to push a chair up to the refrigerator and get the cookie jar off top of the refrigerator, because they know they couldn't hear the cookie jar open. But if they hear a chair scoop across their floor, yeah, somebody in there trying to get some cookies. Give them a chance to get them. Then we gonna go in there and bust their ass while they pushing the chair back up to the table. Yeah, nigga. We ain't dumb at all. You did it, my guy. You held back the truth for all of these niggas. Yeah, I'm sure you did call back and say, hey, bro, why was you saying you need to call Coast Guard? You didn't hear me when I said, okay, look, bro, we need you to come over. Can't talk over the phone. Think I don't? Yeah, you their friend, my guy. They ain't talk bad on you not once, down on you not once. Yeah. They barely even mention you, man. They barely mention you. Those of you just coming in, y'all like the video and subscribe to the channel for me. Let's finish this one out.
Put that. They twisted some things around and they almost made a different narrative to where it's now people are coming out and lying.
Yeah, them cookies, yup.
And it's like, and no.
Yeah,
And
I was wondering if you were gonna. I remember I was like, I could have sworn he said he didn't want to be on camera, and they put your picture all over the news. I mean, how did you feel about that? Was that something that you were okay with them doing that, or?
I kind of accepted it. I accepted it because I gave Rolling Stone permission to do it. So I know that's where they probably got that original photo of me and him standing next to each other.
Right. He said, nigga, do you hear this nigga? I know you said you didn't want to be on camera, and then I'm like, I seen him put your picture up, and I'm just like, he said he didn't want to be on camera. Bitch, nigga, he said he didn't want to be on camera. Not a picture of him, nigga. They did what he asked. They did what he said. Only difference is Rolling Stone got the first interview. Before they put the picture up after he said he didn't want to be on camera, they said, look, we know you said you didn't want to be on camera. Is it okay if we still put a picture up for your photo when we play your story back or play the interview back? Yeah, it's okay. So the same picture that they used, that he gave them permission to use, every other station used. Because, of course, they contacted Rolling Stone, and Rolling Stone told, yeah, we put the picture up because he didn't want to be filmed. He didn't want to be on film, but he gave us permission to use the picture. Right, so everybody else, from them telling them that, they're like, okay, we're going to use this picture because he did give them permission. He can't deny us permission for a picture that he allowed another media outlet to use. We're all the same. You know what I'm saying? So they pushed it.
But still, that's kind of weird that you tell them, oh, I don't want to, even if you gave you the permission of Rolling Stones, you go, I don't want to be on camera. And they put your picture up there on camera anyway.
I agree. It's weird.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's odd, but generally speaking, man, like, I'm worried about my family's safety, but I have no regrets in what I've done and what I've said. Not one.
What did you do?
I sleep better at night now that I've spoken up, and I felt like I've done my part of the good, and I'm willing to help any other time if anything else pops up that I can't help with.
This nigga said he have no regrets in what he done and what he said, and I'm just trying to figure out, why don't you go into detail after you say something, especially when it's something that leads people on? What have you done? We never said you did anything. Just saying the shit that you saying got holes in it. And how could you let a nigga slide past you with some shit, motherfucker? The first time he don't know where Nolan at, he's saying that he need to call the Coast Guard because we was on the water. But he said he left Nolan at the island, and there was plenty of people he could have rolled back with. So if you felt like it was safe to leave him on the island, why is the first thing you say when he don't show up is that you're gonna call the Coast Guard because you know you dumped his body on the water, and you want him to go and get the body and find the body because you feeling like it might float up to the docks. because you dumped it on the way. But it floated backwards, back towards Horn Island. Yeah, you didn't know. What Corey said, guilty. Yeah, la. For sure. If his ass was in public, it'd be fair game. He ain't coming back out into the public. Not after this.
And I genuinely just want the truth to be heard about it all. And it kills me and it breaks my heart that my best friends are going through this. Like, this is at home. This isn't something I'm just watching through a screen, listening to you talk about it or listening to somebody.
Same thing that Warren was saying. It's just horrible that my best friends are going through this. But every time they talk about Nolan, they don't never call him his best friend. They best friend. They don't say, yeah, but my best friend Nolan has lost his life. They just say Nolan. Every time they talk about each other, they say, my best friend. My best friends. It's a shame that they have to go through this, my best friends. Yeah, Nolan didn't deserve to die, but my best friends didn't deserve the... I thought Nolan was y'all best friend. Oh, my bad. I forgot, Tracestin. You told us. You told us why Nolan's not your best friend. Nolan's just Nolan's now because he's fucking dead. And everybody in the community sticks together. Y'all a tight-knit community. So if one person say, Nolan died by accident and we don't know what happened to him, everybody say, yeah, he had to die by accident. We don't know what happened to him. And then y'all stand real close together. But his parents not going to stand with y'all. Yeah, they not just going to take y'all word and take the sheriff's word and say that's the answer. Now let's get everybody explanation and view on our son's death before we let them rule it out or let them have us ruling out foul play. Because our son is dead. You gonna rule that out an hour without the finding his body? An hour after finding his body, not even an hour, you throw a press conference 30, 45 minutes later after finding his body and say, we don't feel that it's been no foul play, but we're taking investigation. Oh, that's just letting us know that you finna throw it under the bus, under the table. Now, if we wouldn't have responded at all, or his parents wouldn't have responded after the sheriff said that, this case would have been over with and we wouldn't know what happened to Nolan. But because we responded, yeah, this case can't disappear until justice for Nolan happens. Yeah, and if you didn't have nothing to do with it, when they come lock up Warren and whoever else has something to do with it, Tracestin, I hope that kill you on the inside. Yeah, because we've been telling you. We've been telling the media. We've been telling the public. And you know deep down inside, something could have happened. But you're not going to ask the question. So we going to continue to get on your ass right along with them. Yeah, you the same responsible as they is for Nolan's death. Yeah, take that, my nigga. Like Diddy said. Yeah. Yeah, he might date you when he get out of jail, my guy. Yeah, come out of jail like Diddy waiting on you. Tracestin, where are you? Yeah, he gonna look for you. He like lying ass young niggas. He teach them how to tell the truth behind closed doors.
Let's talk about it. I'm living this. I'm getting the calls from my buddies crying, asking me how I'm not scared out of my mind. How am I okay dealing with all this?
So one thing that kind of stood out to me, there was a big contradiction on television, was you said in your interview that you were really, really good friends with Nolan, his best friend. Nolan's mother said on television that as if she don't even know you and she don't know who you are, and you're definitely not, at least is what she alluded to, you're definitely not his best friend. So what's the truth in that? And how did that affect you? How did that make you feel?
So she originally touched and she said that we weren't childhood best friends, and she's not wrong. She's not wrong. I moved to Ocean Springs in 9th grade. I met Nolan in 9th grade, as I've stated in my Rolling Stone interview. Nolan was my best friend, though. She can believe it or not, that was my best friend. No, me and her never had a sit-down, in-depth conversation like me and you're having now. It was always, hey, how are you doing? I've been to her house multiple times. I've taken Nolan to school multiple times. I've left my vehicle at her house multiple times, even including the new vehicle I just got.
But did you ever come in and speak to that woman? Nigga, she can look out the door at her son, and her son saying bye, nigga, and y'all saying bye at the same time, but nigga, she not talking to y'all because she not even paying attention to y'all. She paying attention to her son. She saying bye to her son. Nigga, just because you leave your car there and you on the street, nigga, she don't know that that's your car. She might think that's Warren car, nigga. He rich. Every time he fuck a car up from being drunk, he get a new car. She don't know who the fuck car that is. Yeah. Nigga, she don't know all y'all. Nigga, you gotta learn how to introduce yourself. You ain't never tell Nolan, bro, introduce me to your folks, man, so they can know me when I come over here by myself, because you never came over by yourself. You was always with some white boys, nigga. Yeah. I'm gonna put your ass out there.
Has gotten left at her house for 2 days. And I just got it. I haven't even had it for 4 months. My vehicle before that stayed at her house for almost a week. Me and her son went on trips together. We went to Florida for spring break together. You don't know me? I'm in all these homecoming and prom photos as our whole friend group. Me and Nolan are standing next to each other. You don't know me. His last name is Wells.
That my mom don't know you. Nigga, just because Nolan come home with a group of pictures of a group of what he called friends, nigga, his mom and his dad only consider the ones that they can see in the picture that they recognize. It don't matter if he come home with a picture, goddamn it, 5 pictures a year with you in them. Nigga, if Nolan don't point you out and say, Mom, this is my new best friend, and introduce you and bring you in the house and introduce you, nigga, you ain't his best friend or childhood friend to his parents. Only the kids that introduce themselves and know them, and their parents know them. They don't know your parents. You never been personally introduced to them. Which lets us know you was just part of the group. You was just part of the gang. Just because you part of the gang don't mean that you everybody in the gang friend, my guy. Everybody in the gang except you, my guy. Yeah, just because you pull up at the Superior House or at Gold don't mean, nigga, that you really the 5, nigga. Nah, nigga, you got to prove yourself. And if you think you the 5 and you pull up at them Golds and don't nobody know you, except for the little ass niggas that's around you that got bought home same time you got bought home, you ain't let yourself be known by the superiors, nigga. You just another peon. Another peon on the ballot that we don't know name. Yeah, nigga, so don't try to bring up that you been over that main house. Guess what? What I know and what I can see. Yeah, you been over his house, but you never said you stepped in the door. You never said you was introduced to his parents and you shook their hands and shit. And said, I'm Tracestin Shepherd, Nolan's best friend. So they could say, Nolan's best friend? Why haven't we ever met you? Oh, we just became friends in 9th grade. I've known him since 9th grade. That's when I first moved here. He was the first person that I connected with. Why his parents don't know this story? But you trying to tell this story. Nigga, because you wasn't his best friend. You may have been a friend, but you wasn't his best friend. You was probably a friend that he don't even know name. You know, one of the people that's in the group of people that love you, and every time you come around them, you just like, yeah, my guys, I fuck with all of y'all. When they come up and ask for a picture, you like, yeah, nigga, you my nigga. Take a picture with them, you don't even know their name yet. That's how I am. I know so many motherfuckers, I don't even know everybody's name. Some people be like, you remember me? I be like, yeah, nigga. I remember their face, but I don't remember their name. Yeah, I seen you at the other job, the FedEx job I worked at. Oh, bro, we worked at Amazon. Oh, okay. This nigga don't even really know me because I ain't never worked for Amazon. But I be like, oh, okay. Yeah, that's the John. I don't know you, nigga.
My last name at one point in time was Walker. We were by each other in the alphabet when we graduated. Man, that's mind-boggling. It's insane. Me and Nolan have multiple classes together. Me and Nolan has always stayed tight. Nolan has always known that he could call me whatever. And like I've mentioned, like I got a new phone number 2 months ago. Nolan was the only friend that had my phone number out of the friend group, and I still call them my best friends. But we communicate on other social medias. But it's like Nolan called me on the day to meet up with me on the 4th out there. But we weren't good friends. We weren't close friends. And when I say best friend, man, I don't want to take away anybody how close they were to Nolan. But when I think of a best friend, I think of Nolan. Somebody I can call.
No remorse.
Somebody that I've stayed up and I've cried to. That was one of my best friends, generally speaking. She might not think it. That's okay.
She ain't gonna never think it. You just said that's somebody you stayed up crying to, like thinking of him. But while you saying it, you're not getting emotional or crying at all. You squinching your eyes and shit in the interview, but you're not getting emotional or crying. You ain't crying not one. If I'm a detective, the best detective, and I'm sitting back looking at you through the motherfucking double mirror, right? Where you see yourself in the mirror, but I see you standing on the other side, right? And I'm listening to you saying this, but you're not getting emotional now. I'm gonna be like, he's lying. We got him right there. Record that. Stop. Tell bro. Yeah. Say in his earpiece to him to ask him that question again. Tell him explain that. Start over. Say that one more time. Start from the beginning. You're gonna tell them start from the beginning and they're gonna record that shit. Yeah, no remorse. They're gonna play that in court. No remorse. But he cried many times. How? If we bring him up right now to testify on the stand, will he cry? Most likely not. Let's bring him up. And he'll be just like he was in that interview, switching his eyes. I cried many times. Can we get the tear tester out here and test these tears? See if he even putting any tears out. Can we get the tear tester out here in court? Yeah, they gonna bring the tear tester out for your ass. Cause you the type you'll lick your damn hair while you rubbing up and rub the damn snot and shit under your eyes. And they like, damn, we never even saw them tears come out after you finish wiping your face. Let us get the tear tester out here in court, Your Honor. Your Honor. Yeah, I object, Your Honor. Can we get the tear tester out here to see are those real tears or is that saliva? Because it looked like he moved it from his lips to his eyes. I seen him wipe his face up instead of down. Yeah, nigga, we caught you. Yeah, we caught you. With the tear tester. Right there, red-handed, in court. Preliminary hearing. Why you on preliminary, we don't know. You guilty of something, nigga. Guilty of something, nigga. Yeah, bring the tear tester out. We got Tracestin Shepard on the stand. We think he rubbed his face upwards from his mouth to his eyes, and that's snot under his eyes instead of tears. He wiped his face up instead of down when he was supposedly starting to cry. Can we get the tear tester and see if that's saliva or tears coming out his eyes? Judge, get the results. We got the results back from the tear tester. That was 99.9999999% saliva. We charge you with no remorse every time you talked about Nolan. You are not his friend. Yeah, my guy. You ain't his friend.
Okay, me and Nolan knows where we stand with each other. And period, and Nolan knows that.
Yeah, I appreciate you sharing that. You know, with interviewing with me, right? You know, we came out here to Mississippi. We just wanted to give the boys a voice, give you guys a voice. And out of, I'd say, all the other outlets that you could have spoken to, why do you feel that you wanted to talk to me tonight?
Honestly, I'm a big fan. I know when I look at news articles, big news articles, obviously, and then I know you talk on them, I make sure I go I watch the full thread of videos. I think our morals align alike, and when we spoke off camera, like, it didn't seem like you were out here like another news reporter that just wanted the next big story. Like you just said, it's like you genuinely wanted us to have a platform to be able to speak and to be able to tell the truth. And that's what I like. And I know, I don't know, talking to Warren and knowing Miss Katie and being close to them and them trusting you was like, okay, I can sit down, I can have this conversation, and we can go through it, and we can have the interview on camera, and people can see me, really, I guess you could say, and talk about it and whatnot.
I appreciate that. I really do. And my last question, you know, with all this stuff going on, and you knew Nolan very well, what do you think how Nolan would feel about how this all has transpired with Benjamin Crump, with, you know, the statements from his mom, with the accusations against you and his other friends? You know, how would you think he would address this or feel about this?
Well, I know people like these would turn over in his grave. If Nolan could dig himself out of his grave right now, he would. No doubt. Nolan would be livid is an understatement. Nolan would never want anything pursued this way at all. I think he would be really upset with his parents about how they went about the situation. I think he genuinely would. I don't think he wouldn't support it. I know that for 110%. I know he wouldn't support any of it. I think he would want the truth, and he would search for answers.
Nigga, them his parents, nigga. Anything they say, whether he want to support it or not, he gonna support it. Because he know his parents know the best for him. He know his parents gonna do the best for him. Nigga, just because you say, I know he wouldn't agree with it 110%, because you go 10% over 100%, my guy, that shit don't mean nothing to us. That shit don't mean nothing to Nolan's spirit. You talking down on his parents, that's what make him turn over in his grave. That's what'll make him, if he could dig himself out of his grave, he'd be slapping y'all ass around for talking about his parents the way y'all are. For trying to say his parents race baiting and shit, nigga. You supposed to have nothing to do with this, nigga. You wasn't on the boat, nigga. You don't know what these niggas did, but then you sitting here right with us hearing all of this shit that could be possible, goddamn. And you hearing all these recordings and shit, 911 recordings. You hearing these niggas' attitudes. You hearing these niggas take interviews and say what the fuck they had to say. Nigga, and you still feel that way? My friends are innocent. Yeah, but you never said Nolan was innocent, nigga. Nolan was your friend and he's the dead one, so why you taking up for the one that's alive that he was last seen with? Because you're not his fucking friend, my guy. You'll do anything for them white folk because they your friends. Like you said in the interview in the beginning. Yeah, you just like Judge Roach. Yeah, like you said in the beginning, man, my friends wouldn't do that. I love all my friends. Yeah, nigga, but you didn't say you love Nolan. You said Nolan wouldn't want this, but you didn't say you love Nolan. We're a tight-knit community. Nigga, what about Nolan, nigga? You ain't said shit about Nolan yet. When you do make it to Nolan, you talking about Nolan. Well, Nolan's half Asian, but you don't hear anyone saying that. And for people to think me and my friends would do anything to harm Nolan. Not your friend, but Nolan. Like, I'm picking up on all this shit, just like a detective, my nigga. When he questioning you, he like, this nigga ain't, he say Nolan is his best friend, but this nigga ain't called Nolan his best friend. Did you notice the whole hour interview we gave him? He never called Nolan his best friend, not once. He called him Nolan. But when he mentioned his other friends, white or black boys, he called them his best friends. He never even gave us their names. Chief, I need permission to treat the witness hostile. Okay. Go back up in the room. Give me your fucking friends' names. What are you talking about? Well, every time you talked about Nolan, you said Nolan. Every time you talked about the white or black boys who supposedly being banged for Nolan's death, you said my best friends. You never called them by their names. We want to know who your best friends are. Give us their names. Well, Nolan, stop fucking playing with us. We don't want to hear Nolan's name come out your mouth again. We said best friends. The people that you replied to in this interview, and when you was being questioned, the people you referred to as your best friends, whose names you didn't mention. You mentioned Nolan by his name. You never called him your best friend. Tell us the names of your fucking best friends that you're talking about. Yeah, we need them answers, my guy. I'm gonna put your ass on blast while you sitting here talking all this bullshit and rah-rah shit.
I didn't come down here, do anything other but to get the truth. Did you kill Nolan? Did you have anything to do with Nolan's death?
Reporting live from Myers Club, Fight Plus News, I'm John Alba.
CTO Assistance, Vicky speaking. How can I help you? Of course. How far is the water coming up, sir?
Breaking news coming out of Mississippi.
Said,
A little over 20 days after Nolan Wells' disappearance
up.
and death, there now appears to be a major break in the case that the public is finally hearing. Yesterday, we will release an extended version of the audio call his friends would make to the Seato company when they alleged they were having issues with their boat. And
watch this.
News, I'm John
I'ma say it with him. Nolan. Oh my God.
CTO Assistance, Vicky speaking. How can I help you? Of course. How far is the water coming up, sir?
Wake the fuck
Breaking
up.
news coming out of Mississippi. A little over 20 days after Nolan Wells' disappearance and death, there now appears to be a major break in the case that the public is finally. Club Fight Plus News, I'm John Alba.
Nolan. Oh my God.
CTO Assistance, Vicky speaking. How can I help you? Of course. How far is the water coming up, sir?
Wake the fuck up.
Breaking news coming out of Mississippi. A little over 20 days after Nolan Wells' disappearance and death, they're now over. Reporting live from Myers Club, Fight Plus News, I'm John Alba.
CTO Assistance, Vicky speaking. How can I help you? Of course. How far is the water coming up, sir?
Breaking news coming out of Mississippi. A little over 20 days after Nolan Wells' disappearance.
That's how they go. That's how they go. We heard it. Motherfuckers just said, Nolan, wake the fuck up. After she said, Nolan, oh my God. Cito assistance. Nolan, wake the fuck up! Yeah, we heard that. And you wait till the feds release this shit after the trial. After the trial start, they lock these niggas up. After the trial start, they gonna release it during the trial, goddamn it, and we gonna get the clip without all this music and shit in the background and just the background. Oh my God. Nolan! Wake the fuck up! What's wrong with this bitch from Cito Assistance? The operator. You don't hear that shit in the back? So you ain't gonna never ask them, who were y'all telling to wake up? I think I heard someone say Nolan. Who is that? Is he on board? Yeah, why you didn't do the right investigating? Motherfucker calling you for Cito, and then they, at the end of the conversation, they like, no, it's okay, because you asked them, you want me to send the National Guard? No, don't send them. Oh, okay. Y'all sinking. Could possibly lose your life. But don't send the National Guard. Motherfuckers that could save you right off the bat, don't send them. Trained to save you. Don't send them. Okay. We won't send them.
Bombshell tonight. The Nolan Wells autopsy furor. This as the FBI swoops in. Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you for being with us. I find it very difficult to believe that not one, but two medical examiners cannot figure out why he had deep red subcutaneous markings.
Preliminary findings, and this is significant. Focal area of red discoloration in the soft tissue of the back of the head, the occipital region. He said the etiology is unknown at this time. He said the body was received after the initial autopsy. He said the body had marked decompensation. Another limitation faced by this forensic pathologist was the absence of the anterior internal neck structures. The trachea and the laryngeal cartilage, the thyroid horn, and the hyoid bone were not received with the body. So he's saying that the throat was not received with the body when he got Nolan Wells' body in Washington, D.C. to perform the second autopsy.
That's why it was closed casket at his funeral. They had his funeral after the second autopsy, but the second autopsy, he hadn't received the neck, thyroid bone, or nothing that's a part of the neck. Any other organs of the neck. The whole neck was missing, plus all the organs that make up the neck on the inside of the neck. Yeah, that's why when y'all seen the funeral, which we aired, it's still posted. We aired the funeral, right? When y'all seen the funeral, it was closed casket. From his brothers to his dad to his mom to everybody that got to walk past and view the casket, they didn't view the body. They was able to rub the casket. They had a funeral flower arrangement on the casket so big that it was the length of the casket. Yeah. It was the length of the casket. The most that his family could do when they was walking past to view the body, because they couldn't view the body, was rub the casket. Stand there and say something to them while placing their hand on the casket. Yeah, that's a bad look, to have his head stitched to his body with no neck. People would notice that. As long as these motherfuckers taken with this first autopsy in Mississippi, taken with his neck, nigga, y'all already got the answers. Why y'all should have been sent that man folks his neck. You should have sent it with the first autopsy. You already had the answers you need. So that man could be buried properly, and his family could see him full body. Yeah, but y'all took too long. Body got decomposed and got dark spots and rotten spots in his skin and shit, to where his skin and his flesh and shit is starting to rot. Because he's not embalmed, because y'all trying to get these autopsies done. And y'all took over a week. The first autopsy, and still ain't got the results back, goddamn it. And they done did the second autopsy without the neck, and results back, and testing back for every piece of sample of skin, flesh, organ, whatever the fuck the second doctor sent out. So you mean tell me this shit still not back for y'all? Now y'all lying, where y'all was holding some shit up, and y'all only holding this shit up because y'all was trying to throw it under the table. But no, not under the table or not under the bus. Y'all was trying to throw it under the boat. Yeah, but WLOX, that Mississippi news station, yeah, they can't be bought. Yeah, they got their inside leaker in the sheriff's department. Man, we need the whole call. Do y'all got it? Hell yeah, nigga, we done had that shit for about the whole 3 weeks. Down there since we found the young nigga body, that's the first thing they asked for. First piece of evidence they came in was the other 911 call. Not from his mom being missing, calling the sheriff, but from his friends saying that their boat was taking on water, and saying that everybody on board is fine, but it's got some extra shit on there. Yeah. They try and keep the shit secret. I can't listen to it, but I can send it to y'all. I can get the file and transfer it to y'all. I might lose my job, so what y'all can give me for it? And for a week, WLOX been debating, the company, the news station, what is they gonna get that person for it? And they came back, yeah, we give you 100,000, 200,000, some shit like that. And that person said, okay, damn right, I lose my job for that. Boom, okay. Yeah, because that person know, oh, it's gonna trace back to you. It's gonna trace back to you. Everybody got their own login, them detectives and them office workers and shit, desk workers and shit in the detective department. Yeah, you know it's gonna trace back to you. So if you leak some shit, whoever you leaking it to, they need to make sure you're gonna be straight until you find another job, or make sure you're straight to be able to move out of the city when they let you go and get another job in that same niche as law enforcement, working for law enforcement in another city. Yeah, you got 100,000, 200,000 to start a new life off with. Yeah, and the folk leaked that shit. We want to thank WLOX news station right there in Mississippi. Like I told y'all, I already mentioned WLOX. I mention them all the time. That's one of the news stations in Mississippi. I follow them. That way I'm always on top of the story, because they're going to be the first ones to get it. They right there in Mississippi. Yeah, they gonna give the earliest updates, and I'm gonna snatch it right from them and bring it to my people before any other YouTuber get it. And we gonna analyze that shit, break it down, and bring it right out. Yeah, the world need to hear this. Yeah, the states need to hear this, man. Nancy Grace on top of this shit just like we are, but we was on top of it before her. But we gonna give her credit too. Yeah, cause her amount of work ain't any lesser than ours. Yeah, we don't look at her shit just cause she got it after us or she was on it after us. We don't look at it any lesser than ours. Yeah, we on the same type of timing. What them young niggas say, demon time and them YN? We on demon time. Yeah. Yeah, Blockstar MS Analytics and Nancy Grace crime stories. We on the same type of timing when it come to Nolan Wells. We on demon time for him. Yeah, we ain't playing with nobody. So-called friends, other motherfuckers that take interviews and shit, we ain't playing with nobody until we figure out what done happened to that boy. Yeah, that way.
The only question
Y'all like the video, subscribe to the channel if you're just coming in.
that we have is what happened to our son. That is the only question. We have consistently been degraded by the public. There's been questions about our parenting, our GoFundMe, this, that, and other. I've been called a racist. I am a healthcare provider. And
man, thank you, Peanut 5066. She said, good morning. I'm new to your channel, came across one of your reels yesterday. You made a point about us that was right on. They're scared of our voice. Our voice has power. That's why they're trying to shut us up. Yeah. And she heard that. Man, I appreciate that. I appreciate that for sure, Peanut 5066. Shout out Peanut 5066. And let me tell you something, girl. If you're not already subscribed to the channel, subscribe, like the video. Hey, that's what we do here. Yeah, we gonna break this shit down and make a logical point. All our points are logical because we break the shit down first. We hear every part of it, break it down. So it's gonna be logical. And everything I know about us black people and know about our history, yeah, I'm gonna put it out there. Yeah, because I don't know who's in the chat that might not know or might have a different understanding that's misleading us and our people. Yeah, us as black people, we didn't have to hold weapons and shit. Our voice has power. We have power, and we don't even be knowing this sometimes. Oh, we come from slavery. No, my nigga, we don't come from slavery. We went through slavery. We are royalty. We come from royalty. Yeah, the government pushed the narrative of we come from slavery. Nigga, where did you take us when you took us into slavery? Where did you take us from? What did we own, my nigga? What did you take from around our neck? Gold? Silver? What did you take from off our head? Crowns of gold and silver? Yeah, nigga. Our voice has been powerful. Took them crowns off our head and you damn near fell over. Tell them the truth. You damn near fell over when you took the crown off our head, nigga. Yeah, real gold. Heavy. Nigga, we've been carrying weight our whole life. The weight of the crown and the weight of our people. Yeah, but I had to say that for Peanut. I appreciate that. I appreciate that, and I appreciate you being here. Shout out to Peanut, and y'all show her some love. Goddamn it, down in the chat box. Yeah. Yeah, she said I'm definitely subscribed. Yeah. Corey Branch. One of our moderators. He crowning her right now. Yeah, shouting her out. Yeah, that's how we do it. Yeah, damn right, Peanut. Yup. They'll never shut us up. Yeah, if he was my son, your son, damn right. We ain't never shutting up. That's why I said we on this story until we receive justice for Nolan Wells. Until his family receive justice for Nolan Wells. Come on, man. And anybody in the chat who fuck with Nolan Wells, whenever you get the chance, put it down there in the chat. Justice for Nolan Wells. Yeah, that's what we after, my guy. So we gonna let all the other stories about young black kids, cause Ben Crump, he on some more stories. Just seen the story about a young black boy, heavy set, went missing, goddammit. Had been missing for a month. They found his body washed up. Ben Crump, he right there behind they family. But we not gonna talk about that. We on Nolan Wells. We gonna let the other YouTubers have all them other stories. Right now, we want justice for Nolan Wells. Because this motherfucking story hit home. All I think about is my son every time I hear about they son. I done got emotional and teared up and cried just watching his mom and his dad. Can't even tell a good memory they have of them without breaking down, tearing up, or crying. Yeah, at least 5 times reporting this story for the last almost 3.5 weeks. I done teared up. That's why I can't understand why when his friends recalling good times. And I ain't even recalling no good times I had with Nolan. I'm watching his parents recall good times. I can't stand to see them recall the good times because they can't recall them without breaking down. And y'all recall the good times, and Nolan is such a good friend and all of this shit, but you keep calling them Nolan, and you keep calling the rest of your friends, them white boys, good friends, Warren and Tracestin. But you refer to Nolan as Nolan. Yeah, y'all was never his friend. Y'all used him to hype y'all name up. But it never happened like that. Every time you brought him around, he just hyped his name up more because people loved him. And not you. They didn't get no fuck about you when you brought him around. They just wanted you to bring him around so they could get a piece of him. Yeah, Ocean Springs, the whole Ocean Springs was greedy and hungry for a piece of Nolan Well so they could have him before he go into that NFL career and he could be a piece of their empire or establishment. Family legacy. Nigga, he was doing that shit for his family, not for y'all. All y'all ass got greedy though. And when somebody got too greedy out of y'all group, y'all all cover for them. That's what this is. Yeah, it's a conspiracy to cover a murder. It's not a conspiracy to cover a conspiracy. Nah, because his situation not a conspiracy. He was murdered. And then his body was threw to the wayside. And everybody that had a part in it need to be in prison for the rest of their life. That's justice for him and his family.
I take my job very seriously. I love everyone. And it's been difficult for us, but we are leaning into our faith, leaning into one another, also leaning into all of you.
You were saying family attorney Ben Crump, followed by Nolan Wells' mother, speaking, "Dear Lord in heaven, what is wrong with people? If this were your child, wouldn't you want to know what happened? He goes out with friends, they all come."
That's why I'm fucking with Nancy Grace. That's why we fucking with Nancy Grace on this channel right now. Before she even came on, I told y'all, she been hitting hard on this shit. God damn it. She didn't hit hard on the Carmelo Anthony case. She was kind of racist on his case. But like I said, she got great kids that's his age. You heard me? She wouldn't wanted to see that happen to one of her kids when she was growing, when she was raising them, or she wouldn't want to see it happen to one of her grandkids that's his age right now. I said this shit hitting home for Nancy Grace. And what did she just say when she overdosed? I can't see what is wrong with people. If this was your child, she's talking to white people right now, the ones that's racist and trolling and shit on this situation. If this was your child, would you not want answers? She tripped me out when she talked like that. She be trying to prove a point when she start putting the gaps in her words and putting emphasis on every word. I can't see what's wrong with people. Would you not want answers if this was your child? And she most likely doing this while she's saying it on her channel. Behind that little anchor desk on the little set she got fixed up. Yeah, we gonna be there soon. Once I monetize and I start getting that bread, yeah, we gonna build us a set and do that. Yeah. Huh? Nancy Grace. Yeah, you showing us a little something. Would you not want answers if this was your child? Told y'all this shit hit home for her. She got grandkids that my age. Nancy Grace got salt and pepper her. Yeah, she got gray and white hair. Which means she either in her very late 60s, 68, 69, 70, or she's right at the top of her 70s. She could be in her 80s, but she look young. If she is in her 80s, she look young for 80s. Yeah, let's play this shit. Yeah, Nancy Grace. Shout out to Nancy Grace. We gotta shout her out. Yeah, like I tell my chat, that's my racist friend. Yeah, because I don't agree with everything she say. God damn it. But right now, she telling the truth. Because it hit home for her. She can't take the race baiters and the racists on the in the public and the motherfucking naysayers, the motherfucker that got no sympathy for his mom and his dad and his two little brothers. She can't take their side. Because she would want answers if that was her child or grandchild. Yeah. She asking the world the same thing. Wouldn't you want answers? Come on.
Back. He's dead. I don't understand the hate directed toward Nolan's family and to everyone looking for answers. At this hour, I don't think anyone is guilty, but I do know that there is a conflict in the stories, and we are not stopping until we know what happened to Nolan Wells. So you can send all the hate and vitriol you want. Have at it. That from our friends over at NAACP. Straight out to Joseph Scott Morgan. We got an all-star panel lined up to analyze what's happening at this hour as we are learning the FBI into this investigation. And that is not disparaging local law enforcement, although they did apparently jump the gun at the get-go and say no foul play suspected. Well, I suspect foul play because I don't know any.
Y'all see that? She telling the truth. That's why we with her. Look, she said FBI has swooped in. No offense to local law enforcement. She told the truth, though. She didn't leave shit out that they did wrong. She said, no offense to local law enforcement, even though they did jump the gun and say they don't think it's no foul play. Well, I think it's foul play. Yeah, she let you know her opinion, too. And that's another thing I like about Nancy Grace. She's just like us. We never say allegedly. No, but we let you know that this is our opinion. And this is how we came to this conclusion. About this, and that. And if you agree with us, subscribe. Like the video. If you don't agree with us, still subscribe. Like the video. But we want your trolling ass back.
Differently. Maybe it will turn out to all be an accident. But as of right now, we need a full-on investigation. Joe Scott Morgan, before I give you a very, very long intro bio, where's the throat? I know we have deep red markings on the occipital bone that's in the back of the... thank you. This is directly from the autopsy. We want you to see what the family has seen. Yeah. Don't you think, Joe Scott Morgan, that the second medical examiner might need the throat to figure out what happened. I mean,
Exactly.
Joe Scott, it's on fire, claims that Nolan Wells had been lynched, that he had been strangled, asphyxiated. Do I believe a lynching occurred? No, I do not believe that. But I do.
I feel the same way. I don't feel like no lynching occurred. You know what I'm saying? That's just motherfuckers that's trying to get clickbait and all of that type shit. No, ain't no lynching occurred, but maybe a choking. Yeah. Why they got the neck? Yeah. Make me believe it even more. And how motherfuckers tried to cover up where Nolan was, his location, and all of that shit. I just want the GPS to his phone. I want to know where his phone was at all times. Because if his phone came on that shore and then went back onto the boat, the time it went back onto the boat was when Nolan went back onto the boat. So we'll have a time frame of how long he had been on the boat after leaving Katie. I believe Katie want to come forward, but her mom holding her back. And it's going to get a warrant put out for her arrest for questioning if her mom keep holding her back. They'll have no other choice. Right? But when they bring her in for questioning, that's one of the things they're going to ask her. Did you want to come in and talk to us sooner than this before we get started? Or have you been just going through the emotions? If she say I just been going through the emotions, they're going to know that it wasn't just her mom who held her back. She held herself back, right? So they're going to treat her hostile when they start questioning. But if she say I've been wanting to come forward, but my mom didn't think that it was okay, she didn't think it would be good, she was worried about my life and my safety, then they gonna question her, get what she know, make sure they hold the boys, let her go, but they might arrest her mom for holding her back, because that's holding back evidence. Like, you got evidence and you holding it back. That's holding back, withholding evidence, and you're tampering with evidence, because you could be contaminating the evidence that you held for this long. People say. Now it's gonna be some race baiters and some trolls say her daughter's statement ain't evidence. She can't contaminate that. If she stop her daughter from making a statement towards this shit, if it's something that she know that could help the investigation, she tampering with evidence. She influencing her daughter to change her story, to hold her story, right? And justice could have been happened if her daughter wouldn't have been holding her story. Yeah, she tampering with evidence and withholding evidence. And for that, her mama going to jail, not her. They gonna let her go. But her mama going down. Yeah, mama judge can't save that hoe.
No, I need to see the neck.
Yeah, and let me tell you where the neck is. It's, or the organs of the neck, as it's referred to. These neck structures are actually being held by the Mississippi State Medical Examiner's Office, and they don't just arbitrarily hold things like this, Nancy. This is something that would common.
That's who it is. That's the office that I was trying to think of, but I couldn't think of it, right? So they being held by the state of Mississippi. Now, this doctor is finna tell you, like, when it comes to the neck organs, when you send them into the lab for testing during an autopsy, and the state labs hold them, the only reason they will hold them is if they found something. And then he's gonna tell you the only reason they will hold them if they found, the only thing that they could find that they will hold them for, that's reasonable to hold it for, is if they found any kind of evidence of strangulation or manipulation to the neck to his breathing lines and all of that type of shit. He couldn't tell us. Just listen, y'all. Listen. I want y'all to hear this so we can know what's wrong with the motherfucking neck, right? So we can take that. So then you can take what you've heard from the operator call and kind of put it together and say either somebody pushed Nolan and was into it with Nolan, which I believe was the nigga that was real hostile with Nolan, telling him to come on, and Nolan still came. That's why Katie was like, damn, you gonna go back to the boat with a motherfucker that's disrespecting you? He's only jealous, right? Went back to the boat, nigga said a couple of words and Nolan wasn't going. Nigga pushed him and either he hit his neck on one of them steps leading out the back of the boat or off the side of the boat, right, which broke his neck, and then made the back of his head, where the back of his brain that we saw in the autopsy results on the diagram, made that blood pooling happen right there. He was dead already when they was on the phone with the dispatch saying that we needed towing the sensor. You want us to send the National Guard? No, don't send them. Nolan! Oh my God. Nolan, wake the fuck up. Yeah, he was dead already. So the whole time he dead, after 5 minutes, having his body land, the blood is gonna pool in that area. Right there behind his brain. Yeah, right there behind his head. Neck probably got broke. They probably see a line in his neck and probably not strangulation. If it wasn't strangulation, the white boy didn't push him and he slipped and hit his head and goddamn it died right then, broke his neck. You know what I'm saying? Internal bleeding to the brain. Cracked his skull. If it didn't go down that way, then the white boy maybe pushed him or tackled him, got on him, and started choking the fuck out of him. And when Nolan wasn't moving no more, and motherfuckers was like, no, pull him off of, bro, you going too far. Motherfucker slapped Nolan face. Nolan, wake up, bro. Wake up. Feeling his neck. I think he's a Nolan. Pick up his arm. His arm just dropped. You don't see his body move no kind of way. Here go the white girl after she see him pick up his arm and that motherfucker dropped and he done already slapped his face. Nolan, oh my God. Here go the stupid ass white boy that might have did it. Nolan, wake the fuck up. That shit crazy. Yeah. It happened either one of them ways. But everybody that was on that boat, all 7 of them people, because they never counted Nolan in, they said 7 without Nolan, but we know Nolan was on the boat, which made 8, right? Yeah, all of them are guilty of allowing his body, even if they didn't help flip his body over into that water, for allowing it to happen and then not speaking up for 3 weeks after they done found this body. An investigation been going forward. Cash rewards that went out. Motherfuckers done told you to call this hotline, that hotline, call the sheriff department. If you don't call their hotlines, you got all these numbers to call. You got all these people to speak to, and you trying to tell us that you still scared. The FBI stepped in the case, and you still scared of the criminal. The FBI that stepped in. No, they not gonna take that. They not gonna believe that. So when you do confess after the FBI done got you first, because they gonna get the people that they think is the most innocent in the situation, but not innocent of holding information back. And when they break y'all and make y'all answer them questions, yeah, my nigga, some of y'all gonna get 5-10 years. Maybe 1 or 2 of y'all, the females, out of the females, may get, because they ain't got no criminal record, and they can believe that those females was really scared because they was in a group of males that had already killed the starring athlete, right? Scared to tell their parents. Their parents don't know nothing about them being on the boat. Ain't even paying attention to this story. Yeah, they might get them girls a year and for them to testify and basically cooperate with the state and the feds. They'll let them sign 1129 probation where they won't have to do a day in jail, but they'll have a year of probation. And after that year, they'll be able to take anger management classes or some shit like that, community service, and get the shit expunged from their record where it won't be on their record, even though it still will be. Yeah, it's expunged to where certain people can't see it. But when you try to get their best job, their good job, their government job, they be able to see all that shit that's expunged. So you won't be able to get in that though. Yeah, regular 9 to 5 for the rest of your life. And your parents was rich. Yeah, fucked everything off in one situation.
Only go with the body when the body is released. So I deduce the fact that they have seen something there that they're trying to hold on to from an evidentiary value. Remember, the state still has an ongoing investigation in this case, and they see evidentiary value in this. And yes, I know that the second autopsy prosector up in D.C. would have liked to have seen this, but he understands this, why they would retain it. And it is being retained, I can promise you that, as are other tissue samples. But the problem is that when you get into these structures in the neck, one of the things you're trying to assess is, was this a drowning? Also, is there any kind of trauma? If people will just put their hands right here in the midline of your neck, you'll feel that kind of cartilaginous body there. That's cartilage, right? That can be fractured. Need I remind you, Epstein, right? So you have to examine this. Also, here's our word, Nancy, missing as well. So they don't have that. They've
me, Joe, Scott, Morgan, because
hyoid, his Adam's apple, it's missing. He finna tell us the only way, it's missing, but they found out that it was knocked out of socket, right? And he's finna explain to us why it would be missing in the second autopsy, why they would hold it, and the only reason why it would be knocked out of socket, the choking. Remember, I told y'all, he said this was the C-clamp, and he said this was another way, right? This is the main way that a motherfucker could be strangled, a male, and a motherfucker knock the Adam's apple, the cartilage out of socket, right? He finna explain to us. I'll stop it again after he explained to make sure y'all caught it. If you need to rewind, anytime while he explaining, just say rewind, and after he get finished explaining, I'll rewind before I explain exactly what he's saying. If y'all not catching it, I'm gonna explain even if you do catch it, because I know everybody's not catching every single thing. Those of you who just coming in, like the video for me, subscribe to the channel. I appreciate all likes and subscribes.
Joe Scott, you and I, hyoid, we know what it is because you and I have handled a ton of asphyxiation, ligature, manual strangulations, you name it. Hyoid, explain. So delicate.
Yeah, and it's very, very far up the neck, Nancy. And one of the things that happens is that with the hyoid, it's generally only traumatized as a result of direct pressure that's generally applied by a throttling event or a C-clamp like this, throttling meaning like this. So
Hey, isn't she intuitive? I ain't even know you was up in there. Yeah, y'all. Shout out to Isn't She Intuitive. That's another one of our moderators just coming in. She said they did. Good morning. Yeah, they did. For sure. And then she said, good morning. Everybody say good morning to Miss Isn't She Intuitive? Yes, that's what that name is. Once I wrote it out, when I was picking out the moderators, once I wrote it out, I saw exactly what it was. At first, I was calling her Isn't Sheen, right? Just the beginning. And then I was like, Intuitive is not a word, but intuitive is a word when I wrote it down. Isn't she intuitive? Yes, Lordy. But listen, all you have to do is commit to the channel. You know what I'm saying? Comment down below. Always be interactive in the chat. Support me. You support me, I'm gonna support you. All my moderators are not picked. And the bigger we grow, the more moderators we'll need. And I am willing to put anyone on the forefront and give them the job as a moderator. But like I said, once we, with the moderators we have now, my first moderators, once we monetize and YouTube bless me, I'm going to bless all my moderators. Yep. I'm going to bless them all. And hopefully I can keep blessing them and put everybody on payroll. Anybody that I hire as a moderator, put on as a moderator, they're going to get hired as 9 to 5. Yeah. But I have to make that deal go through with the bank after I monetize and go popular for at least a half a year or a year, and they see the income coming in, and then I can bring up, hey, I want this to be a business. That's why it's already written out as an LLC. I want you all to finance a payroll because I have this many moderators, right? And I plan on giving other people in my chat moderating positions, and I want to hire them all as a 9 to 5 because I have a passive income now. I want them to have a passive income to where they ain't got to go into work every day. Just like now, I don't have to go into work and I'm monetized. When I get monetized, that's what I'm telling them. I don't have to go into work now, and I don't want nobody that supports me that I've turned into a moderator that supports me on a day-to-day basis or whenever I go live, support me mostly. I don't want them to have to work a job either because they the reason why I don't have to work a job. Yeah. So you can still get a moderating position here. And I want y'all to hold me to my word, all my moderators. You hear me? I'm going to keep on mentioning it. I ain't going to never stop mentioning it until I make it happen for y'all. Yeah, and I know it's going to happen for y'all because y'all making it happen for me. I'm closer and closer every day to getting monetized. In the last 4 days, last 3 days, because I didn't go live yesterday. I had to spend time with the family. They was like, I just go live every day and forget about them. So I had to spend time with them, right? But 3 days before that, I damn near got 200 subscribers in those 3 days. I've been doing this for a little bit over a month now, right? Started with Drake when he dropped his 3 albums, right? Started going live with that information, and I started gaining followers. Within a month's time, I had 400 something followers, right? And I need 1,000 to monetize, right? YouTube threw me out of the algorithm. And I was watching videos of YouTubers saying they will throw you out of the algorithm to see if you're really committed. Don't give up. Just keep on shooting, right? Keep on posting. And that's what I did. Certain days I would have 6,000, 7,000 views on a live and 0 subscribers. Made me feel bad, but I didn't give up. I remained committed. And just a couple of days ago, they threw me back into the algorithm, and they gave me the most subscribers I ever had in one night, which was 53. The next day I got 54. The next day I got like 27 or 28. And then the day after that, before yesterday, I got 55. That's damn near 200 subscribers in 4 days. Right? And I believe because I missed yesterday and been there with my family, they threw me back out of the algorithm. Yeah, because Nolan Wells is the top story. Besides Iran and what the president doing, it's the top story trending on the internet right now. So if I'm doing it, Why am I not getting that many views? Why am I not getting that many likes? It's because they want you to be very consistent. If you shoot day to day, you have to shoot day to day. If you shoot every other day, keep shooting every other day. As soon as you stop shooting every other day and start shooting day to day, that's what they're going to expect from you. As soon as you go away from that, you miss one day, God damn it, you miss 2 days, they're going to throw you out of the algorithm and you got to work your way right back up. So starting today, that's what we're doing. We're working our way right back up, trying to get bounced right back into the algorithm. Right? When they put you in the algorithm, you don't have to work as hard. You don't have to say as many times as I'm saying, constantly pausing. And every time I say something and analyze something, I have to remember to say, like the video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. We go live every night. Sometimes I explain and analyze and then I unpause it and I have to pause it back and say that. I'm sorry y'all for doing that, but I have to remind the people that's just coming in the chat to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Right? I usually go 4 to 6 hours live. We damn near at 8 hours. Because I'm trying to force them to throw me back into the algorithm today. So I'm trying to get as many comments, as many likes, as many subscribes as I can while they throw me outside of the algorithm to make them say, oh, god damn, he working hard. He knew we throw him out. Let's throw him back in. He deserved it. Yeah, because they process every video. So they hear everything I say in the video. So they hearing this. When I get finished shooting live and they start processing for up to 12 hours, yeah, they hear all of this. Yeah, Corey. We appreciate that. I enjoy y'all convo and good people. Damn right. Keep grinding, family. Keep grinding. Family is most important in being healthy. We all night. We be all night. Beyonce, yeah. Damn right. You already know I'm going to keep grinding. Because of people like you, Court. You know what I'm saying? Y'all help motivate me, goddamn it. When I feel like I ain't doing good enough or man, fuck this shit. Should I give up? And then I tell y'all and I vent to y'all and I let y'all know how I'm feeling and what's going on. Man, shit like that, Corey, keep me going. Appreciate you, bro. Salute to you, too. Damn right.
Strangulation, and an outlier here is ligature strangulation, but primarily hands-on. So they're looking for little fractures in here all along the way. So that has to be dissected, along with these other. There's a couple of other structures that you look at as well. They've held on to this for some reason. I don't have the answer for that, but I can tell you it's being preserved. I don't know if they're getting further consultation on their end. That is the state, and I'm sure that. Yeah.
Stop. Joe Scott, you're giving me so much information. Let me tell everybody, if they don't know who you are, why you're here tonight. Okay?
Pay attention, y'all. She finna introduce him. See, because he giving us these answers, and he telling Nancy, look, the only reason why when they send the neck to be examined and they telling what they found in the findings, the only reason why when they send it to them state labs that the state labs will keep it, the neck, is because they see some kind of manipulation or strangulation. He said that's the only reason. The manipulation or strangulation, which manipulation is the same as strangulation. It's just they might have pressed on a person's neck, but strangulation is actually choking the person. Yeah, you can press on a person's neck or hold a pillow over their face and manipulate their breathing, which causes strangulation. Or you can just flat foot out strangle a person, choke the shit out of a person, right? You can do something to a person, neck or face, mouth or nose, to cause them to strangle. to cause strangulation, or you can do it what they call manually by your hands, which will leave impressions and prints. If it don't leave it on the skin on top, the flesh layer of skin on top, it'll leave it on one or two of the flesh layers below the skin before you come into the organs of the actual neck, the throat, the trachea, all of that shit.
Joe Scott Morgan is a death investigator. He has investigated over 10,000 death scenes of all nature. You've only got a few choices. You've got homicide, suicide, accident, natural causes like a heart attack, and unexplained. Tonight, we've got 2 unexplained medical examiner's reports.
Yeah.
Why? We don't have the lungs in a potential drowning case. Why? We don't have the neck in a potentially, as you said, throttling case. Why?
Yeah.
Those are the 2 main things I want to see. Joe Scott Morgan, professor of forensics, Jacksonville State University, with a world-class criminal procedure department. I've toured it myself. He's the author of Blood Beneath My Feet on Amazon, and he is the star of a hit podcast, Body Bags with Joe Scott Morgan, and so much more, but that would take the whole program. Joe Scott, really? With allegations floating, very incendiary allegations of lynchings, of throttlings, of ligatures. The main thing I want to see, the lungs and the neck, and they're both missing. I have a problem.
Right.
Well, I don't know that the lungs are necessarily missing. Let me tell you how this works. They have done sections of the lungs at the ME's office in Mississippi. Now, the one thing that is included in this report relative to the second autopsy that's been released is that the doctor here, who is a fantastic doctor, highly credentialed, knows what he is doing, former chief medical examiner for DC, he is stating that he has taken tissue samples. He repeats this over and over again in the report. He submitted this for his own histology. Yeah. Why is that important? Well, if you get into the lungs, that lung tissue, and he can identify it even in it, I'm going to be real graphic here. It arrived in a bag, okay? So he would have to pick through this, find lung tissue in there, and then sample that. And he's going to be looking microscopically for signs of drowning there. And he'll make his own assessment. One of the things I'm concerned about, Nancy, and I hope that they did this down in Mississippi, is that when they did this initial examination, did they do diatom testing, which is you're looking for these little bits of algae that are distinct to both freshwater and saltwater. And if you find that within the system, that's also an indication that the individual may have been submerged and taken on water. So, okay, so he would have to pick through this, find lung tissue in there, and then sample that. And he's going to be looking microscopically for signs of drowning there. And he'll make his own assessment. One of the things I'm concerned about, Nancy, and I hope that they did this down in Mississippi, is that when they did this initial examination, did they do diatom testing, which is you're looking for these little bits of algae that are
diatom testing. Now he finna tell us these little bits of algae that target a body when it's being submerged in water and drowned. Not when the body is drowning itself. Like if you get in some water and you get pushed out by the current and you fuck around, get pushed out by the current and waves start drowning you. Not that. When you're being pushed and submerged into water, there's a certain algae from the water that targets your body to drown you. Only when you're being submerged into water for somebody to try to drown you. Right? These certain pieces of algae that target your body, he's saying what concerns him is, did they really look for these pieces of algae, these certain algae that target your body when you're being drowned? Because that could have told you that Nolan Well was being drowned. If you didn't look for it, like this drowning could have just slipped past your, right past you. Yeah, he's been drowned and you don't even fucking know because you never looked for these certain algae. You never ran these certain tests. And he's one of the top death investigators. He knows all of this shit, but he know a lot of doctors don't know about drownings and the way the water works when it comes to the ocean or lakes and shit. It's got certain algae in it that target the body when a person is being drowned by someone else, by force. Yeah, when you be submerged in the water and somebody's drowning you and the commotion your body make and the way your body takes on water, those certain algae are woken up in the water and they attack your body. That lets them know that you've been drowned. If they tested for these certain algae in your blood system. Because they only attack when you've been drowned. Not when you drown yourself, but when someone has drowned you. When you've been drowned by someone or something. Robot. Ship. Yeah. When you didn't drown yourself and you've been forcefully drowned. Certain algae attack your body from the water. Yeah, that's what he's talking about right now. Let's listen.
Distinct to both freshwater and saltwater. And if you find that within the system, that's also an indication that the individual may have been submerged and taken on water. So right now we've got a lot of questions, but as the second doctor says, this is all still pending investigation.
I'm trying to digest and make sense of everything Joe Scott Morgan just told me. But what I know is that I don't have the lungs and a potential drowning, and I don't have the neck and a potential throttling, as he called it. And again, Joe Scott, we don't have evidence of any strangulation, be it manual or ligature, except that deep red discoloration. And I read in the autopsy report, it was about 12 by 8. How can that be? Explain to me what they're talking about.
Yeah, can we please put that drawing up that the doc rendered there? You know something interesting about that mark, Nancy?
See, I always thought this mark was either from the back of his head hitting a step on the boat, right? And him laying there dead and the blood pooling right there. You hear me? Or it could have been a rod of some sort from off the boat. Motherfucker hit him in the back of the head and he fell backwards, right? But whatever it was, whether he fell backwards from being tackled or a motherfucker hit him in the rod, in the head with a rod, right? Which made the impression, and he still fell backwards or forward, right? Either way, the impression is from some kind of force to the back of his head. It's not from his head just laying there and blood pooling from him being in a fridge, dead body being in a fridge or on a metal tray waiting for the autopsy to start. No, this blood pooled when he first died. Which means the back of his head was sitting on something that caused or sitting on an object after something hit him that with force that caused the actual ligament that's across the back of his skull. Let's hear what the doctor say about it. Because I think his scenario was similar to mine. But he has the background. He has the experience. And he's actually dealt with death cases like this before. So he could tell us exactly what it is. Right? Without them saying that they found all the evidence and this is what it was. He could tell us before they can. When he see the body, when he first get it for autopsy, if he would have did the autopsy, he would have been able to tell from examining the body before he cut it or anything all of that type shit, the x-ray and all of that type shit, before he cut it or anything, examining the body, he would have been able to find and come up with these conclusions right off the bat. Let's hear him, y'all.
This thing has got kind of, as he has drawn it out here, that red indication that he's done with a pen on this anatomical diagram, and you see that's got what is referred to as kind of specific margins, doesn't it? It almost appears as though there is a pattern there, and it extends. If folks at home will take their hand and put it on that kind of bony prominence in the back of your head, that's called your occiput. Okay, that's where the occipital bone is. So it looks like it's just beneath there. So right along that edge, this thing's got margins. It almost looks like it could potentially have a pattern, hard to say, but do you see how he has it drawn out there? It's almost like a rectangular shape. When you talk about decomposition, which he does extensively here, and he says he can't make a full assessment because of the status of the decomposition. Decomposition is what's called diffuse. That means it kind of spreads out randomly. What he has drawn there, at least from his estimation there, or his rendering that he's done there, puts margins on this thing. You got a top end, a bottom end, and then you got sides.
Okay, all that said, what does it mean? Because to me, Dr. Kendall Crowns, who I respect deeply, by the way, suggested it was blood pooling. I'm not buying that because it's nowhere else. We don't see that anywhere else on the body. Hey, Caitlin Becker joining me, senior national correspondent, New York Post. She is a star of New York Postcast, like podcast, but Postcast. Caitlin, thanks for being with us tonight. Caitlin, I had it out with Dr. Kendall Crowns yesterday. He has superior knowledge, so I was at a disadvantage, but I'm still sticking to my guns. I don't see how the blood in his body can pool in one location on the whole back of his body, even if he's laying on his back. Hold. Brian Trasher, Vice President, United Cajun Navy. Brian, true that when Nolan was found, he was face down, repeat, face down on the beach, just at the water's edge. And that's, let's see the aerial video when I'm talking to Brian so everybody can see what he's talking about. Go ahead, Brian.
Yes, ma'am. He was face down on the beach right at the water's edge. I'm not sure if he was spotted still floating and they brought him in, or if he washed up right there, but I can only describe where I saw him as we flew over the island.
Brian Trasher, based on the photo.
Face down, I mean, the blood pooling did not occur when he was on the water. He had not been drowned in the water, right? He had been killed and then dumped in the water. Face down. If he would have drowned in the water would have pushed his body back up, face up. Like when you set a cup in a full sink of water and it has that air pocket in it, the water can't submerge the cup fully. If you let the cup go, guess what the water gonna do? It's gonna flip the cup right side up. So anywhere your body has an air pocket, which is your mouth, the biggest air pocket, your nostrils for your nose, right? Your ears, they're small. Your eardrums and shit, your ear holes is smaller holes, smaller air pockets. So your biggest air pocket is your mouth. When the water pushes you back up from you drowning on accident, it's gonna push you back up, face up. When he floated to that shore, he should have been face up if he drowned himself. That's what the doctor is telling us. That's what the death investigator, who's done over 10,000 different deaths, from homicides all the way up to accidental deaths. He's telling us. He's telling us this. Which means he's telling us that from his observation on the outside looking in, and he constantly mentions the other doctors. He don't want to take anything from them as the doctor that they are, right? He's telling us, not from their autopsies, but from what he's observed from just the body, right? Well, from what the second autopsy, the red markings, what he's observed from the Cajun Navy, saying how they found the body when it floated ashore, which was face down. right? So it was no indication of drowning so far that we understand of, especially from the second autopsy. He said the doctor said none of his other body organs that they did receive. They didn't receive the lungs or the neck, right? And none of the neck organs, the 5 neck organs that make up the neck, right? They didn't receive none of that for the second autopsy. But he said in the autopsy, they never said any of the organs or his flesh or that had any super water damage or swelling and shit like that of his flesh, right? But he was missing the neck. He couldn't close out the autopsy. It's still an open investigation as far as he's concerned with him in his office in Washington, D.C., because he wasn't able to complete a full autopsy because there were parts of the body that was missing. There were some organs that was missing. The lungs, the trachea, and the neck. Other neck organs. All the other neck organs plus the neck, which is the outer flesh. The bone of the neck. Yeah, all of that was missing. Can't really come to a conclusion, but he know he wasn't drowned. And there was a big indication of blood pooling in the back of his skull, at the back of his brain, which we know didn't happen from his body laying on a metal tray, because his neck was disconnected from his body, which means that his head lay sideways. There's no way you can lay a head on his back that's very round. The back of everybody's head is very round, right? It's no fucking points and corners in the back of our head where if they lay our head without the neck connected to the body, if they lay our head on a metal tray with our on the metal tray, it's no way our head gonna stay face up. That motherfucker gonna roll around because we so round in the back of our head. Our skull is so round. So the meat of the back of our head shapes the round back of our skull. Their head is going to roll around. So we can expect his body may have been face down and may have not when they received it in Washington, like the 2 women that worked for the coroner's office in Washington, 2 black women said. His shit was face down. His body was face down. But that don't mean his head was face down. It could have been laying on his side, because we know his head was disconnected from his body. And yeah, they could have sent his body face down. Chest and shit. Face down, ass up. In the bag. Back up. In the bag. Calf muscles and shit. The back of his thigh muscles face up. And his body face down. Or it could have just tumbled in the bag when they was moving the bag from off the metal trays or out the metal container, the metal casket that the military used to transport bodies through the air, right? And we know they had to put him in the metal casket, metal box, his body, inside of that black bag to keep him refrigerated. He was on a refrigerated plane and not a regular plane to try to compose as much of his flesh as they could, because they knew his body was already decomposing, because they didn't have the freezers high enough at the first coroner's office where the first autopsy happened. If they was refrigerating him right, his body would have been right. It wouldn't have been decomposing already, because the show wasn't decomposing when they found it the next day on the water. It hadn't even had swelling to it. Those of you who just coming in, man, y'all like the video, subscribe to the channel. Let's hear what else he has to say. And we're gonna wrap it up, y'all. I gotta go to sleep for work.
I received from an undisclosed source. He was face down, almost as if he were asleep, with one leg slightly out to the side. Okay. Agree with that, Brian?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Okay. Back to Caitlin Becker, senior national correspondent, New York Post, star of New York Postcast. Caitlin, What can you tell me about claims that his body was sent to the second autopsy, the independent autopsy, face down?
Seems to be a lot of questions about how Nolan's body was received, found, sent. If he was sent face down, that also doesn't make sense to me for the claim that it would be blood pooling in the back of his head, because if he's face down, wouldn't blood pool just by nature of gravity this way if he was found face down? It just doesn't make a lot of sense. But as I was listening to you and Joseph Scott Morgan talk, I mean, I don't know the terrain here, but if they're keeping the throat for a potential throttling, and you see this mark on the back of the head, if you're thinking in terms of someone's head pressed up against it, if there's something behind my head and you're pressing me this way, but by not knowing the manner or cause of death, we're kind of to a conclusion there. So it just seems like every single layer there is more questions than answers. And the mark on the back of the head, and not seeing in the autopsy report that there were really marks or signs of trauma anywhere else, was really particularly curious. I mean, why just there? What caused it? And we don't really have those answers about whether or not there was significant trauma to the flip of that to the front, because as you said, throat wasn't sent for the second autopsy.
So back to you, Joe Scott Morgan. I'm going to bring in the rest of the panel in just one moment. Joe Scott, how could the deep reddened markings at the back of the head, the occipital, how could that come from the blood sinking down post-mortem? It just, first he was face down, so it's not, it would sink to the blood would go to his face.
Right.
That was would be the lowest point. But after that, after he's dead for a period of days, I don't see how the blood could then continue to pool in a different direction. And we are getting reports that he was sent to this. Exactly.
You heard what the death investigator said? He cut her off before she could even finish. She said, I don't see how it pooled after his death, and he was dead for this long, for 4 days before they even got to do an autopsy, almost a week. I don't see how the blood could keep pooling after he's been dead this long. He said it can't. Listen to him, y'all. Let me rewind just a little bit so y'all can hear it.
That was would be the lowest point. But after that, after he's dead for a period of days, I don't see how the blood could then continue to pool in a different direction. And we are getting reports that he was sent to this to the second autopsy face down. I find that hard to believe, but that's according to reports.
Yeah, and so understand this with decomposition. Okay, it's like I said, it's going to be diffuse. And this second autopsy, I don't know if people are aware of this, but you can read through the report itself, and it's very, it's very, very graphic in the sense that this doctor that did this case, that did the follow-up, he did such an extensive dissection here. I'm talking about stuff that we don't normally do at autopsy. He's done the back, he's done the buttocks, he's done the backs of the legs, the arms, the hands, even the back of the head. He took this even further than the people.
Yeah, what he basically saying is the doctor in Washington, D.C. that performed the second autopsy, the private doctor, that Ben Crump and them said that he was one of the best doctors to ever exist. This death investigator just said he did shit that he gotta commend him, because he did shit that most doctors wouldn't even do in the autopsy. He basically did the man's whole body, everything that was sent, because he didn't have the neck. Still, he did extensive autopsy. His legs, his buttocks, his front area, genitals, his chest, his abdomen, his back. He took samples from everything. He sampled everything. He tested everything. He said this man did his whole body, and most autopsies, man, doctors don't even know to do that. or wouldn't even do that because it's hard, it's difficult to do every part of the body. Every doctor doesn't know what they're supposed to do for the legs when they run an autopsy, if they do the legs. That's why they don't do the whole body. Mostly just the organs in the upper torso and head part. The brain and all of that. This nigga did everything, nigga. Took tissue samples from everything. He said he did a very extensive autopsy. He got to commend him.
In Mississippi did. And this is something.
Then Mississippi did. And this is something what, man?
Something that we normally do, so folks understand, this is something we normally do with an in-custody death, all right? Where it is this extensive, and he doesn't see anything from a hemorrhagic standpoint like direct trauma. The big question is this pattern on the back of his head, and I'm calling it a pattern because the way he's demonstrated this with his diagram on the back of this thing. And he doesn't go into great detail about that in the autopsy report. So how did it get there?
What I want to know is all these witnesses are right there. Brian Trasher, don't, like planes, have a tail number? Can't you identify who these boats are?
Yeah, they can identify who the boats are. That's why I said we need GPS on all 3 of the boats, not just one. You know what I'm saying? But since these interviews that came out with Dick Riding Tatum, Officer Tatum, aka Dick Riding Tatum, right? Since these interviews that came out, I don't need that to know what happened. 911 dispatch. I don't need the autopsies, the rest of the autopsies to know what happened. I know what happened. I can analyze it. I can see it. Just like a detective. With all this information that came out since we've been on this shit for the last 3 weeks. Since we've been on it for the last 3 weeks, man. Yeah, we gonna go back live tonight, though. Yeah, we gonna go back live tonight. I'm sure that something else has already came out that we not seeing, right? And we gonna go over it, and we gonna put everything together. Yeah. By the end of this week, something gonna be done happen. I'm talking about extraordinary and amazing on the Nolan Wells case, and we gonna be able to say that we saw it. We took part in it by putting it out there and making it known. Even though we ain't got a big following, we ain't got over 1,000. You know what I'm saying? We ain't monetized. So we ain't gonna be in every feed when they look up Nolan Wells. Yeah, damn it, but we know we pushing out the truth. And the ones that do get to see us and start subscribing and like the videos and everything, they're gonna get to know the information before anybody else get to know the information. Because we gonna analyze it right here. Yeah, as soon as it come out, we gonna break it down. And you know this. But yeah, y'all, your boy gotta get some rest. If you haven't got no rest, I want you to get some rest. If you're on the way to work, I want you to have a blessed day and a good day. And don't lose your job. Don't let nobody get to you. Don't let nobody distract you from your money. Whether it's for yourself or you got a family and it's for your family. Yeah, man, peace and blessings to all of you. I appreciate y'all. This is Blockstar MS Analytics, and I appreciate them hearts and their love. Yeah, salute, Corey. This is Blockstar MS Analytics. They know what we are. We are Blockstar Analysts. And what did we just do? We just analyzed the fuck out of that shit, man. Yeah. We broke open that 911 to dispatch. Yeah, for the towing. Yeah. Yeah, we know that granddad. They called granddad first before they called anybody. We know that they denied the dispatch to send National Guard. We heard that Nolan was on the boat and dead. Yeah, we heard all of that. We want to thank WLOX News out there in Mississippi for bringing this shit to us. Yeah. On the forefront. We thank y'all. We thank y'all for bringing this to his parents because we one step closer to justice. We want to thank Dick Riding Officer Tatum. Officer Tatum, yeah, we want to thank him. Yeah. For leading the defendants instead of leading the witness. And we ain't even at trial yet. Yeah. He was trying to make sure they didn't slip up, but even when they slipped up, he act like he didn't see it. Bitch, nigga, we still saw it when we was watching. Yeah, we still saw it, my nigga. Yeah, so we just analyzed the fuck out of that shit. Hey, listen, chat. I love you, chat. Thank you, chat. If you haven't already, like the video, comment down below, and subscribe to the channel to become a part of the family. And I want you to do something that you don't hear on a lot of YouTube channels. I want you to share this video. Yeah, share this video, tell them to like it, subscribe to the channel, so they be updated like you updated. So they be on top of it like you on top of it, because we gonna stay on top of it right here, y'all. Yeah, man. You've been chilling with yours truly. It's Blockstar Ms, all the way from Memphis. Don't you forget me, chat. We out.